morning and welcome, Johnny. Get in there. Go now. Go, go, go. I don't want to see the Inception shit. I want to have a good start to the show. There he is. All right, we had a little technical difficulty at the top of the program. You probably didn't even notice unless you're remarkably autistic. But for some, I've never had this before. For some reason, the Zoom being up was fucking up the OBS starting the YouTube stream. I close the Zoom, the show starts, and I have to restart the Zoom. I don't understand it. It's technology. Welcome to the show. It is Juneteenth. That's a thing now. Juneteenth is I
thought it was a thing for a while.
It's a federal holiday. It's now, I think it's the first year of it being a state holiday here in Minnesota. And all that means to me is that I'm working on a federal and state holiday. And what that means is when I end the show today and see how fucking disgustingly bad the numbers were, I'm going to go into an autistic rage. So that's what, if we're going around the circle today and everyone's talking about what Juneteenth means to them, a lot of people are going to say, oh, the end of slavery, oh, this and that. For me, it's just me going, I hate my job. That's what Juneteenth means to me. It means statistically, I fucking hate it. But,
well, I mean, it's a holiday. People celebrate, and how better to celebrate Juneteenth than with tardiness or absence?
Yes, by not going to work. That's how we celebrate Juneteenth. And then
they're all out getting smokes.
And then somebody was pointing out the irony that Juneteenth is celebrated the day after Father's Day this year. And people were calling Juneteenth not Father's Day. I don't know what I have to be honest. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, it seems strange.
I don't know what it means. I'm not sure. I don't think anybody else does either. There's no reason to guess.
Oh, because I had a guess.
No, I mean, what? It's one of those. It's a mystery. We'll never quite know. I taste my own pre-cum becoming a member for his 9th month. Says new bike and listening to you on my way into work. Morning, boys. Now, do you think he means a motorcycle or is he a fruity little cyclist?
Considering that it was a typed message, I'm guessing cyclist.
Oh no, the fruity thing. I didn't mean it because I thought you meant motorcycle. I apologize. I guess
I'm not. I didn't assume the fruitiness. I just again I believe it's a motorcycle.
Hulkamasha Baby says it wasn't ready at 5:58, and I thought you slept in again. No, I did not. I was feverishly trying to get this thing started, and it was being a cunt. All right, 25 fucking subs until 10,000. Guys. I don't care about numbers. I don't care about statistics anymore. Once we hit that 10,000 and stay over it. I don't give a fuck about how many people watch this show anymore. It's over. We peaked. It's done. It's finished. Gone existed. I just want to hit that fucking 10K so I can stop staring at it. 25 fucking subs away from 10K, get us over. It's not funny anymore. It's not haha a good joke anymore. I want to get over 10K. Our sub growth has peaked. It's plateaued. It's never going up again. It's just, it is what it is. Steel Toe is an acquired taste. It's a 10,000 person show. YouTube is never going to push our show again. We are on the radar. We've had a strike. We've had the warning strike. We've had an actual strike, and it was a medical misinformation strike. I wonder how this Joe Rogan thing we're going to do today is going to work for YouTube. They're gearing up for 2024, so I don't know what the fuck is going on. But I want to hit that fucking 10,000, and then I want to get over that 10,000, and I don't care if I get another subscription after that. I want that fucking 10K, and then I want to hit the goal every day. I want to make my money, do the show, whatever. But it's that goddamn 10,000. I have to hit that or I'm going to lose my fucking mind. We already it was going to be 10K by the end of May. Then we peaked. We plateaued. It was over. So we didn't get that. Then it was 10K by the first day of summer. That's fucking tomorrow. If we don't hit this by fucking tomorrow, I'm going to lose my shit. Then people were making the rhyme 10K by the month of the gay or whatever. We're hitting that fucking
really
10,000.
Stretching it there.
Look, I understand. It's over for us. Like, it's done. Whatever we've become on YouTube, we're going to become. We're not going to get bigger. It's done. It's finished. It's all gone. Existed. So let's get to 10K. Then I can stop thinking about it, and it will be over.
I'm sure nobody's going to clip that later and use that for their own like personal masturbatory thing. It's done. It's over.
I don't care. None of them ever got. I mean, I've saved so many other people's channels by just existing, and you're welcome, that all I want is 10K for mine. And look, if you do that fucking thing where you unsub because I'm trying to get to 10K, I do fucking hate you. I'm going to tell you that right now. I fucking hate you. I don't like you because I want to get to that 10K. It's not a bit. It's not a funny bit, the 10K thing. I need to get there for my own autism. So subscribe to the fucking channel. Quit fucking around. Let's get to that 10K. We're now 30 away because you guys are fucking assholes. Let's get to that fucking 10K. And let's call this. Let's be done. I want to be done with this horror nightmare that is the chase to 10K, if you would. The last statute says, the best 9,900 man ever, know your station. So now, am I Bernie Mac and Mr. 3000? Is that my station where he's Mr. 2,999? No.
I kind of think so.
No. We got to get to 10K. The people who have listened to this show long enough know how fucking insane I am about numbers and statistics and data. Never mind. I'm not even going to mention it anymore. Because I'm going to keep looking at the number today, and people are going to keep fucking around. Our own fans, too. Like, it's my fans fuck with me like this. So I'm going to stop talking about it. Hopefully we hit 10K. If we don't get it, I don't. Yeah, Jack Floyd says, Aaron, the more you push it, the more people will keep you from that goal. Well, if that's the way you guys are going to fucking be about something that is remarkably important to me, then go fuck yourselves. That's what I say. I might just end it and celebrate Juneteenth. I'm not being very good to George Floyd right now anyway. George Floyd would have got to 10,000. I'll tell you that much. I am just not the man that old George was.
Yeah, but he would have needed the help of like 4 or 5 people.
He would have done it in 8 minutes.
Like a whole squad.
He would have done it in 8 minutes and 23 seconds. Guarantee. Dime Card says you should worry about content and not numbers. Me freaking out about numbers has been content for this show for 9 years now. What are you talking about? SC Motorsports says
new?
SC Motorsports says calm down, have some fent. Yeah, Dime Card, are you new around here? Because if so, you know what I love about this is that there are people out there who have such blind hatred for this program and for me personally that they're taking this rant and going, oh my God, he's serious.
Yeah.
That's my favorite part. That's ever since we've developed like our own jealous hate community, which by the way, as the title of today's episode is fucking crumbling and it's fantastic. As we've built this hate community that is remarkably jealous of what we've accomplished, every time I go on these rants, it's one level more exciting than it used to be years ago. Because now I have a whole group of marks that are like, oh my God, look at him. Look, dude, he's falling apart. Not knowing that for years, this is kind of like when we were close to 2,000 subs, it was this. When we were close to 5,000 subs, it was this. Can I be honest about what this rant is? I'm exhausted from the weekend. April and the kids gave me a wonderful Father's Day.
How did you repay that?
And I'm now dying. I'm exhausted. I don't feel good. And so now I'm going, hey, if I stall with this 10K rant, I can stretch all the other content I have today. And I know that a lot of you, and you're going to watch this later, I'm talking to you, a lot of you are taking the day off and not listening to Steel Toe Live. And it's going to sink my numbers today. And I'm going to be sad about it. I'm
Just
holding.
blame it on me.
I'm
Johnny
holding.
Tank
I
Man.
will. Oh no, believe me, I will. And I'm going to take it very personally. I'm telling you. All right, let's go into the chat. Let's talk to you guys. The last statute says 3K fan base trapped in a 10K body. To be fair says numbers are dropping big time. Oh, to be fair, stop being such a big fan. Annoyed Wawa customer says it's okay to take pride in the work you do, Aaron. I show up every day, spray down the concrete by the gas pumps, and remark about how clean of an experience I'm providing for my customers. See, now that's the kind of Wawa supervisor that you want.
Yeah.
Is a Wawa supervisor who's not he's not spraying down the gas pumps because that's on his list of things to do. He's doing it because he takes pride in his work. That's it. By the way,
what else is on his list of things to do?
Lemmy should be very happy today. I'm finally wearing her shirt on the program. This is the shirt that Lemmy made for me. If she's not happy about this, it's another thing that's going to fucking annoy me today because I'm short on sleep. I'm wiped from the weekend, and I'm going to be very crabby for the rest of the day if things don't go my way. So I'm finally wearing Lemmy's shirt. She should finally be happy about it, and if she's not, just tack it on another thing that makes me want to lose my fucking mind. All right, he says, Aaron, you have delusions of grandeur. 10K will never happen. Probably not. You're probably right. We're probably never going to hit it. We're fucking, now we're like 34 away because of this fucking audience. We're probably never going to make 10K. And I cocked off about it so much that it's just going to make me look like an even bigger failure when we don't hit it, when we don't hit the damn thing. What are you going to do? Michael B says, never wear a shirt with you on it. You guys have a lot of fucking rules today. I got to be honest. I'm not the bummer. The audience is bumming me out today. There's Indiz Buzz, Biz Buzz, letting us know, as he does every day, quote, this show is stupid. There we go. Papa Dan says, looks like you're having a bad case of the Mondays, Aaron. Am I right? No, right. I think that's what it is. I am. April's very, very sick. She's not doing. I got her sick, so she's not doing well. It's Juneteenth, and that's gonna fuck with me. I'm excited about all the stuff we have to talk about today, but I want to hit that 10K mark, and I'm never going to. I'm gonna have to push it back again to another day because tomorrow we're supposed to be at 10K. We were supposed to be there by the end of May. Now we're not going to be there. We got to be there by the end of the first day of summer, which is tomorrow. We're not going to do it. And then after that, I'm going to have to push it back again. If we don't hit it by the end of tomorrow, I'm just going to have to shut the fuck up about it because you can't keep pushing your phrases back because then you just look like a failure. So if we don't hit it by the end of tomorrow, I got to shut up about 10,000 and never bring it up again, even when we hit 10,000. Rusty Grammer says, it's over. It's finished. Sorry, bud. Oh, I know. We're hanging on by a thread. This show's running on fumes. It's just about done. It's just about done. Don't you worry about it.
I'm already looking for work.
You should. It's just about at the end. I'm done. John Lastman says, you can hit 10K. If you need help, though, talk to me, and I can help bring your numbers up. John Lastman does know how to bring numbers up. That's very true. Bailey Smith says, just refreshed, and it's down to 96. Wait, we lost almost 10,000 subs entirely?
Holy shit.
96. Oh, my God. Krabby Aaron is more fun. Your impressions go a little askew. Papa Dan says, you should make up with Chad and tap into that rich Chad Zumock market. If, honestly, ugh. Scarface with $9.99 says, happy Juneteenth, boys. I'll be celebrating by dancing with a banana while trashing a Popeyes. Shit. All right, guys, easy goal today, 195. If we have to play the music today, it means I suck, Johnny sucks, everybody sucks, and it's over. If we end up having to play the music today, 195 away from today's goal. Do me a favor. Since we're never going to hit 10K, since it's never going to happen, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, at least knock out the goal today, and we'll call it good. I do have to shut the fuck up about that 10K because our audience just they click unsubscribe just to fuck with me. And as much as I hate it, like, there's a lot of audience bits that I go with. That's one that I've always hated, and like personally it makes me frustrated and angry and distracts me from the show. I know I should be more professional than that. I'm not. But that's the one that actually does upset me. But they keep doing it, so what the fuck can I do? It's like I said, Johnny, you know what we should have titled today's show? It's over.
It's over.
It's done. We're finished. Eric says, why is there no Rumble stream? Because nobody fucking watches on Rumble. I go to the Rumble chat. I had Rumble over here, and I would have the YouTube chat and the Rumble chat next to each other. I go, let's go to the Rumble chat. Nothing. Nobody. Not a goddamn thing. Okay, now I'm actually, this is the point in this character where I'm leaning into it and actually having fun. Now I like this. You turned 10K into a meme, says Alrighty. Oh, for sure. Oh my God, it is over. The cut of the jib says Shuli wants you on the Shuli network. Then I'm fucked. It truly is over if I'm going to be on the Shuli network. I might as well just pack it in. At any rate.
Can I use your invitation then? Like, I'm greedy, so I need work.
Go ahead. Take it. Well, at any rate, the Rumble thing. This is fun. Rumble, nobody was fucking watching. It would say 200. I have a feeling that Rumble's multiplier might be like 4 times. They might be using a 4 times multiplier because there's no way that Rumble thing was any more than 50 people. I mean, it would be at 200 and nobody. Like, if we had, like, on a members only show is like our lowest show, and that'll have 200 some people, and that chat is moving really, really quickly. And Rumble, it said 200, and there was nobody. So I just make everybody listen on YouTube, pump that number up as high as I can, and go with that. Rumble, no offense, Rumble fucking sucks. It's fucking terrible. I hate it. I don't like it. If I have to end up using it, I will. But it's not even worth restreaming on. It's not. I would probably do like Twitter, Facebook, shit like that before I do Rumble. Because, again, you don't know how many people are watching on Rumble. It's shitty statistics. They're using multipliers. Their chat experience sucks, the whole deal. So I just said, fuck it. I liked Rumble. The chat wouldn't distract me from work. Well, that's on you, Bird Collector. I can't handle that for you. Lemmy says Atomic Citizen was all 200 people watching on Rumble. Had to be, right? Had to be. Pickwick Pub says, morning to my new favorite show. The other shows have gotten stale. This one's always fresh. Well, Pickwick Pub, that's because the shows you were watching before built all of their shit on drama. And then you realize they're 50 and 60 years old, and that's fucking insanity to build your show on drama. We talk about news every day, entertainment, pop culture, maybe throw some sports in there, whatever. We freak out about 10K. You know what's wonderful about this show? The level of self-awareness and honesty. The fact that I sit here and have meltdowns over realizing what my station is in streaming, coming to grips with it live on air, and sharing that feeling with you. And by the way, thank you all for helping reinforce what I officially am in streaming, which is a fucking nobody who can't even get to 10,000 subs.
I mean, we could talk about your personal life too if you want to feel, but I mean, then that's just a collection of how
my personal life is wonderful. Are you kidding? I love my personal life. I love when this show's over and I get to go live my life. My life is good. I'm failing professionally is what it is.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Professionally is where I'm a failure. As a guy, I'm getting there. I'm pretty much there as a guy. Carlos says, I've always thought Rumble was a 4X multiplier, too good to be true. Yeah, for sure. It would make sense because when it said we had 1,200 when we were watching that, 300 or 400 would have made more sense. Back on Rumble. Ryan Scott says, I think you're having a shit week. At least you're not Ryback having to go back to botching because Liver King stole his supplement lightning. I haven't heard Ryback in years, but I'm going to assume he's wrestling again. Oh. Balls Deep says, Rumble is the fat chick who likes you for who you are. No, Rumble is Shallow Hal. appearing thin, but in reality is a giant fat pig. That's what Rumble is. Here's what Rumble is. Rumble's the backup quarterback who won you a game while your starter was injured. So you all wanted Rumble to be your starter. And then you realized once you gave him 3 or 4 games in a row, oh shit, he was a backup for a reason.
It was a lucky go that one time.
Yeah. It's just a decent backup. That's it. J-Dub says, oh, damn, Aaron needs a nice new age mantra book from April to get positive. I'm very positive. I'm positive. I know what I am. I'm living that reality.
I'm HIV positive.
I'm going to cross my fingers and hope radio comes a call in again and I can get out of this fucking shit because I've seen who lives here on YouTube. And I don't belong with these people. They're beneath me. And I need to separate myself because I can't be seen with these people anymore. Your hairline is failing, says Cynically Insane. That's true. Add that to the list as well. Mr. Nagel says, come on, Aaron. You're a tremendous slouch. Come on, don't sell yourself short, Judge. You're a tremendous slouch. By the way, new Steel Toe Compound special coming July 3rd.
Ooh.
July 3rd. Gemini says, if you eat 3 times a day, you are doing better than 98% of the human population. Spoiled brats. Yeah, but what does that number go down to if we take Africa out of the equation? I'm just kidding.
I don't eat 3 times a day now that I think about it.
Come on. Southeast Asia is part of it too, right? I have difficulty cleaning my butthole, writes. Don't worry about 10K subs. I can't wipe my own butt properly. You are winning. That's true. Why are there so many goddamn holidays on Monday in the spring, says Malevolent Bystander. Well, people keep dying. That's what happens. Does ROTC make bank at Rumble, says the last statute. I don't know. I didn't negotiate their deal. Michael B., Rumble is Matt Flynn to the Seahawks. Yes. Danny Rebel says, maybe if you disavow Kumia, YouTube will let you break through the 10K. Never. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Anthony Cumia. I will stay a failure. Thank you very much.
On. Let's be honest. The true inspiration of all of this, if we could stop the bit for 1 second, was one Greg Opie Hughes.
It is Opie. Yeah, I will not disavow.
Opie is the genesis from which it all builds.
I will disavow Anthony in a heartbeat if it means my relationship with Opie is in any kind of danger. I will drop Anthony at the first sign of the Opster. I don't want to make him upset. E-Rock says, I dread the day having to care about YouTube numbers and such for a living. Yeah, it's crossing my fingers I'm out of this game soon. Fuck you, dude says, just remember you already passed your prime and it's all downhill from here. Oh, thank you. Now that's helpful.
Just think every day is one day closer to 40.
Oh, boy. Squirrel Boy Q, Aaron, radio's fucking dead, blah, blah, blah. Also, Aaron, I can't wait to get back to the radio. Radio is dying, but you know what else is not good? Streaming on the internet because there's no barrier to entry, and people who couldn't get a job broadcasting to save their lives get to talk on the same platform I do when they couldn't even hold my jock strap. It's too much of the Wild West. Too much. YouTube needs to be banning channels, but not for the reasons they are. They need to be banning them for being dog shit. That's what we need to be banning channels for. Sorry, okay. You stink. You have to leave YouTube.
You suck, now go.
Yeah. Cynically Insane, easy on the Kumia praise. You don't want a drunk Mersh to start with the super chats. Well, he lost the Nightwave radio channel. So, I don't know. But YouTube told him, don't fuck with Kumia. And that's what happened. Malevolent Bystander says it's all downhill from here. Just be thankful. You're more than likely you'll die before your wife. Thank you. Some people are saying, to be 40 again. Well, that makes me feel better. When you guys get sad, that makes me feel much better. Kevin from Why Do I Podcast needs a new gig. Where's Wawa Supervisor? He can hook him up. The Wawa Supervisor guy can get Kevin a gig. It'll be fine. All right, guys, let's get into today's show. It should be a wonderful one. 195 away from today's goal. Let's all jump in right off the bat today on a Juneteenth holiday, and let's knock that out. Let's nail it. Let's do this thing. I'm going to feel good. By the end of this show, Johnny, I'm going to feel good about something. How's that?
Now you sound like me at a medical appointment.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
How are you? So I got texts on Friday saying that you fell down during your stream and then you cut off your stream. People were like, you should check on Johnny. And when I heard what it was, I was like, well, no, Johnny's done that before. He probably fell. He wasn't feeling well. He needed to take care of some things, and then he cut his stream off.
It was literally, I get emotional dealing with this all the time. So I kind of keep it at a level. And sometimes it blows up beyond that. And it happened during a stream because I went to get a drink while a movie played. It was a 3 second. It was a 3 minute clip. And it took literally 3 minutes for me to cross, I guess, what you would consider most of your basement living room.
Sure.
And I came back and I sat down and a chair kicked out from under me. So it folded me in half, landed on top of me, hit my green screen, so I had to clean that. And I was just extremely frustrated with everything. I've been dealing with my medical appointment stuff is being a pain in the butt to get scheduled for everything in the Mayo Clinic. So I just was like, I was already on like kind of on a rope, if you will. And I was like, all right, I'll just, put it down and do the show, get done with the show, and we'll deal with life after. That kind of kicked it into a place where it's like, I just can't ignore stuff right now. It's all kicking in on me. And I was like, I'm too emotional to do a show now and everything else. I was like, I'll just end it. And I hung out with my daughter and just had a nice, calm evening.
That sounds like a better day.
It was better. It was a better way to go about it. Once she came downstairs, I bought myself a Father's Day gift of a little Lego thing to put together. So I just sat there.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, people in the chat right now are like, oh, stop. What a shit. How about a little honesty on a show? I know some of you watch shows where guys are just a walking gimmick all the time. How about a little honesty? Johnny has, because people contact me about this stuff. They're like, this happened to Johnny. You should check on Johnny. Here's what I want the audience to know about Johnny, and Johnny can reiterate this. Johnny has a disease. He has multiple sclerosis. Some days, that's going to be a motherfucker. Some days, that's going to lead to a really dog shit day. And when you're having a dog shit day with something like MS, I will, and I know everybody means well. We're all human, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
When that's happening, it doesn't necessarily make a guy feel better that everyone instantly goes to, dude, you should check on Johnny. It's not very good. You got to look. No, here's what I do. I go, no, Johnny, I'm not going to make Johnny feel bad for feeling shitty when his disease acts up and acts shitty. Like, that's got to be seen as a normal thing. Like, hey, it's totally okay to have a rough day with MS, have it fuck with you a little bit. You lean in and you go do something that makes you feel better. Like, rather than someone, like, I've known Johnny long enough. Johnny doesn't want people lording over him going, are you okay? Are you all right? It doesn't make him feel more normal or make him feel better. So when Johnny has those moments, you go, Johnny's a big boy. Johnny's an adult. Johnny's dealing with it. He knows how to deal with this. He's been dealing with it for years and years and years. And I just
assumed, if I need something, I'll let you know.
Yeah, I just assumed Friday was one of those days where he, look, the shit was acting up. It was really rough on him, and he needed to fucking tap out for a while. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's one of those days where just like I end up like those are the days where I end up just hanging out with my daughter. Like that's one of the main things that gets me through a lot of that now because she does a lot of fun stuff we love doing together. So it's a nice thing for that. But yeah, if I have a serious problem, there are people here keeping an eye on me and stuff like that. Like my roommate is always down here to check on me if things are. And she was down here when everything happened, even when I signed off, and she stayed down here for a little bit with me,
right,
helping me get shit back together. And just like I said, I just turned everything off. I freaking put on some music. I hung out with my kid, and I built a little Lego figurine. That's all and then it was a nice de-stress thing. I spent a lot of time thinking about how I'm gonna deal with the roadblocks that we hit last week, and we're gonna get all that done this week, hopefully, and everything will be good.
That's another thing people need to understand. Like this thing acting up and you having to change up medication and stuff like that. I mean, it's unfortunate, but like this is not your first time having to do this. Like this happens.
I've had to relearn walking and using my right hand. I had using my right hand once, but I've had to relearn to walk like 2 or 3 times. So when people are like, "Oh man, this is really messed up that you're having all these problems," like, yeah, this is kind of par for the course.
Yeah,
it's just sometimes it builds to a point where I can't just put it down for the show, and I don't want to do a show where I'm emotional and I'm blubbery. And I'm like, oh, I'm really pissed about this, but hey, let's make jokes about the news. And you can kind of I couldn't even talk normally after everything. I was so flustered getting up and even when I signed off, I couldn't speak in a normal tone. I did everything I could to get my voice back to normal. And I was like, you know what? It's not going to work.
Yeah.
And so I had to tap out, unfortunately. Oh, well.
And
it wasn't a big deal. Yeah. April texted me. I let her know physically I was fine. Everything got to me, and I had a difficult moment with the whole falling right as I got back to my desk, and it was just like, all right, I can't do it today.
Yeah, see, and I've known Johnny long enough to know that was it, and the way Johnny described it is exactly like I told April a couple days ago. I was like, here's exactly what happened. He fell. He felt like shit about it. He's frustrated by the way things are going right now with all that, and he's recalibrating, if you will. And you got to just sometimes you got to let people recalibrate. I think as humans, we have our best. You were saying something about best intentions. We have our best intentions in mind, but we sometimes think like ourselves, and we don't think like the other person. And we go, oh, you know what? You know what would make me feel good as a person if I checked in on him and just talked and talked and talked and talked and talked. But knowing Johnny like I have, I was like, you know what Johnny wants to do right now? He wants to fucking chill. He wants to forget that happened, and he wants to move on with his fucking day. Why would I write to him and go, hey, man, I heard a really shitty thing happen. Do you want to dwell on it for a minute?
No. It wouldn't bother me if people got a hold of me like, hey, I heard you fell, like you checked. Like when April checked on me, I just, and like I said, I'll tell people how I'm doing. That's all. I can understand anyone who wants to check on me given history. Yep. But as it is, like I said, it was, and like you said, it was a shitty thing that happened. I needed to just step away and I wasn't going to be able to do a good show. I already do a really small show. So I like to pride myself on doing a good show since I'm not going to, I'm not crushing the numbers game. So I'm not even worrying about it now. I just do a good show and I try to make that bare minimum to keep that good show going. Yeah, dude. And that's, and that wasn't going to happen that day. So
you're going to be fine. I can't do a good show, and all things considered, things are going okay for me, and I can't do a good show. So what hope do any of us have? Nobody likes onions, right? You could have it worse, Johnny. Imagine me witnessing this show hitting 10,000 subscribers as much as I'm trying to ruin it. Right. See, you could be a giant obese man trying to carve out an existence for yourself, watching the person you're trying to hold back as much as possible still succeed despite you trying your hackiest worst.
That is a weird kind of thing. Like, they're holding you back by your coattails, which they're also clinging on to.
Right. You're living by my coattails. It's like a barnacle or a parasite trying to kill its host. It's like, why would you do it? If you do that, we both die. I don't understand. I'm the thing carrying you. I'm the plane that's propelling you into heights you'd never see before.
I'm the fox. You're the scorpion. Don't fuck this up.
You should be loving me. You should be saying, as Kevin Nash once said to Samoa Joe, said to CM Punk, thank you, Mr. Imholt. That's what you should be saying. Thank you. So he does. Nobody Likes Onions does put it in perspective. You could have it worse. You could be him watching me kick his ass while he's trying to kill me while also riding my coattails. That's a living contradiction right there.
I will be honest, that kind of shit with those orbiting channels, like watching that happen, because it doesn't even affect me, which is the best part. Right. I just get to make popcorn and watch. And Yeah, no, that kind of shit happening is literally, I'm like, life could get worse.
Yes.
I'm actually proud that I'm here as opposed to that.
I mean, he'll die from obesity before MS gets you. I mean, that's an unhealthy person.
And I'm really like, that's part of the stress of last week. I'm like, fingers crossed, hopefully going to get in on something that's really going to rewind some of the damage and the problems. And I might be doing better than a lot of people in a couple months if I can just hold it together.
Yeah. Kind of in the same boat. I mean, not with anything medical, but I'll shut up.
I don't know. We haven't heard about April. Has it gone from strep to cancer yet? Is she dead yet?
Oh, no. I hope it's
we
not.
haven't seen her.
I hope it's...
Cordy's eating the corpse as we speak.
You know what?
It's going to take a while.
You remind me. I got to go read her life insurance thing. Special K and Pickwick Pub both want to know where Johnny's channel is. It's Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, on Twitch, on Rumble. Look at who has a Twitch, goddamn. Go ahead and subscribe to that. If you're a mod, if you could put the link in the chat to Johnny's channel, you guys can all subscribe to that. Mr. Nagel has a great idea. He says we can smack Johnny on the side like an old TV. That might fix him. Yeah, what if we just take both hands? So. What if we take both hands and we just go bang, 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 bang?
I mean, I'm totally cool of to give you one go at it to see if it works, because I'm always try first and then deny later. But yeah, no, I do percussive maintenance on a lot of my body, much to people's discontent, and it hasn't really worked. It doesn't not work, though. I do notice my leg moves a little bit better if I beat the shit out of it a little bit, but it also then bruises, and people don't like that. So yeah, it's weird. Maybe smacking me around is the solution. It'll make me feel better.
What E-Rock is saying is, have we tried it?
And he's right.
Yeah.
We haven't. Let's give it a go.
Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, the host of NLO once showed up at our Hillsborough location with a fake press pass claiming to be an investigator. He wanted to know about our oil can sales. He upset Denise the Hoagie Girl. Not the Hoagie Girl again. Is that the one? I love that Denise the Hoagie Girl now has a story arc with Annoyed Wawa Supervisor, because last night Gino Bisconti was hitting on Denise the Hoagie Girl. And so now Denise has this whole arc. Pickwick Pub says, I would say NLO has jumped the shark, but we all know he can't even skip off the ground. He's fat. It's a fat joke. Thanks, buddy.
He floated over the shark because he's very buoyant, and especially in salt water, it's very easy.
I have difficulty cleaning my butthole, says, without Steel Toe, I'd still have 11 viewers. It's a good point. If that. Mr. Nagel says, smacking Johnny doesn't help his walking, but he gets all the UHF channels now. That's kind of nice.
Yeah, dude. It's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah. You get all the extra antenna channels, and but the walking is still escaping you.
It doesn't go the South Park way, though. Like, if you smack me, all of a sudden I fart, and then I bend over painfully and crap like a fucking satellite relay, right? That's I don't want that to happen.
Son of a bitch. All right, I'm not going to mention how close we are. I promised myself I wouldn't mention how close we are.
Stop edging. It's not helping
I promised myself I wouldn't mention how close we are. Thank you, boys and girls. Okay, now if everybody who unsubbed as a joke would resub, I think that would be just about it. Thank you, boys and girls. All right, we have to talk about Joe Rogan today. Joe Rogan making some news over the weekend. He had Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on his show. And they were talking about Big Pharma, and they were talking about vaccines, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was just fucking hammering in to the pharmaceutical industry. And Joe Rogan hates the pharmaceutical industry too, and he's got some skepticism. You know, it's very weird when we're talking about YouTube and these other places where people have to be worried about what they see with their own two eyes and expressing it in public, lest they get punished by the corporations. If you really sit down for a second and think about that, that is frightening. Like, that's really a scary thought, a scary concept, that one of the biggest information sharing platforms, YouTube, will punish you if you speak openly the wrong way about something you're observing, about something you're seeing. For example, I have noticed, and there's data to back me up on this. I have noticed that a lot of 17, 18, 19-year-old athletes are dropping dead during games and at practice at a rate much higher than we usually see. They're having cardiovascular problems at a lot higher rate than they did a few years ago. And that's something that I can't not notice. But if I talk about that a certain way, and if I wonder if a certain thing that came along in the last 2 years that is proven to cause myocarditis might have something to do with these heart problems, then I might have my fucking channel taken away.
Well, they don't want you talking that way about the big C virus. It was a big thing and it was a problem and we had a lot of issues with it and we don't want to talk about its lasting effects. Why would you bring up that horrible, horrible thing from China? That's the only thing that's happened in the last couple of years that could have done it.
So now Joe Rogan has RFK Jr. on, and this is, of course, why it was such a smart and necessary move for Joe Rogan to leave YouTube and go to Spotify. He couldn't have this conversation on YouTube.
Do you think YouTube, because I get that, like, your channel couldn't have this conversation. They'll be like, all right, yeah, take your pittance channel and F off. But Joe Rogan, even if he was, like, still there and didn't go to Spotify, he had such a huge audience. Do you think they'd really push him down like that? And
I do.
Block the channel?
I do. I think they'd strike him. I think they'd do all of it. I do. I think it is so, it's such a philosophy thing that it goes beyond like, oh, we'll treat this channel with millions of viewers. There's certain things like nudity. There's certain things like sexuality. There's certain things like bullying and harassment where a big channel can get away with a lot more than a small channel. But that vaccine thing and that COVID thing was so ingrained in ideology that I think they would almost take joy in punishing Joe Rogan. They would feel like they were putting him in his place. So now Rogan gets to have these conversations with RFK Jr. that the rest of us can't have. I mean, it is so amazing. I was talking with my neighbors about this weekend while the kids were out playing and whatnot. I was like, dude, I mean, we see it. We see what's happening. We see people, high school kids, college kids, prime of their life, athletes, the whole deal, and they're fucking dropping dead, and none of us can even ask if maybe, this thing might have contributed to it. I mean, that's really, I can't even think about it because it frustrates me so much. If I don't think about it and I forget that it's occurring, it doesn't work me up. But now we get into it on the show. It works me up. It makes me upset because it makes no sense. And the people doing it won't admit why they're doing it. You know me. There's a big part of me where if you just admit what a piece of shit you are and you admit like what you're doing is evil and it's terrible and it's, fuck you, I'm doing it anyway, that makes me feel better. There's something about me. And Corey and I always had that disagreement on the show where I would say, hey, Corey, at least they're saying it. At least I don't have to feel crazy now. They're saying it. And he's like, it's still bullshit. I'm like, yeah, but I don't know. I don't really care about, it's still bullshit. At least they'll say there's a part of this where me feeling like a crazy person is part of the problem for me. And once you say, yeah, fuck you, we're doing this because we don't want you talking about that, like in Liar Liar, because it's devastating to my case. There's something about you admitting it that makes me go, oh, okay, so now you're admitting you're my opponent. It's honest. You're looking at me right square in the face and telling me that you're evil. Okay, that I can handle. But the we're looking out for you and we're on your side and we're here to help people and we're here to save lives. And then banning people, blocking people, not letting people
express
an opinion about hardly an opinion, by the way. They're watching something happen and they're observing what's happening and thinking, hey, could these dots be connected? And gone existed.
What are you doing with that pen? Stop connecting dots.
Yes.
Take your noticinol and shut up.
Right. Ryobi says, I'd respect you more if you just tell me the truth. Exactly. Even if the truth is evil, even if the truth is terrible or awful, I respect you more if you say it to me.
Well, it's like the Carlin bit that he did about Bill Clinton when he was explaining how people how can everyone vote for Bill Clinton? How does he get, both sides? He's like, because Bill Clinton is, at least honest. Every politician's like, I'm here to help you, whatever. And then Bill Clinton's like, hey, I'm a huge piece of shit. What do you think about me? And then everyone goes, well, at least he's honest. And then that's kind of how it went.
People are pointing out that, the podcast with RFK already hit 40 million people's ears, 100 times more viewers than CNN. I feel like that's 200 times. Doesn't CNN only have like 200,000 viewers at this point? They're really down there.
Yeah, they're hurting, especially after everything that just happened where they're getting rid of the guy that shook everything up. So everyone's like, you know what? I don't like this new direction CNN's going in. Hey, we're going to go in a new direction. Who knows what it's going to be? But I'm sure everyone will stick around for that, see what happens on CNN.
It's like a restaurant changing their theme twice in 2 months. You're like, you were just a Mexican restaurant. Now you're a barbecue joint? How's this working? Great.
They brought in the bar rescue guy, and he shifted everything up. And like so many of these places, after the show got done and the bump got done, they just switched it all back to the way it was before. And surprise, surprise, you're back to an 80% male clientele, and you're not getting anybody in here. You got too many people over pouring your drinks, so you're going to lose too much money hand over fist. You might as well just fucking give it all away.
A lot of people with that bar rescue, they get John Taffer in there to redesign their bar, give it a successful formula, and redecorate it, and then they sell the fucking thing. It's actually kind of brilliant.
That's not a bad idea. The one that pisses me off are the people that get John Taffer in there. They go with everything he wants to do. One of the last ones I saw, the guy was sitting there going, yeah, I got to be more responsible. I got to be a better owner. And then the assistant manager guy that's like part owner or whatever is like, I got to stop hitting on the ladies and trying to pick up my dates at work. It's not really a good idea. And stop comping everybody for meals and drinks to impress them, like especially again the ladies, and so they do everything. The place is packed, everybody's happy with how it's going. This is a great winning formula. And they literally, as John Taffer's leaving, they do the text part on the screen. A month after John Taffer left, they rewound everything back. They switched to the old name, and other than redoing the inside, they kept everything inside the way it was, but they just switched it all back, and everything's back to the way it was before.
And they're just full steam ahead in the way they used to do shit. Gray Duckling, thank you for the 1999. He says, Aaron, I'm a piece of shit. See, I love Gray Duckling. He just now when he says things, I can go, oh, and I got to keep in mind that guy's a piece of shit. 180 away from nailing it and doing overtime today. So Joe Rogan has this conversation with RFK Jr. Do you remember the MSNBC doctor who wore that fucking bow tie and looked like a walrus? Do you remember him? It's okay if you don't.
I don't.
MSNBC used to have this doctor on in the peak of COVID and when the vaccine was coming out. And I'm not going to say that this guy was a paid shill who was only there as a hired assassin to push propaganda. But he only came around, and I only heard of this guy once the vaccine came out and COVID was a thing. And then ever since that all died down, I haven't seen him back on that network before making clips. So I'm not saying that this guy was like a pinch hitter who was specifically put in because he hits .417 against lefties. But I'm just saying, since the Overton window put a right-handed pitcher in, I haven't seen him at bat. Put it that way. Well, he decided to crack whip with Joe Rogan over the Robert F. Kennedy Jr. interview. Now, here's the thing. MSNBC, I don't think, would ever have RFK Jr. on to talk about the things that Rogan had him on to talk about. But Rogan has had the bow tie doctor and RFK Jr. on his show. So, I mean, again, it's kind of like when The Daily Show with Jon Stewart was really popular. It's not a good look for the media when the comedian is a more trusted source of information than you are. But
Joe also doesn't look good for you to then shit on that comedian and try to make him look bad. Like you could attempt to, I don't know, improve your product and do better by your audience. That's an idea.
Yeah, but, I mean, you could give it a shot.
Or don't.
But they do. They speak without a hint of irony when they go after Joe Rogan as if they still think it's 1965 and they're the arbiters of honesty and where America goes for its feelings and its soul. And they talk about Joe Rogan as if they have any authority to talk about decency and misinformation and propaganda. They honest to God think we see them as Walter Cronkite and not as, I don't know, Gordon Gekko, perhaps.
And the weird part is, too, we were just talking about this a second ago. They're going after you for misinformation. They're punishing you for all this stuff. But then, months go by and they're like, hey, that thing we punished everyone for and we said was a horrible lie and how dare you? Turns out it's totally true. We're admitting this at 11:59 at night, just in case nobody can hear. All right, good.
And nobody gets their stuff back. Nobody gets except Twitter. Elon did give people their Twitters back. But nobody gets their YouTube channels back or anything like that. They just go, oh, hey, that thing we yelled at you guys for and ostracized you from your family and friends and your job and your personal life? Yeah. That thing you were so passionate about and you knew that we were up to something? Yeah, we just want to let you know we were up to something. It's like, well, good. Go get me my fucking life back. Oh, I'm sorry. We can't do that. We just wanted to. So it's almost like they destroyed you. They gaslit the shit out of you. They told you were insane for thinking the way you think. They damaged your reputation. And then when they came back,
they told you were right and fucked off.
Then they told you were right, only to torture you further because they said, oh, and by the way, you're not getting any of those things back. You were just correct. It's a fucking Twilight Zone episode. So Joe Rogan and this Peter Hotez, the bow tie wearing weirdo, creepy doctor. Again, whether it was Tucker Carlson when he was on CNN or it's this Peter Hotez guy, if you can't cut your fucking hair right and you're wearing a bow tie and you look like a slob, I immediately don't take you as seriously as I would somebody else. Like, Joe Rogan looks good.
I expect the bow tie to spin.
Yeah, that too. And I expect like a whistly sound to play when you do it. Just a phew, and you're spinning the little bow tie. Well, Joe Rogan blasted a COVID vaccine advocate over accusing him of spreading health misinformation and calling him a, quote, neo-fascist. Now, here's the problem with saying words like that. I know that a Dr. Peter Hotez is just a giant propaganda piece of shit, so using the word neo-fascist to him doesn't mean anything. It's just a way to silence somebody. It's just a way to get what he wants ultimately. He's a sociopath. He's using it blankly. There's no real, wicked intent.
It's a trigger phrase.
Yeah. Guys like Joe Rogan, who still deal in a little bit of intellectual honesty, see the word neo-fascist and they go, you motherfucker, you don't call me are you out of your goddamn mind calling me a neo-fascist? To some people, to use this phrase, them's fighting words. Calling someone a fascist.
The funny part is if they look into the phrase they're throwing at these people, they might realize they're a lot more in line with a neo-fascist than the person they're painting as one.
Right, exactly. I love it. The people who are like, all right, we need to circumvent the Constitution. We need to shut down everyone's businesses, take away everyone's jobs, lock kids in their home, don't let them go to school, fuck up their brains, and anyone who's against us is a fascist. Time the fuck out. Hold on. That's like saying, we're going to take everybody's land, we're going to close down their bank accounts, we're going to confiscate all their wealth, and we're going to redistribute it as we see fit. And anyone who's against us is a communist. Hold on a minute.
How did we make this roundabout?
What you're doing is communism. Well, your YouTube channel is gone, clearly. So he calls Rogan a neo-fascist. And here's what I hate about guys like Peter Hotez, is that they'll throw around the word neo-fascist. And Rogan's like, are you calling me a fascist, you piece of shit? Do you want to fucking come on my show and we'll have this out? And he's like, whoa, Joe Rogan is all of a sudden just threatening me after I just tried to start a conversation. No, you use the word neo-fascist. He called you out for it, and now you're trying to play victim. Peter Hotez is a self-described, that's always a good start. Just like I'm a self-described good broadcaster. Peter Hotez is a self-described, internationally recognized physician scientist in neglected tropical diseases and vaccine development. Now, I just want to point something out, Johnny, and I can tell by your face. That's not a real title.
No.
Internationally recognized. First of all, you don't get to be a self-described, internationally recognized physician. the thing that makes you an internationally recognized physician is that people who are international recognize you, meaning they say it. That's like giving yourself a nickname, like, oh yeah, my name's Peter, but you can call me the Bruiser. Whoa, wow, is that your nickname? Well, it's the one I gave myself. What? No. Hold on. I always need a good sneeze during a rant.
The Bruiser.
Yeah. Oh, well, people call you the Bruiser? I mean, not yet, but I figure if I say it enough, they probably will.
People call you the Bruiser? Well, one person does. Who? Me in the mirror.
Wait, people call you the Bruiser? Well, just one person calls me the Bruiser. Oh, who calls you that? Well, the Bruiser does. So he calls.
Your name's Taserface? What was your second choice? Scrotum Hat?
Peter Hotez is a self-described, internationally recognized physician scientist in neglected tropical diseases and vaccine development. Hotez expanded his public profile during COVID-19 by making countless appearances on cable news, where he rigorously advocated the COVID vaccine for all ages. Now, I'm not trying to get myself a strike here, but I do know that for the most part, totally healthy, young children with no pre-existing conditions typically did not die from COVID-19.
Nope. I think the FDA found that overall the benefits and the risks made the overall process not worth the squeeze.
Right. I'm not sure it was really. Well, anyway, Rogan had Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on, and this Peter Hotez guy didn't like it. And of course he didn't like it. Look, follow the money. A guy like Peter Hotez raised his profile and made way more money in speaking engagements, possible book deals. Shilling for big pharma on TV is a lucrative career path. And you think this guy wants Robert F. Kennedy Jr. going on a show with tens of millions of fans and talking
on that?
Yeah, and talking shit about Peter Hotez's fucking bread and butter, his gravy train? Of course not. So on Saturday morning, Hotez shared an article on Twitter from Vice. I mean, Johnny, I always, when I'm trying to make my point, I share an article from a remarkably biased news source that's going through bankruptcy proceedings. That's who I always quote. Hotez shared an article on Twitter from Vice titled, "Spotify has stopped even sort of trying to stem Joe Rogan's vaccine misinformation. They are so afraid of Joe Rogan having any conversation that is not pre-approved by them that they will start to try and cut Spotify's head off." Now, let me point something out. Spotify just laid off a fuck ton of people.
Right.
Spotify can't turn a profit even with Joe Rogan. So you think in the time where they are bleeding money and having to cut people, you think they're going to punish the biggest star they have on the platform? That's like SiriusXM. And you can think what you want about them, but it's like SiriusXM going, God, we are falling apart. We can't make any money. Nobody wants to listen to us. This is really dog shit. I have an idea. Let's fire Howard Stern. It's the only reason anybody comes to your platform. Same with Joe Rogan and Spotify. So this Peter Hotez guy.
I was going to say much like some other people on some other shows and channels, their audience is aging out. I don't think no offense. What are the new numbers for Howard? How many new people are we in on here? I feel like he's they are clinging to his coattails, but that boat is slowly taking on water.
Yeah, there's this weird thing where SiriusXM numbers seem to really spike during new car season, and then 90 days later, their numbers go back down. I cannot explain it.
It's almost like people listen when it's provided for free because you bought. I mean, they even do it with used cars now. I had a Sirius thing, and I never used it.
Yeah.
Was the best part. They gave it to me for 3 months, and they're like, hey, your Sirius membership is about to expire. You better re-up that. And I'm like, oh, I have one of those. Holy shit.
Right. April just got an oil change, and they go, hey, with your oil. So you don't even have to buy a new car anymore. She got an oil change, and they go, oh, by the way, we're going to reactivate your Sirius XM for 3 months for free. So SiriusXM is like, could you just spend like 60, 70 bucks on an oil change and then we'll turn your radio back on? It's like, I guess. So if it takes you 3 months to do those 5,000 miles for an oil change, maybe you just keep getting SiriusXM for free if you can time it out right. Exactly. Griddle Gorilla says, you gave April an oil check. No, go back. I think you misheard it. There was... April. Oh, yeah. Hey, Mikey says, you mean like Tucker and Fox? Well, Fox was different because Fox was remarkably successful. They thought they could settle this lawsuit, get rid of Tucker, and still keep moving on. And it makes sense for them to think that because they did it with O'Reilly and Glenn Beck. Those two were extremely successful. Fox News cut them loose, and they still kept chugging along. It's just
that they had Tucker at the time.
Right. Tucker is now, like, he was a little bit more of a cult of personality, I guess, than those two. So back to the Joe Rogan, Peter Hotez thing. Hotez wrote, quote, and from all the online attacks I'm receiving after this absurd podcast, it's clear many actually believe this nonsense. Well, I mean, Joe Rogan and RFK Jr. talked about how you've kind of been peddling some things that turned out not to be true, and they're criticizing you. People who had their fucking lives ruined by all this COVID shit are mad at people like you, and they're writing mean things to you on Twitter. So I'm sorry, but this whole I'm suffering from online attacks. No, an attack is somebody seeing you in the street and going, Hotez, you fucking propagandist, and then doing something bad to you, which is terrible and should never happen. But people going, hey, Hotez, you're a fucking shithead on Twitter, that's not an attack. That's somebody shitting on you because people like you helped ruin their life. I think
it's really easy to get away from that. Just stop being a person in the public light. You're done.
Just don't be an asshole. So a lot of the shit that you put forward, a lot of the shit that you promoted harmed people. It affected their lives. It didn't occur in a bubble, Mr. Bowtie. And so when those people find out that you may not have been getting it all right, but you spoke with the authority of someone who was right, and you helped promote rules that affected their lives negatively, it's not an attack for them to shit on you. The Vice article attacked Rogan's recent interview on Spotify with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a skeptic of the mRNA vaccines and Democratic presidential candidate, challenging Joe Biden. Now, forgive me for thinking that Vice had this article written up before RFK Jr. was even on Rogan's show, but that article seemed to come out like right after the episode was released. So I have a feeling that Vice just kind of wrote it up and then Mad-Libs the particular parts where they were like, look, we have an idea of how we want to present this to the public, of how this conversation was. So we'll just write the thing.
ChatGPT write it and then just kind of fine-tuned it.
Exactly. The Vice writer claimed that the interview was, quote, an orgy of unchecked vaccine misinformation, some conspiracy mongering about 5G technology and Wi-Fi, and, of course, Rogan once again praising ivermectin, an ineffective faux COVID treatment. The writer asserted that the Joe Rogan Experience episode promoted Kennedy's most dangerously incorrect views, a far too extensive list to outline in full, all of which Rogan accepted uncritically, his mouth quite often literally agape in awe. You know what? There's a couple of things that Vice article did that is one of my favorite propaganda tools. Kennedy's most dangerously incorrect views, a far too extensive list to outline in full. No, wait, which one is it? Are they dangerously incorrect, or is it too much of a bother to list them? Because if something is incredibly dangerous and incorrect and could poison the public, then you, as a journalistic enterprise, should take as much time as you need. Remember, you're not using a quill and paper and ink. You're not wasting any of that. You're typing it up on the internet. You can make the whole list of what he said, clip the whole thing out and let people see for themselves. But if you go, oh man, he was so dangerously incorrect, like I don't even have time to put it all up.
He's just wrong. That's all that's important. Just remember, he's wrong.
Yeah.
Because I said so.
Remember, guys, I said he's wrong. I'm from Vice. You can trust me. When have we ever been wrong on anything COVID related or attacked someone unfairly for COVID things? So I'm sorry.
Dangerously incorrect and wrong, and I could prove it But we don't have time, so let's just move on.
Yeah.
He was wrong.
Just trust me. Anytime someone says
lie to you.
Yeah, anytime someone says there's bad things or someone did bad things or said bad things, and then they go, "Oh, I'm not going to list it. It takes too long." Then I don't believe them. I don't believe them. Unless I've heard it with my own ears. I'm sorry. So Rogan fired back at Hotez this weekend and said, "Peter, if you claim what RFK Jr. is saying is misinformation, I'm offering you $100,000 to the charity of your choice to fight me to the death with knives." No, I'm kidding. To $100,000 to the charity of your choice if you're willing to debate him on my show with no time limit. Now, that sounds reasonable, right? RFK Jr. comes on and he debates with this bow tie Hotez guy.
He was complaining about the hate for just wanting to have a conversation. This is a conversation. A debate is a conversation.
Right. We'll have the conversation. And by the way, I think from now on we should call this guy Hotez Jesus instead of Peter Hotez.
I keep wanting to call him Emotez.
Emotez, yeah. So $100,000 to the charity of your choice if you're willing to debate him on my show with no time limit. Now,
sure, he accepted.
You can't say no to this because I've seen credible scientists, professors, intelligent people debate flat earthers. Like they'll take the time to talk to flat earthers and discuss with them why they're full of shit on the flat earth thing. So RFK Jr. to me is not as crazy as a flat earther. I'll be totally honest with you. There's a lot of shit RFK Jr. says that makes me go, this guy might be wound a little too tight. This guy might be a little crazy. But, there's some things he says where I'm like, wow, this guy's got some fucking balls on him. But to not talk to a guy or you won't debate a guy because they're like, oh, well, he's just wrong about so many things. I don't even have time to list it. It's like, well, then you're not a very smart guy if you can't make your argument. Now, Hotez...
pretty easy from the sounds of things.
Yeah, Hotez responded to Rogan, but then quickly deleted the tweet. Who is he? Chad Zumock? Be serious, Joe. That's what you throw out for your hunting buddies on a weekend. $50 million endowment, which you, Spotify, RFK Jr. can easily afford. Not for me, but so we can continue making low-cost, patent-free vaccines for the world's poor, preceded by RFK Jr.'s public apology. So this little piece of shit who's so sure that Rogan's dangerous and RFK Jr. is wrong and they're both stupid and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, won't take $100,000 to come on Rogan's show. But he'll consider it if Rogan puts $50 million to an endowment that gives out low-cost, patent-free vaccines and RFK Jr. apologizes publicly. Well, wait a minute. Why would he? What's the point of debating him if he apologizes publicly for the shit he said?
Yeah, I mean, it literally is like, hey, look, I'll have this debate so long as you pay me an absurd amount of money. Because, by the way, I'm sure that $50 million doesn't make its way in some way back to you with this endowment. And before we have this debate, you have to come out publicly and go, I'm wrong about everything, and I'm sorry.
Right. All right, you have to put $50 million, which even to a guy like Joe Rogan, I don't think people understand how net worth works like a guy like him. $50 million would very much hurt Joe Rogan financially a lot.
Yeah.
That's not something he can afford. People look at his net worth and they go, oh, he's worth like $300 million. Okay, let's say you had $300 and that's all you had between you and starvation. And someone made you pay $50 for something. And now you're going, well, shit, man. I just went from $300 to $250. I gotta start watching this money. That put me in a bind.
And some of this is kind of, invested in stuff where It's like I'm supposed to be paying $100 for this and 2 and 20 for that. And I mean, it's going to come back in a way eventually, but no, I don't think so.
No. So this Hotez guy clearly trying to get out of the debate. And like you said it perfectly. This Hotez guy says, and RFK Jr. has to publicly apologize. So you have to shell out $50 million for me to debate RFK Jr. on vaccines. And then RFK Jr. before the debate has to tell everyone that I'm right and he's wrong. Then what's the point? Hotez replied to Rogan, Joe, you have my cell, my email. I'm always willing to speak with you. Rogan then slammed Hotez, saying, This is a non-answer. I challenged you publicly because you publicly quote tweeted and agreed with that dog shit Vice article. If you're really serious about what you stand for, you now have a massive opportunity for a debate that will reach the largest audience in this discussion. He's not wrong. I mean, Rogan knows what kind of big stick he's carrying. And
he does understand that he does quintessentially have the biggest audience. I think second to him is really right now, maybe Tucker on Twitter.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, those are those are probably the two biggest guys. The prolific podcaster added, to those misunderstanding what he's saying, he's not agreeing to debate RFK Jr. He's just offering to come on my show by himself. Oh, so he's okay. So that makes sense now. He's saying RFK Jr. has to say he was wrong. You have to give $50 million to. I love how RFK Jr. and Joe Rogan's whole point was we're skeptical of these mRNA vaccines. We're skeptical of how much they've been tried out and tested. And then the guy's like, okay, well, what you have to do before I'll come on your show is RFK Jr. has to say he was wrong, and you have to promote the shit out of mRNA vaccines with $50 million. It's like I'm advocating against child trafficking. And this guy goes, oh, Aaron, it's not that bad. And I go, oh, yeah, come on my show and fucking talk to me about it. He's like, all right, but first you have to denounce what you said about being anti-child trafficking. And number two, you have to give me $50 million to traffic kids. No.
You have to publicly come out and endorse NAMBLA with a financial... What?
Yes, there you go. You have to give $50 million to NAMBLA, or I won't be on your show to talk about your thoughts on how bad child trafficking is.
50 million. I already gave them 10. How much more do they need? I mean, why would I do that?
Rogan shared a reported screenshot of a May 2023 tweet from Hotez claiming that he was concerned about a pretty formidable coalition with neo-fascist leanings that included Rogan, RFK Jr., Elon Musk, and Tucker Carlson. Sounds like a pretty rad party they're having there on the neo-fascist side.
Neo-fascist? Yeah. You mean the people that keep saying, let's talk about different... Like, literally, Joe Rogan, a fascist? The guy's like, I'll just talk to anybody and we'll do some ayahuasca and see what happens. Like, yeah. Fucking, really, that's a fascist? Holy shit.
Well, that's just like Hitler. You remember when Hitler said, the Juden has a problem in Germany, and if anyone wants to have a discussion or a debate about this, I will meet them in the debate hall and we will discuss it. I will have a rabbi and a banker with me and a merchant, and we will discuss whether or not the Juden are to blame. We will have an open and honest conversation. I will even pay the Jews $100,000 to have this talk. That's how fascists behave. Yep. Now, Hotez later deleted the tweet. He really is Chad Zumock. Because he said, I decided to take down my tweet on the Tucker-Elon alliance. Some very smart people I respect thought my concerns were premature or shouldn't be labeled at this point. Another too over the top. I agreed. I guess we'll see what unfolds. So basically what he's saying is, even my liberal buddies told me I was talking like kind of a shithead. So I took that one down.
Even my handlers were like, hey, how about you back off just a little bit?
Yeah. Rogan then asked Hotez, he had a screenshot of it. He says, are you sure I'm not part of a coalition with neo-fascist leanings? Seems like that's really what you think, or what you're projecting to the masses. Now, what makes this exchange really interesting is that Rogan never goes off on Twitter.
No.
Like Rogan
he doesn't really go off a lot except on his show.
Right. He never goes on Twitter and starts, flaming people. So for this guy to earn that treatment from Joe, you've got to kind of be a special piece of shit.
You had to have irritated the fuck out of him for him to be like, all right, and now it's time to punch down, because that's what it is.
RFK Jr. accepted the challenge and said, Peter, let's finally have the respectful, congenial, informative debate that the American people deserve. Elon Musk jumped into the fray by replying, maybe Peter Hotez just hates charity. Musk asked Hotez if he endorses Vice, then shared a 2007 Vice article documenting Colombian women who have sex with donkeys. Musk told Rogan on Twitter he's afraid of a public debate because he knows he's wrong. So this guy Hotez has been on Rogan's show before. Joe has let him talk his shit on Joe's show. Rogan also had RFK Jr. on his show to give his perspective. And Joe, to me, seemed like he was just telling this guy, why don't we have both of you on at the same time? Because Clearly, he has problems with what you're pushing. You clearly have been talking shit about this episode. Let's hammer it out on the show.
Right.
Seems reasonable. And then this guy tries to back out.
Steve, I mean, if you're going to back out, just do it on the grounds of, look, we can't have a debate. I can't fucking understand the guy.
Yeah.
I got to wait for the episode to come out and then have the talk to text thing. And even then the computer's like, what did he say?
Yeah. Stevie J says about neo-fascists. Yeah, you remember the Nazis when they said that thing, blood, soil, and sizable donations to a charity of your choice. We all remember when that was the saying in Germany. Do you not remember how Churchill said, we will debate them on the beaches? Says Papa Dan. Exactly. Ian Ajah says, no, Joe the Toad. Joe Rogan got smeared by CNN for getting better sooner by using other therapeutics. Then he went ham and spoke out. It doesn't even matter who's right or wrong to me in shit like this. To me, what I notice is who's willing to discuss it and who's not. Like anytime I see people go, hey man, I could be wrong. Why don't you and I talk about it? Maybe I'll learn something. And then another guy goes, no, we should just shut this whole fucking thing down. It's blah, 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 blah. I worry.
You're so wrong. I can't even tell you about it. Like,
yeah.
What?
I worry about that second guy. I love that people who want to shut down conversation and don't want to debate, they're calling other people neo-fascists. Coworkers, get a load of him. That's rich.
I love people who are calling other people neo-fascists. Say, look, I will only have this debate if you give me a shit ton of money and you immediately admit you're wrong publicly, and then I get to come on by myself and just tell you what I think.
Look, all you have to do, throw $50 million at me, tell everyone you're a fucking idiot, and then let me come on and tell everybody what the real information is. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Let's, do you want to listen to some of this Peter Hotez on Rogan's show when he was on?
Yeah.
Let's check this out. Listen to Hotez explain to Joe Rogan why he doesn't want to debate Robert Kennedy Jr. on vaccines.
Yeah, I mean, I'm uncomfortable with the idea of a debate because it's like debating. I don't know. It's like debating a Holocaust denier. Whether the Holocaust.
I would debate a Holocaust denier because
I'd love to debate a Holocaust denier.
I might learn something. No, I'm just kidding. If I debate a Holocaust denier, I know that I have enough facts to counteract whatever horseshit they're going to throw at me. So let's do it.
And I know I have pictures of the wooden door. Oh, wait, I am the Holocaust.
God damn it. I have a debate with a Holocaust denier every single day when I sit down by myself and think about I do that. No. Why were there soccer fields? Shut up. Why would you have a maternity ward if you were just going to fuck off? I mean, do you know how many people you'd have to kill in a day with the things running for 6 months? It doesn't matter. Shut up. So Peter Hotez, why would I debate with you? It would be like debating a Holocaust denier. Like I said before, professors and scientists sit down and debate flat earthers. Why? Because if you're confident that the truth of the information is on your side, you debate. It's easier to debate a guy who you think is a conspiracy theorist and a moron.
Yeah. What's he going to do? Prove you right?
Everything that comes out of this Peter Hotez's guy's mouth comes 100% from Shillville. It's remarkable.
Holocaust exists. I mean, not that this rises to the
I understand
same level,
what you're saying,
yeah.
But if you're, again, I want to bring this up. If you're complaining there's 19 books ahead of yours that are anti-vaccine books, you've already lost the battle.
Is that what this guy was complaining about?
Yeah, there's anti-vaccine books that are ahead of his. And it's just like, you won't talk about why those are wrong. You'll just say they're wrong and you should listen to me.
Joe, I wrote a book that I thought was going to make me really rich, and a bunch of other guys got in front of me and said the opposite of what I said. They were way more charismatic. They're the kind of guys who used to beat me up in high school and call me a nerd and a dork. And all of their books are selling better than mine. So this isn't about me being hostile and angry and childhood abuses and problems coming to light and me projecting onto other people. It's just about scientific truth, Joe. Why are their books better than mine? I'm smart. I'm not dumb, not like everybody says. I'm smart, and I want respect.
I'm being super serial, you guys.
I knew about the vaccine. I was right about the vaccine. It's good. And I was passed over. Fucking Fredo Hotez over here.
Like, it's time to regroup. And maybe regrouping would be confronting someone with actual scientific information. I mean, you are a real doctor. You're a guy who actually studies this. And you're a man who understands the science.
Regardless of what your bow tie says about our ability to take you seriously.
And regardless of what your actual, opinions being sent out, and your inability as a scientist to debate those against you.
I need to, you know what? We're going to do Fredo Hotez as a short.
Okay.
Today, I need to, I'm going to keep up in my short game, so I'm going to tag the time on that one.
There you go.
You're a legitimate academic. You could actually put a dent in this with a real conversation.
Yeah, potentially. Potentially.
Yeah, I mean, what would he be able to say?
Okay, now he's Rocky 3. You want to
potentially.
break me down? Is that what you want to do? All right, fine, I'm afraid. For the first time in my life, I'm afraid.
Oh, God. I love it when people are like, yeah, I could do something about this. I could.
And there is no and. I'm just telling you.
Just saying I could.
Really. Rogan is such an earnest guy. He's not one of these guys who uses his intelligence to like manipulate people and get them to say certain shit. He's such an earnest guy that he just says shit right to your face openly, honestly. Like, he's just very matter of fact. He goes, well, if you're so fucking smart and you're upset that these guys are, all their books that criticize the vaccine are ahead of you, you're a smart guy. Couldn't you just talk to them and you'd convince people and they'd see how right you are? And you're like, maybe, but really, I'm just a paid pharma shill, and I kind of get my talking points to them. And unless you let me wear an earpiece where the CEO of Pfizer can just tell me what to say during the debate, I got to be honest, I'm a rudderless ship.
Look,
Like,
I
what
could
did-
have this debate. We could have this discussion and solve this on the points and on the facts, but then you'd agree with him. So I'm just going to say what I'm saying.
Why won't
and
you
say,
have this?
buy my book?
Why won't you have this debate with RFK Jr.? I could lose. Then people would think I'm an asshole. Well, now you're on. You could have had the debate and people would think you're an asshole, or you could yell about it on Twitter and now everybody knows you're an asshole. So which one worked out better for you?
Honestly, that haircut and that bow tie screams asshole.
Right. I can't, like, look, man, you could be, if he was saying the same shit RFK Jr. said about vaccines, I wouldn't believe him because he looks like a fucking dork. I can't.
Just comb it back.
Yeah. Jimmy, what does that doctor look like to you? Dorks. He looks like a couple of dorks.
Take on it.
There's
Well,
a sign
remember-
in my front yard that says "Dead Dork Storage."
Do you see a sign in my front yard that says dead vaccinated people storage? No, man, I didn't see no sign. No, you didn't see any sign because it ain't fucking there because storing dead vaccinated bodies ain't my fucking business, Jules. Now, if MSNBC comes home from work and sees a dead vaccinated person in my garage, I'm going to get fucking divorced. I don't want to get divorced. Don't Jimmy me, Jules. Oh man, Joe, this is really good ayahuasca. Look, you don't have to tell me how good my ayahuasca is, okay? I buy the shit. When MSNBC goes out and buys ayahuasca, they buy shit. I buy the good stuff because I want to taste it. But you know what I'm concerned about? It ain't the ayahuasca in my studio. It's the piece of shit doctor who won't debate RFK Jr.
Yeah, potentially.
In my garage.
Potentially.
Yeah, I mean, what would he be able to say? Like, what is his take on it?
Well, remember, he's an attorney, and he's very clever, right? And
Right.
you know, he knows how to do arguments in court. And what am I? I'm a scientist. so
Right, but do you think that he wants
What am I? I'm a scientist.
I won't debate him because he's a lawyer and I'm a scientist. Now, look, he talks really well. All I have as a scientist are allegedly facts on my side. I don't feel
Facts and information.
Yeah, I don't feel good about my facts and information. I love how RFK Jr. is the lawyer, but this is the guy talking like one.
I love how the guy, again, the guy who has a very hard to follow voice. You're afraid to debate that guy because he's just such a smooth talking lawyer. You're going to get painted into a corner and all you have are facts and information. So what are you going to do? Share those? No.
Oh, this guy's a fucking
and I love the shit-eating grin. What am I? I'm just a scientist.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of It's Pat from SNL. He's a lawyer. What am I? I'm a scientist. Oh. Let's watch a clip of Rogan trying to talk sense into this guy going, hey, man, all you ever do is push pharmaceutical shit. What about like diet and exercise and stuff that we know helps fend off disease and build a stronger immune system? Let's see if this guy accepts that premise or if Peter Hotez just shills for big pharma. Again, this is the guy who says RFK Jr. and Joe Rogan are neo-fascists. They're in line with Elon Musk. He knows all the truth, and these guys are spreading vaccine misinformation. Let's see if the Pfizer check cleared before this show.
Do you take care of your immune system in other ways? Do you take probiotics? Are you
Twitter
about your diet?
I'm not as cautious about my diet as I should be. I'm a junk foodaholic.
Get the fuck out of town. You mean with those teeth and those chins?
You telling me Wilford Brimley has diabetes?
You tell me this guy doesn't run. Fuck that. Can't run. He can't even comb his hair. I'm going to trust this guy with my health?
Actually.
Well, that seems like a terrible thing for your health.
It is a terrible thing for my health and something my wife is working on.
But that seems ridiculous for someone who...
Oh, hold on. I just lost $50. This guy said he has a wife. Hold on. Let me just mark that. Not.
Give me a break.
Not gay.
Break me off a piece of that BBC.
works with health.
Yeah.
What's going on with you, man?
Sometimes, man, I just don't get it right.
How often?
What?
How often?
How often do I steal a bag of chips or something like that?
How often do you not get it right?
I don't know. No, hopefully not every day, but
hopefully not every day.
Yeah, maybe a couple of times a week. That's what.
That means every day, by the way. This motherfucker's
Hopefully not every day. I mean, I don't keep count because the information would be, I don't know, detrimental to my case, but I'm a scientist.
Yeah, I'd look like a real piece of shit if I told you the truth, Joey.
With Rachel, my daughter with autism, that's like our thing is to...
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. You're telling me that this guy is shitting on Rogan and RFK Jr. for like the vaccine stuff, for mRNA vaccines, and now he's sitting there going, all I do is I hawk vaccines all day long. I think they're wonderful. Everybody should be shot up all over the place. Anyway, my daughter with autism, it's like, look, am I a vaccine causes autism guy? No. However, do I think it's a good... You can't bring that up. You got to know who you're fucking talking to here.
Yeah, but he doesn't. He thinks that if I bring that up, I become, again, another victim. This is another virtue signal. I'm a parent of a child with autism, so I understand how great the medical industry is because, of course, the medical industry is helping me with my child with autism, and in no way, absolutely no way, caused it.
That's like me sitting here going, the vaccine is fine. Anyone who says it gives you myocarditis or anything like that is completely full of shit. And then I go, anyway, I have a son who's a high school athlete. He's got myocarditis, and he's trying to figure out how to navigate those waters. Let's continue to watch this guy in bed. You know what's fun about guys like Peter Hotez is they can get in a beef with Rogan, and then they can argue their end, and Rogan can argue his end. But in the end, you can just play the guy and watch him talk, and regardless of what's coming out of his mouth, by his demeanor, his character, just the way he carries himself, you can just kind of see the guy's a piece of shit.
Go to the it's called the burger joint or to Shake Shack to get a cheeseburger. We'll sneak some fries. So
sneak
fries.
You won't sneak some. No, you won't sneak some fries. You'll order them. I love how he's like, I'll just sneak some fries, because I'm tricky. No, you'll say to the person, I would also like some fries with my cheeseburger.
By the way, I'd like those fries large. I'm going to eat those on the way home and discard the container and then pretend all I got was the beverage and the burger.
You know what? Sometimes I just don't want to be Oh, you're still talking about him. Oh, sorry. I got defensive there for a second. I apologize.
Sometimes I need some fucking fries, Johnny.
I love this guy because you know why he's uncomfortable and squirming and using words like sneaking is because he knows what Joe's getting. He's smart enough to know what Joe's getting at here, and he knows he's kind of been caught hand in the fry basket, if you will.
So
You got me. Hand in the cookie jar. Wait, where? Here.
You got me. Hand in the cookie jar.
Large, we call it.
like that mouth pleasure so much, you're willing to sacrifice a little bit. I am.
Yeah. I have to concede that's the case.
Oh boy, I can look at that nervous touch on the nose, Johnny. I can see why this guy is being wormy about going back on Rogan.
He makes such a great accounting of himself. Why would you not want to go on Rogan? Just get more fans. That's all you're doing. You're not making a huge argument for the person sitting opposite you. Yeah. By the way, Joe Rogan said you won't give up that mouth pleasure. Do people not realize healthy food can taste good too if you just put in some goddamn effort?
Dude, jicama with a little bit of honey mustard on it is delicious.
I hate jicama, but I get you.
Right,
I mean, I like a whole bunch of different shit. I love going breadless and using like just romaine lettuce and doing like meat wraps and things like that. Hummus and shit. There's a lot of delicious things you can do that are also healthy. The idea that only fast food is delicious. No. It's delicious and it's easy.
Yeah. And
you're lazy. That's what it comes down to.
Right. And after you eat the lettuce meat wrap, you don't feel like a giant bag of shit afterwards. It's kind of nice.
I feel great.
Yeah.
Well,
you feel a little gay, but you feel good ultimately.
Yeah, but I always feel a little gay, so I mean, fuck, well, who cares?
We're
already one toe in.
I can't understand why this guy would be so nervous about going on Rogan's show to debate public health again. But also, it would be funny if this guy would be so on brand for this Hotez if he went, yeah, but it's okay, Joe, that I go to fast food places and eat fries because Pfizer has a new blood pressure and cholesterol drug coming out that I want to tell everybody about.
I don't eat healthy exercise, but I've got a new weight loss medication that I'm pimping, and it's doing wonders for me.
It just causes anal leakage and AIDS. That's it.
I mean, I don't have to tell you, but there's a large body of data that connects poor diet to a host of diseases.
Yes, that large body of data is sitting in front of you. That's your large body of data.
The large body of data is the general increasing waist size of the American population.
Yeah, exactly. The large body of data is walking out to its mailbox right now as you look at them.
Mm-hmm. That seems like a crazy decision for a guy in your line of work.
There you go. Sometimes it's not all brain. It's something else.
But I mean,
yeah, it's money from the supporters.
It's money from pharmaceutical companies. That's what it is. I'm going to trust this guy on health, a guy who can't keep his hands out of the fry basket? Get the fuck out of here.
And you can't stop with this shit-eating grin of like, yeah, I'm a horrible piece of shit, and I completely kind of, trash all this other stuff that people are doing for their health. But, one thing we should all be doing for our health that anyone could advocate for just on a general principle. Yeah, I don't really do that.
That's the face.
Such a huge piece of shit.
That's the face you get when your conscience is gone. When you sell your conscience, they replace it with a guilty, uncomfortable smile and giggle. That's just to let you guys know what that is.
I mean, if you ate healthy food, the thing is your body starts craving healthy food. You start feeling
no question. Results. No question about it.
Do you take vitamins?
I don't take vitamins.
Really?
Yeah,
wow.
I don't think they do. I don't think they need it. Because most in the American
I don't think we need vitamins. No, you're right. Someone with he's right about one thing. If you have a balanced diet and you eat well, you probably don't need vitamins. You're getting more than enough of what you need. But if you're, say, I don't know, going to Shake Shack and sneaking the fries, you could sneak a vitamin in there or two.
By the way, no offense, dude. Your again, we'll just go with the word sponsors. Your sponsors, they make a lot of stuff. I bet they also make vitamins.
You think so? You think they probably make some vitamins?
I mean, why leave money on the table if it's there? If I'm already selling you shoes, you might as well pick up a pair of socks. It's a discount if you buy one and you get the other.
Hold up. You don't think they're needed while you're eating junk food?
Well, hopefully I'm not only eating junk food,
Okay,
right?
but there's a large body of clinical research on the efficacy of vitamins, especially vitamins D, vitamins B.
I have taken vitamin D for periods.
I bet you have.
Yeah. you take Midol for cramps too? Or,
I bet you have taken vitamin D, right? And I bet
period.
I bet you it was a suppository also. That vitamin D.
Recommendation.
You see, Johnny, he gets fucked in the ass by dicks.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like I said, he's using that vitamin D for his menstrual cycle when he has periods.
Hey, Stevie Lou, you hear what I fucking said to this guy? I said he takes dicks up his asshole. I said that the vitamin D was dick, Stevie Lou. You hear that? The shit I'm saying to this fucking guy.
What about essential fatty acids, which are great for your brain?
He's
fish
an essential
oil,
fatty.
all these different things that are fantastic.
I'm not gonna argue with you.
What is going on with you, doctor?
You got it. You got it over me. Yeah.
You gotta listen, but you would have a much better argument. Don't you think?
You're making my wife's day here.
If you're taking care of yourself 100%.
I cannot figure out, Johnny, why this guy doesn't want to go back on Rogan again.
It almost seems like he pitched an idea and then immediately got proven wrong with something entirely that he wasn't ready to debate about. And he has nothing to go, I have all my evidence, but he realizes, I can't say I'm not a fat piece of shit. People can see me.
Yeah.
I am a fat piece of shit.
It's like Rogan has Diamond Dallas Page on his show and he goes, show me how to do a suplex. And DDP's like, no fucking idea. I don't know
it's
what
really, really weird to see Joe just kind of in a weird, like, intellectual superiority position. And then like a cat just playing with his food, batting it back and forth. It's really weird to be like, wait a minute, you're the dumb one here, and Joe is just effortlessly swiping you.
That's
wow.
because he's talking to a fake doctor whose whole job is talking points given to him by his benefactors. And Joe is just speaking from the heart. Joe's just, talking about what he thinks and what he feels. And while this poor Hotez guy is having trouble keeping up with Rogan because instead of telling Joe what he believes, he's thinking about what he wants people to hear, and he's thinking about, what he thinks people need to hear and how he can protect his image and this and that. An honest person who may not be as intelligent or have as much information as a guy will always win a debate against someone who's scheming, because the honest person is just cutting right to how they feel, right to the truths, the actual honesty of what they feel, versus the other person who's constantly trying to spin. And you're always going to be playing catch up if that's the dynamic.
Yeah, and that's why I'm so surprised this is going on here, because Joe is debating this incredibly honest, down-to-earth guy who's just shooting truth from the hip, and he's floundering so bad.
Yeah.
But you still need your vaccines.
I'm sure you do, but
oh my God, you need vitamins. You need to be healthy. Yeah, but Joe, don't forget vaccines, Joe. We don't forget. Look, man, I think vaccines are great. I have an MMR vaccine. You know what I've never had in my life, Johnny, because of that vaccine?
What?
Measles, mumps, or rubella. I've had was it Hep B or Hep C? What's the one you get? Hep B. Hepatitis B. I've had a hepatitis B vaccine. You know what I've never had? Hepatitis B. A lot of people have gotten the COVID vaccine. You know what they've also gotten?
COVID.
If I had my measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine and somebody diagnosed me with measles tomorrow, I'd have some fucking questions. I'd want to talk to the people who stuck my arm and go, hey, what the fuck? You gave me a measles vaccine. Right, yeah. I have the measles. Well, yeah. But I'm vaccinated against it. Well, yeah, just because you're vaccinated doesn't mean you can't get it. No, that's literally until a year ago was the CDC and AMA definition of what a vaccine was, that I don't get the thing. What's the shot that women get that prevents the thing that causes cervical cancer?
The freaking
HPV. HPV.
Yeah.
Human papillomavirus. You know what those girls don't get when they get that shot? HPV. It cures that road to cervical cancer. And then this guy, so look, man, I hate it when you talk about the COVID shot and then a guy like Hotez here, Hotez Jesus, he turns it into, I don't think you're just anti-vaccine. No, the vaccines I got when I was a kid, they're wonderful. I'm glad I have them. I'm I'm absolutely pleased that I have them.
I'm anti new vaccines that aren't that again. This is the worst part for anyone that wants to shill for the vaccines. It's not like we have in the last year a proven track record of you guys going, look, you get this vaccine, you're good. Oh, it turns out you get this vaccine, you're pretty good, but you're going to need to get a booster. Oh, if you get the vaccine, you're going to be pretty good, but you're going to need to get several boosters and just, be safe because even though you've had the vaccine, you can still carry and transmit. Right. And, you're going to get sick, but it's going to be way, way less than it used to be because thank God you got it. Again, you guys kept moving the goalpost and we're the assholes for going, is this thing not everything you said it was?
It's almost like we spoke into a microphone. We didn't hear our voice projected. And we went, is this thing on? Is this thing on? And people went, you microphone denier. We just wanted to know where the on switch was, so it worked.
100% instead of
but you still need your vaccines.
I'm sure you do, but vaccines aren't going to prevent cancer.
No, that's true.
Right.
That's
and
true.
There's a lot of diseases.
Or diabetes or cardiovascular disease. Or
and a lot of these diseases are connected directly.
Yeah, don't worry, Doc. You'll find out in 5 years.
The diet.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
And other lifestyle changes.
Yeah. Good to get exercising.
Sedentary life. I try to go on the treadmill for 30 minutes.
You try.
Every morning. I do it. Actually, I'm pretty good about that.
Yeah.
30.
You can't go on the treadmill for 30 minutes. You're acting like you're going landing on Omaha Beach. Going on. And by the way, this guy puts it on a walking pace.
Yeah. Dude, fucking give me my legs back tomorrow. I am doing fucking 10 to 20 minutes on the bike every morning.
Yeah.
Without a problem. Like I'm doing is leg day for like the first week and a half.
I do 30 minutes of I do 10 3-minute rounds of heavy bag work.
That's what he calls his wife.
Yeah, and then I'll do like the stationary bike, and then I'll do some leg lifting and some arm lifting. Probably a total of an hour of stuff. And I'll do that 3 or 4 times a week. And that keeps me between 220 and 225. I mean, that keeps me in a weight that still needs to be about 10 pounds lower than what it is. So for this guy to go walking on the treadmill 30 minutes, but then still sneaking fries from the Shake Shack, dude, that's shooting a BB gun at a freight train there, Doc.
Not only is he walking on the treadmill for 30 minutes, he's got his fries and his Shake Shack shit right there on the treadmill. He's literally eating it while he does it. Like, hey, at least I'm fighting the battle. No, you're just sliding slowly downhill.
Yes, you're fighting the battle the way Ethiopia fought the Italians in 1935. Same fighting the battle.
30 minutes every morning.
Why don't you just go for an actual walk? It's more interesting.
I do that too. So I do 30 minutes on the treadmill in the morning, and then I take a long walk with my wife in the evening.
Oh, that's good.
But the thing that knocks the crap out of you is the travel.
Yes.
I find that very frustrating because you don't exercise right, and then you don't eat well, and you don't control the diet as well. So that's
every fat person has an excuse as to why what works for everyone won't work for them. You got to drop the excuses and you got to just do the thing. All right. Yeah. I know why I can't, even though I have a relatively active workout schedule. I know why my weight's not going down. I go to McDonald's a couple times a week. I drink sodas. Billy likes to drink soda. I consume garbage. That's why. You can't just say, oh, it's the travel. The mere act of getting on a plane and going somewhere doesn't mean that you eat shit and get fat.
Yeah. You don't gain weight because you walked to your gate.
Right.
That's not how that works.
Oh, my God. I got on a plane. I gained 4 pounds. It was fucking remarkable.
They made me sit on that plane for 5.5 hours. Yeah, but you had to walk like a fucking quarter of a mile to and from both times. Right. I feel like you could have at least worked that off.
With weight. If you've got a carry-on bag, you got a little weight on your back and you're walking around.
Solution to that. And eat well and exercise. Those are solutions to that. Just do it. You know, I treat it like I'm brushing my teeth. I brush my teeth every day.
Yeah.
I exercise every day
off.
too.
Yeah.
So when I travel, I don't have an option. When I land, I go to the gym. This is how it goes. I land, I get in my hotel room, I put my shorts on.
Yeah, I do that too. I do that too.
That's the only way.
Yeah.
If you have to do it, if you say this is just what gets done, this is how you do it.
Yeah, I try to be really compulsive about that. So
yeah, I have it written out.
By the way, try to be means he doesn't do it.
Yeah, I try to be really compulsive about it, by which I mean once a quarter of a year, I feel really like a bag of shit, and I give it 10 minutes, and then I go, that's good enough.
He's lying.
I know what I'm going to do, especially if it's great if the hotel has a good gym. The hotel, if they have weights and a bunch of different.
Or
things
I'll
you
run
can do.
outside if we don't have it.
You run?
Yeah.
No.
Do you?
Not very well.
No, you don't.
But
No,
you
he
do?
doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
We
You're
gotta get
lying.
you healthy, buddy.
Yeah.
Can't be pushing only chemicals in injectable forms to facilitate health.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Not chemicals, they're vaccines.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They're
What's in them?
chemicals.
I mean, there's still
no
it's
offense,
some
homie.
sort of chemical.
They're
No.
chemicals.
No, they're antigens, right? They're
What's the
they're
fluid?
macromolecules.
What's the liquid stuff?
Typically, it would be saline or salt water.
Typically. This guy's just full of shit. That's why he doesn't want to. So there we go. We figured out why Dr. Peter Hotez doesn't want to go back on Rogan again. He looked like a bag of shit last time. God.
Yeah, no offense, homie. Calling vaccines chemicals is not an insult, and it's not derogatory in any way. And it is actually a fact. I mean, literally, whenever you're putting something that somebody else, you're putting chemicals into your body, whether they're naturally made or man-made, literally chemicals.
Yeah.
Is what the stuff is made out of.
Dustin Purcell with $5 says the funny thing is that RFK has said on multiple podcasts that he is open to changing his mind, which kills the argument of not debating. Even if the guy's not open to changing his mind, you think that this guy is a neo-fascist. You think RFK Jr. is this horrible guy who's spreading disinformation. If you have better information, you owe it to the public to debate this guy and make him look silly. But old fucking Doritos mustache over here doesn't want to do that because he's already looked foolish once already. Oh, man. And by the way, you're not getting the shit kicked out of you by an elite Harvard intellectual. Joe Rogan is kicking the shit out of you.
The guy who famously played a janitor on news radio is mentally outsmarting you.
Mudda Trucker Gaming says, yeah, Joe Rogan don't travel at all. I like how he's blaming travel on his piss-poor diet to Joe Rogan. Yeah, the guy who's flying to a different place twice a month to do UFC shit, you're going to tell him, oh, yeah, Joe, you can't stay in shape if you're traveling all the time. And Joe's like, yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Like, being in a different geography doesn't change your ability to eat well and exercise. Like,
well, I really want to work out, but I got this jet lag, so I'm just going to have a bag of Doritos and watch Oprah.
Yeah. If I went to Las Vegas and for vacation and I wanted to stay in shape, then what I would do is I would find where Wildcard Gym was, and I would go to the Wildcard Gym. I would get my heavy bag work in, and I could see if a famous boxer could spar with me for one round so I could get beat the fuck out of and say, oh my God, I got the shit beat out of me by a famous professional boxer. It was fucking great.
He ends up getting in there with Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson hits him with one, and he just drops. What happened there? I don't know. I think it's spinal.
Yeah. I saw him twist in half like a Coke top. Fun Show says, is this a fun show or a good show or both? It's all of the above, sir. All of the above.
It's a serious show for serious people.
Exactly. And if you don't treat it as such, then you are an animal. Let's go. I'm going random here. I'm picking up because the chat was moving crazy during that Joe Rogan thing. Griddle Gorilla says, more proof that people with advanced degrees are simply better at doing what they are told. I mean, that guy was hopeless. I understand why he wants to talk shit to Joe on Twitter and then not go back on his show. He looks like a fucking
it doesn't go
buffoon.
well for him.
Oh, man. Oh, Cynically Insane says no Rumble stream. That's helping the numbers. Yay, yes. Sorry I'm late. I did it. Cocktiff says, sorry I'm late. I did it in honor of Juneteenth. Y'all got a Newport I can have. Now see why.
Hold on, let me check. Nope, I'm out.
Why?
I'm going to go get some quick. I so totally will be right back.
Amy Staley says, I'm in a mood because it's too humid, so my paint won't seem to dry before shit starts to warp a little. Then again, it is kind of nice out there. Well, isn't she conflicted?
Mm-hmm.
Joe the Toe says, what could someone really know when they even still consider baby feeders on a woman to also be the male adult sex objects? Wait.
What is he?
It's an odd
I
connection.
don't know what that means.
All right. Well, maybe Peter Hotez thinks a certain way about milkers, apparently. Where are we at? We're 175 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Doing great. Let's go on a couple rallies. Let's knock those out. 175 away, and we will start the week successfully and do some overtime. What do you say? Fun show. Are you going to be a fan of the show, or are you just going to call me racist and shit like that? Because I'll allow you to do that. That's fine. I'll just, just here we go. Ready? Boom. There you go. He was like, what are you going to do? Censor me? Fuck yeah. It's my show. Fuck yeah, I'm going to censor you. If you go, hey, I want to come into your show and I just want to call you a piece of shit the whole time and a racist. I'm like, all right, then I'll cut you loose. Oh, what are you, censoring me? Yes, I'm censoring you.
I mean, no offense. Our fans already call us racist, and they're funnier about it. So
exactly.
You need to bring something to this equation.
You have Asperger's syndrome. You need medical attention. I'm just trying to help push you in that direction, buddy. That's all. Let's go. Oh, this next story is too much of a bummer. You want to just do John Fetterman clips? I got some John Fetterman clips from this weekend.
Let's do Fetterman. Let's do some fat. Highly illegal fat.
John Fetterman was talking this week. In fact, that's how, if you want to do a good show, that's how you introduce a good segment, is you just go, John Fetterman was talking this weekend. Go. That's it. And by the way, one of them, he was talking next to Joe Biden. That's like when they would do Batman, Superman crossovers, back in the day, when you read a comic book and they'd both be in that one. You'd be like, oh, this is a bonus.
Mumble mouth, it's called Gum and Gummer.
Yeti Flyer, becoming a member for his 13th month, says, well, shit, I guess I like you guys. Yes, of course. What's not to like? Do you know what a miserable cunt you have to be not to like this program? You'd have to be one of the lowest forms of human out there. By the way, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to mention it, but we're getting very close. That's all I'm going to say. We're getting very close. Help us get even closer.
Help me help you.
There we go. All right, so let's not forget why John Fetterman is a senator in the first place. It's because Pennsylvania decided that the person they were going to run against the stroke victim who can't string a sentence together was the essential oil shilling Oprah pal, Dr. Oz, as their Republican counterpart. It was between Stroke Guy and Dr. Oz, and Pennsylvania said, I'll take the stroke guy. Well, let's see how that's going. This is John Fetterman in Pennsylvania with Joe Biden. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Johnny, but aren't there 2 senators from Pennsylvania?
I think so. Aren't there 2 senators from every state?
Yes. Aren't there like 18 Congress people from Pennsylvania?
I mean, yeah, I don't know the exact numbers, but there are quite a few.
Can't we get another Democrat to fucking talk at Pennsylvania shit with the president other than John Fetterman? I'm guessing the other senators are Republican. Pennsylvania.
Even if they're not, I'm starting to wonder if Democrats themselves are like, hey, let's just not be right next to Biden because we don't want to deal with what's going on. But in case it does come around, I'm just going to be over here when the fucking, when the hammer drops. I'm going to just stand over there by.
Yeah, the other senator from Pennsylvania is Democrat Bob Casey Jr. Maybe you're right. They don't want him standing next to Joe Biden in a working class state. Let's check out John Fetterman talking about they were in Pennsylvania talking about infrastructure, shit like that, which Pennsylvania just had I-95 go down, one of their main highways, like an overpass.
Yeah, the fucking tanker truck exploded under an overpass, burnt half of it out so bad that it crumbled, and then significantly weakened the infrastructure of the other half. Don't worry, just a couple of months of a main highway in Pennsylvania is just going to be fucked up.
It's a nightmare. Weird. In Minnesota, when our bridge collapsed, it fell right into the Mississippi River. I think it was just,
Thank God cars float.
Tell that to 13 people. At any rate, let's watch John Fetterman lead the people of Pennsylvania and make them feel more confident about investing in infrastructure. Here we go.
And now I'm standing next to the president again, next to a collapsed bridge here. And he is here to...
That's not very nice to call the president a collapsed bridge.
I'm standing next to, and he had to look at him like, wait a minute, who are you?
Standing next to Bono, the president.
Next to a collapsed bridge here. And he is here to commit to work with the governor and the delegation to make sure that we get this fixed quick, fast as well, too. This is a president that is committed to infrastructure. Yeah, and then on top of that, the dual kind of law of the inflation bill that is going to make sure that there's going to be bridges all across America getting rebuilt. And now...
Something about a jewel.
Mm-hmm.
There's a fracture. And there's a fration. A jewel, in a fracture, and an infraction.
This is weird because it sounds so familiar, and I just realized it now watching this clip. He sounds like Matt from Savage Thoughts podcast when he's completely shit-faced. Just completely shit-faced.
He's got Vicodin and booze in his system. You know, I hear they're going to bring in William Fichtner and Jodie Foster to try and decode this message and figure out what it means. And I heard that the bridge only blew up because Matthew McConaughey was on the bridge and he blew it up.
Oh, no.
Because he was worried about what it meant. But don't worry. John Fetterman is the aliens in contact, is what I'm trying to say. So even Joe Biden is standing next to him going, oh, fuck, this guy can't talk. And by the way, that was one of the least terrible speeches I've heard him make.
I mean, if we're grading on a curve.
I've seen much worse out of John Fetterman.
I mean, we're talking in the past, right? Don't tell me that's one of a series of clips from that day. And it's like, hey, don't worry. Things went downhill from here.
Nobody Likes Onion says, John Fetterman sounds a lot like myself when I'm flipping out over your prize shows. Wait, am I in jail yet? Oh, man, not even any charges. What's going on? I thought that guy was almost like arbiter of honesty.
Almost like you call on the up and up. And you guys are bitches.
Exactly. 170 away from knocking it out today. Yeti Flyer with $5 says anyone criticizing this will be called an asshole for making fun of the handicapped.
Well, I'm handicapped, and that guy sucks.
Yeah, see, that's why I have a handicapped guy on the show. So if I make fun of the handicapped, then he's okay. Yeah, it's a cosign. I'm going to do the same thing with a black guy pretty soon, but so far I can't find any that want to work with me. It's
Oh yeah, I was going to say if we ever do get back to radio, I was curious about that. Do you think there's maybe any second mics who might be like, "Hey, I've decided I want to come back to the show."
Ooh, you know what? I just don't think there's room in the budget for you. Really sorry.
I really miss our friendship, and I want to.
By the way, overtime today, I've got not only Chad Zumock being too drunk to bike home from a Walmart, I've also got Chad sending out a Patreon email begging people to come back to his Patreon. And from 7 years ago, I have a Chad Zumock sketch of a Aldi's commercial.
Oh, boy.
So I
really want to see that.
I always like to catch Johnny up on the Zumock shenanigans. Today we've got some good things.
There's a clip that I need to see. I heard he went viral for calling a bunch of women cunts, and I've heard that there's like a clip of this.
You haven't seen that?
I have not seen it.
Oh shit. Well, you know what? I'll grab you that one too. First, let's go to John Fetterman again.
Okay.
This time he's talking about that bridge in Pennsylvania again. So, John, maybe second time is a charm. Maybe this is going to be the one where he really makes that rousing Rudy speech.
Earlier today, some comments about the tragic accident on 995, and if you want to make any comments with respect to that, feel free. You're recognized.
Fuck you! Why would you do something like that? Everybody this is like before lunch, so everybody in the Senate is now mad at this guy because they're like, dude, we could have gotten out for lunch. You're going to let Fetterman speak? No, I'm hungry. You muted yourself.
Fuck you, I'm eating.
Yeah.
Fetterman Jr., fuck you.
I would just really like to, the 95, obviously that, you're pretty much preoccupied with 95, and I know I certainly am too, and we know it's a major aidery, not just for Pennsylvania, but for the East Coast. And a lot of Pennsylvanians are worried that the delays in repairs bring to its standstill deal.
Uh-oh.
He was shorting out at the end there. And what is it, an aidery?
Yeah, an aidery or an eatery. And right at the beginning when he said 95 a bunch of times, the chick behind him really had to stifle back laughing.
She was, yeah.
Just kind of start grinning really, really hard, like, haha, 95, 95.
Yeah. No,
I thought he was the annoyed Wawa supervisor talking about their specials today.
I would just really like to, the 95.
She's smiling.
She's just
that smile dropped from her face quick though, because she forgot. Oh shit, I might be on camera.
They might see me
you're pretty
smiling.
much preoccupied with.
By the way, sorry for the autism here, but Johnny, do you see
No,
that?
no.
Do you see that design on the wall?
I did not see that. How did you see that? Why? Why is that? Of course, that's
why
what you
is
pick
that?
up.
Why is no? Fuck you. This is not a me problem. Why is that the design on your wall?
How did nobody see where this would go? What did the Azov battalion decorate before the fucking speech? Jesus.
You can't. You know how like there's those conspiracy guys who think there's like messages about who runs the country in the $10 bill and shit? You ever? Yeah. I'm sorry, but those are swastikas as plain as I'm sitting here. We got swastikas in the design of the Senate. And you're right. Why were my eyes immediately drawn to it? And I can't do a magic eye.
No, you can't.
But
That's weird.
But I can pick that shit out like that.
Yeah.
I can spot a swastika, a spotstica, with no problem.
Well, you know how you get to Carnegie Hall, don't you?
95, and I certainly am too, and we know it's a major aidery.
What he means by that is
aidery.
A lot of gay men have sex on it with multiple partners, so it's an aidery.
An aidery?
It's a super spreader of AIDS. So,
Oh, I thought an aidery was like a place where you went to eat AIDS. Like, I'm going to an aidery. I'm going to try I'm trying this new chicken ranch AIDS. I heard it's the
I didn't know they made it in consumable eating form. That sounds like a really bad idea for
I mean, it's no
for
longer a
disease like
death
that.
sentence, so what's the worst that could happen?
Johnny, I have news.
Oh shit.
Really, really close. I'm not going to say what. I'm just going to say really, really close. Like dangerously close. Keep it up.
Just for Pennsylvania, but for the East Coast. And a lot of Pennsylvanians are worried that the delays in repairs bring to its standstill deal.
Standstill deal. A lot of Pennsylvanians are worried that the repairs are going to aid the standstill deal. John Fetterman, boys and girls, the guy, you know what? I think he's getting close to, having it all ironed out.
I can't understand how anyone thinks this government is inept or incapable. Look at the people we have manning the helm. This guy's a confidence booster.
That's just it. When you see, what's his name? Fetterman, and you watch him speak, in a vacuum, you go, wow, this guy's a fucking moron. But then you watch the people who can speak clearly in the Senate, and sometimes you go, maybe Fetterman's not as bad as he's bad for a normal guy, but he's like just a little bit behind for a senator. Flash Coffee says, I guess we brought some interior designers in through Operation Paperclip. Right? Kotad says, ironically, if that side won World War II, we would not have this Fetterman problem. Wait a minute. Did they off you for strokes in Nazi Germany? I thought it was just birth defects.
Yeah, which is why I would technically make it, because I was fine until I was 20, so I wasn't born with a problem. I just became one. So I feel like me and Fetterman, we'd just be, the annoying outliers that snuck in like, hey, man, we don't like dealing with all these tired people, but technically you grandfathered in.
Yeah. Killer Beehive says, oh, shit, you're supposed to apologize for autism? No, I just do because I don't want to be a burden. That's all. Too late. Oh. I'm just reading this stuff from the swastika thing. You sacks of shit. Oh, boy. What are we at? 170 away from today's goal. There's the links to Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. It all counts. Let's knock that out and call it a successful start to the week and do a half hour of overtime today, which is going to be Zumockian, as Monday is always our good catch-up day for all things Chad Zumock. I don't want to do the woman holding the kid out the window. Matter of fact, we don't need to do that one. We're way ahead for today in terms of where we're at content-wise. I did want to talk about these poor bastards, these guys in North Carolina. So there was a big fishing competition. That there was $3.5 million went to the team that caught the biggest fish in this marlin fishing competition. $3.5 million. These guys caught a 619-pound blue marlin off the coast of North Carolina.
How many weights were in it?
8, yeah, right. The ball bearings, all the weights and shit that was in there. And then didn't those guys in Ohio put like salmon fillets inside the fish too?
Yeah.
They did. Yeah, they did.
Or not salmon fillets, but like trout or whatever. Yeah. They put more fish inside the fish.
Right. Yes, exactly. That's what they did. That's how they cheated. Well, this North Carolina team did not cheat. They caught a 619-pound blue marlin. They won the competition, got the 3.5, we're about to get the 3.5 million in prize money until the council reversed their decision because they found that the marlin had been, quote, mutilated by a shark. Now, let me ask you a question. If you're in a fishing contest and you land a fish from in the water and you haven't touched it, you haven't manipulated it in any way, and you are able to reel it in and bring it in, I don't think it should matter what happened to it while it was in the water.
Yeah, and technically this makes their argument better because the fish would have weighed more if the shark hadn't, gotten at it.
They ruled on Sunday that the damage to the fish was caused by a shark. It means most of the huge pot of prize money will now pass to the team that landed the second place catch on board the vessel Sushi. Their blue marlin catch weighed significantly less, 484 pounds. So you caught us.
So fuck them.
Yeah, fuck them indeed, all the way. 619-pound marlin.
You have to lift that fucker out of the water, mutilated or not. That's a heavy fucking fish.
If anything, like you said, it's tougher because that's dead weight. If it's been mutilated, it can't swim as hard. It can't,
Might be able to drag it in. You might be able to reel it into the boat better. But it's still, again, you picked up 200 pounds more fish than the guy closest to you. I feel that alone should put them nowhere near winning.
Yeah, give them a 100 million or a 100-pound penalty, and they still win. Tournament officials said the decision to award the runner-up the prize money is consistent with rules followed throughout the event's 65-year history. After careful deliberation and discussions between the Big Rock Rules Committee and Board of Directors, with biologists from both NC State and CAST and NC Marine, so many people, it was determined that Sensation's 619.4-pound blue marlin is disqualified due to mutilation caused by a shark or other marine animal. I don't know why that matters.
Act like they picked that fish. Like they went, all right, we could go with this one. Let's go with the one that's got the shit kicked out of it. That looks like a winner.
Okay, so there's the fish. Like you said, they still had to haul that in.
They still had to pull that out of the water.
Right. And it wasn't dead. It just had been attacked by a shark.
And I don't know if you know this about fish or not, but fish don't have quite the same level of sensation as, say, people or other animals. And that, quite frankly, wouldn't really matter to the fish if it's been mauled by a shark. It would still fight to live. It would still fight to get off the line. And again, they didn't know that it was mauled when they hooked it in and then went, we're going to take it.
Right. It's not like the Ohio guys who were being pieces of shit and knew it.
Right.
These guys just caught the fish that bit their hook. That shouldn't be a rule. I think even if you snag a dead one by the side and you're still able to reel it in, that should count. So this significantly smaller fish is the one that ended up winning. What was the grand prize? $2.77 million.
Yeah, how happy are these fucks?
I mean, I can't be mad at them. They didn't do anything wrong.
Look at them celebrating. Didn't we see a picture a little while ago of somebody crying because they lost or something?
Right, because they had $2.77 million.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, this guy.
Does that guy look like... Yeah, because they've got that big-ass fish, and they're disqualified, and they're sitting there going, we lost out on this huge payday. I mean, they're still going to get a decent payday for the fish, but, yeah.
I'm going to go out back onto the water, find that shark, and beat him to death with a bat. I'm so mad at that shark.
I just want to know how friendly that second boat might have been with some of the officials. It seems a little hinky.
It does, but they say that's been the rules for 65 years. Is that what a weird rule to have, though? Like, that would be something you think wouldn't even be a rule because they wouldn't think to make it one. If you catch a fish, but it's got scars on it from a shark attack, it doesn't count.
I mean, if the thing was like bleeding from giant fresh wounds and you just, found it kind of floating on the water, like, I get that. But literally, no one wants a mauled trophy fish. No one wants a mauled trophy fish for a trophy, but a mauled, like, seriously, the meat on the fish, the marlin, is worth a decent amount of money.
Yeah. I don't understand why that wouldn't be still counted. Like I said, if you hook a dead one and you bring him in, I mean, you still brought in a 619-pound thing. Flash Coffee says it was mutilated. It would have weighed more. Right.
Yeah.
It would have weighed more if it would have been like, in shape. I guess the only argument you could make is that he wouldn't put up as much of a fight. But then, okay, there's a lot of different stuff that could, like, are you going to start scanning these fish for aquatic diseases? And if they had one, it doesn't count because they had fish flu. Stop it. The marlin was a lure for sharks. Oh, they wouldn't count it. What the fuck? Right. I know, Amy. I have no idea why they wouldn't.
Again, if we could see some sort of picture where there's like giant gashes missing from the fish, and it's like, well, clearly this fish, like, I didn't see the horrible mauling damage on the fish. There were no pictures of it. All I'm saying. Hobo
Chili Recipe says sensations. Sounds like a strip club on a pontoon. Well, you didn't go below deck to see what was going on. Mayor Larry Vaughn says it was a boat propeller. We're not falling for that one again, Mr. Mayor. This was no boating accident, Mr. Mayor. Albatrax becoming a member for 1 month says, been listening for a while. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Toon says the driving cat says penalty for catching a crippled fish, a crip fish, if you will. Oh, yeah, somebody saying, like you were saying, Happy Plague Doctor says the palms were greased. Too bad. Nobody Likes Onions says, I wish I could be mutilated by a shark. I could lose some weight. Oh, that's body shaming. Have a little more confidence. I can teach you how.
Be happy with you. It's where it starts.
NF Caps, I mean, would you? You'd have to get a whole new personality.
I'm just trying to.
I know. I'm just trying to help. Maybe if you were Josh Denny, you'd feel better about yourself, but that ship sailed. What bullshit. That fish is probably even stronger than the 400-pound one. It escaped a fucking shark and didn't die afterwards. That's a monster in every way. Yeah, I mean, I hope after this that we get like a rule change for the marlin fishing contest.
Because it does seem kind of bullshit.
It's really bullshit. Pickwick Pub says, Pickwick Pub, by the way, just became a big Steel Toe fan. He says, see, this is what I mean. Shuli Network still talking about Bob's pool. It's been 4 months already. Enough with the pool. You guys always keep it fresh, unlike those hacks. Look, man, I've often said we're not really part of that community. We just kind of floated around it, and we stumbled upon it because we made fun of somebody that we didn't know there was already a community making fun of it. And then we started getting a lot of attention for it, so I kind of leaned in a little. But yeah, I don't think we have a lot in common with those kind of shows. We do a traditional comedy morning show. You know, we're not, it doesn't fit in.
We fuck on people
shows
for fun as an extra thing, not as the premise of the show.
Right. The premise of those shows in that community is like what we do on the side. Like our side thing for a half hour is their entire show. It's like our show is the game. Their show is like the side missions. There. That's a fair way. Nothing wrong with the side missions.
Some people like the side missions. They're just as good as the regular missions.
Some people think the side missions are great. We just aspire for a little more. By the way, Johnny, even closer.
Oh, sweet.
Even closer. We're getting there. We are really getting there. We are very, 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 very close. Keep it going, you guys. Thank you very much. Also, 170 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Let's see if we can get it under 100 by 9 o'clock and then knock the fucking thing out. I think we started at around 200 today.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys keep her going. Go on a rally here. We'll knock this thing out and have a good start to the week. Rebel Fluff says this show isn't traditional. It occasionally has a woman on it. Oh, well, you know, in that case, yeah. I mean, she's not cooking during the program. This was a fun Father's Day story. I kind of like this one. We'll do this real quick. Some guy's daughter got stuck on a water slide at a theme park, and she was freaking the fuck out. I mean, she was, how old was this kid? Does it say in the story? He's 38. She looks like she's probably about 5 or 6 years old.
How did she get stuck on a water slide at 5 or 6?
Well, what happens is if you go down these water slides too slow, like if you're a careful little kid,
cut off the water and it sticks,
or you drag your feet or something like that, you can stick a water slide. But in this case, the dad actually decided to, because you have two choices when you get stuck on a water slide. You can either do something about it, or you can wait for the water park to do something about it. Check out what this bad motherfucker did to help his kid out on the slide. They're going to make us watch an ad, by the way, first. Oh, shit. How long of an ad are they going to make us watch?
When I was trying to get 100 D's off the ground.
Nobody gives a fuck about 100 D's. Who is this guy? Oh, 100 Thieves. I thought he said thieves. The fuck is 100 Thieves? What do I want to be, an offensive coordinator for a D2 college? No, thank you. And why is your hair like that? Stop being that way. Do something else with it. That's coming from me. Here we go.
When your child gets stuck on a slide.
Look at this dude. By the way, do you know how badly you'd get yelled at for that if there was like a staff member there and you gave a shit? They would be.
You also know how dangerous that is? That is a slippery fucking surface. Yeah. And you are about to just scale that shit to go get your kid.
If the owner,
props to the dad.
If the owner was there, the insurance company that represents this water park were there, they'd all be physically restraining you from doing that. They would be jumping on your back and going, fuck you, we'll get somebody from the company up there. You stay here.
Deal with it like a man and go down the slide and just, punt your kid down with you.
Right. Try to tie 8 of your belts together and try to throw it up there. So there he goes. Look at that. He's staying away from the water, scaling up the sides. Like, I'm 36. At 38 years old, that's like a move athletically.
I'm super jealous of this guy. That is ballsy and impressive.
Look at that. Then he gets down on the thing, and you get a free slide ride. Check this part out.
Oh, God.
Oh, no, but he's too fat. Come on, get it going.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Oh, she's on a air inflatable, so...
Come on, chubby. Come on, Bert Kreischer. Let's get down the fucking thing. There we go. What a shitty water slide, by the way.
Oh, and way to cackle like a fucking crone into the camera every 5 seconds.
That is kind of it's a badass move to scale up the water slide, but the ending was a little less than complimentary to the dad.
It actually is less than complimentary to the water slide. That looks like a shitty water slide.
Right.
How bad is it for that? Because, I mean, she was on a little inflatable thing. That should have just fucking flown down the thing. Even when he was on it,
yeah,
it wouldn't go.
No. Get YouTube Premium. Guys, that was Daily Mail. They're saying, why doesn't he have ad block? I have ad block. Daily Mail is one of those sites that goes, we noticed you're using an ad blocker. We're supported by a shit fuck of banner ads. So if you could stop doing that, we'd really appreciate it. So
I really love the ones that give me the option to click here. It's like, click here to continue viewing without supporting us. And I'm like, yes, I will.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I'm like, okay, it's fine with me. I do a show that's listener supported. 99% of our audience doesn't throw a dime at this program. So you're not going to get me to feel bad. That's not true because we have 800 members. So okay. What's 800 divided? 30,000. We have 30,000 to 40,000 people that check this show out on a monthly basis. So what we're
saying is 13% of the audience is responsible for 50% of the non-donations.
Hold on, I've got this. So 2.6% of this audience does chip into this program. So I've got to be very honest about that.
I got that going for me.
On a listener-supported show, 2.6% of our audience contributes to it. That's a wonderful number. 170 away from today's goal. Let's see if we can get that number up to 2.8% today. Huh?
Yeah.
What do you think? Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, gifted memberships. What do you say, huh? 2.6%. Yeah, if you've got a green member thing next to you, you're part of it. It's perfect. Chris says, I want to do an annual subscription. Y'all have it? No, I think you just, well, yeah, I mean, you're a member. You just set your membership to auto-renew.
Every 12 months or so, yeah. Whatever that is.
Dr. Climate Abortion says, Scott Steiner would have nailed that math. I know. Big Papa Pump would have really gave me an education in how to count that properly. Oh, no. Nobody likes onions writes, I'm never allowed on the water slides. God, now I'm going to feel bad for that obese hack.
Well, because, one, it's an obstruction. Two, the smell is just...
The smell is bad. It's like a dead whale on a beach. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, at Nobody Likes Onions, is it because they don't let you wear an oversized t-shirt on the slides? See now why. Why? April, renewing her membership for 13 months, says incestuous support. Thank you. Incestuous support, our favorite kind. Gorham Vox says, so 90% of your audience are haters. No. There's a lot of people who love this show, but think about it. Like shows that you watch that are listener supported. Do you contribute? No, probably not. It's just one of those things. If you have a listener supported show, you always say, oh, if everybody who listened gave 10 cents, we'd be fine. But that's not going to happen. Happy Plague Doctor with $2 super chat says, hail the 2.6%. That's right. If you contribute any money to this program today, you are part of the 2.6%.
The winning 2.6%.
Who doesn't want to be part of the 2.6%? 170 away from today's goal, and you too can be part of the 2.6% that contribute to
so
this
are you trying to like separate the 2.6%? I mean, would you say technically
I want these people segregated?
I mean, it feels like that's what you're going for.
I'm saying that on this show, 2.6% of the audience supports 100% of the show.
There we go.
That's what I would say. So let's up that to 2.8 today and nail that 170 to start off on a holiday. Let's see if we can nail our goal on a fucking holiday. That would be great. Oh, yeah. Thank you, boys and girls. I want to cover this real quick. Because I saw Josh Denny, who, back before we kind of knew that Red Bar was more shtick than an actual, real guy, we used to make fun of Josh Denny because, all we knew was what Red Bar said about Josh Denny. But then I got to know Josh, and then I saw what Josh was doing with Gavin McInnes and Anthony and their comedy show and everything else. And then Corey told me, no, I've been friends with Josh for a long time. Like, he's a decent guy. He's a good dude. And, he's had a show on the Food Network. And it just kind of occurred to me that, as I talk to him and I talk to other, when you get two sides of a story, usually the story, the attitude changes, right?
Right.
Well, with Josh, I started talking to him, and I'll be honest, when I first started talking to Josh, he did not think much of April and I, to say the least. Well, now we're trying to work on bringing the Anthony Cumia, Gavin McInnes, Josh Denny, the End Racism Tour here to Minnesota, trying to set Josh up with some venues and some places that might want to have them there. And so I follow Josh, and Josh follows me, and I saw that Josh had done a very funny troll of Red Bar this weekend. And he tweeted something out. It was a picture of a woman pointing this way. You know those memes that point and it's like, oh, the person above me is this. Well,
yeah.
Josh Denny put a picture of a woman pointing like that. And the caption said, "Where's diapers?" And I was like, oh, that's a weird thing to tweet. So I just replied to it. Why did you cut Mike David out of the picture? Josh Denny then messages me. And he goes, oh, no, I'm doing this. Well, apparently, Mike David on the Red Bar website, what do you call that? Embedded Josh Denny's Twitter to his website. So now Josh Denny's tweets come up on Yeah.
So he's doing it to troll his page. That's beautiful.
Watch this. I'm going to put it up on the screen. Tweets from Josh Denny are embedded. So Josh Denny's Twitter is right next to the latest episode of Red Bar.
And he put that's beautiful.
So he puts "Where's diapers?" and it's pointing right to Mike, who does have an autoimmune disease. I believe it's terminal. Maybe it's not. I wish him the best. I hope nothing really terrible happens to the guy. I think he's been punished enough for the life he's lived. Put it that way. I mean, the way he has been to people. Like I found out now about how his comedy club went. I mean, just a real rotten, nasty guy. And then, of course, what he's tried to do to people, the gay ops and all that stuff. Well, this is just kind of a funny comeback from Josh. And this is why, if you're going to be a guy like Red Bar, you can't get sick.
And you certainly can't do that without having a sense of humor about yourself, because you are going to be like, again, if you're fucking pissing people off and saying shit about people and putting out a negative persona of people, they are going to circle you the minute you are fucking vulnerable, like a pack of vultures or hyenas. They're gonna come in on you.
The part that makes me feel weird is I was a fan for so long, and I still like his older stuff, but like to find out that he wasn't really authentic, to find out that this guy's actually guilty of a lot of the shit that he would spend a year hammering someone for, really kind of takes the sting out of someone's persona for me. Like when you find out the way he fucked over the people he was in that comedy club with, if Joe Rogan or Josh Denny or somebody like that had done the same thing that Mike David did when he was when his parents gave him money to run a comedy club, he would have fucked on those guys for years for that deal.
Right.
So you've got to be kind of a sterling reputation guy yourself. You can't be a stereotype, perhaps, I will say. And then on top of that, get really, really sick while shitting on these people and trying to get them canceled from shit even in some cases, and then not expect it to come back at you 50-fold when something bad happens to you. So now you got Josh Denny going with the "Where's diapers" thing. That's kind of cute. But this is, until Mike David takes down Josh Denny's tweets from his website, this is a troll that Josh could keep going for months.
Oh, absolutely.
Years. Yeah, you could keep doing more and more of these. So now you're in a weird spot if you're Red Bar. Josh Denny gets to own you on your own website with playful little memes, or you have to take down the embedded tweets, in which case you've admitted that it bothers you, and thus
kind of lost a little bit of ground there.
Yeah, so no matter what, like Josh Denny, just by doing this on his Twitter, kind of beat Red Bar on this whole deal. So I just thought that was really funny. And Just wanted to share that with you real quick. And I'm very excited to see if Josh Denny keeps updating that Twitter and what the next ones might possibly say. I have to admit, I do know what the next one's going to be.
Really?
I'm not going to spoil it. I have gotten a sneak peek of what the next one is.
It's about the...
No, not there yet. I think you say that's a slow burn kind of a thing. Silver Wolf with $10 says, only listener contributor show I give to is Steel Toe Morning Show, whose shirts I wore proudly on my vacation last week to spread the word of the toe. Atta boy. Part of the 2.6%. Silver Wolf, thank you, buddy. 165 away from hitting today's goal. Red Bar's hair looks like roadkill. His show jumped the diaper, says Magic 8 Ball. Oh,
I heard someone in the chat was saying he recently took a dump in the diaper, apparently.
Oh,
Apparently.
no.
Like, and that's another thing. Like, I can understand that happening, but why would you? How do you tell people, like, if it happened live on air?
I have an idea. Next Josh Denny pointing tweet has to be RB at Mocked Fry. Right? Has to be. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, can you confirm that Josh will only do venues that also have a 15-patty burger? I read that he will only perform in Minnesota if you have a woman there in a waitress outfit named Juicy Lucy. A callback to his Food Network show.
There you go.
Oh, man. Red Bar jumped the chart. See, now this is bullying now at this point. So I thought that was a funny one. And like I said, I've been made privy to today's. I'm kind of excited about it. All right, guys. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Our pals at Stoney's have a wonderful place, especially as the weather gets nicer now. It's summertime starting tomorrow. And Stoney's Bar has Stoney's Garage. And Stoney's Garage is a great outdoor patio with a separate bar attached to it. Really awesome. They've got a lot of live music in there and everything else. It's a great added facet to Stoney's Bar. And then coming up Thursday, it's bike night every Thursday in the summertime at Stoney's. And coming up on Saturday, August 12th, about 2 months away, it's the 9th anniversary, the Steel Toe 9th anniversary party. The tickets are continuing to go. There are somewhere between 25 and 40 tickets left. It depends on how many Stoney's wants to open it up for. They can remove some things, open up more seating. Conservatively, I would say about 20 to 25 left. Aggressively, I would say about 40 to 45 left. Get those at eventbrite.com. Steel Toe anniversary show. Someone will have the, the link up there in the chat in just a moment. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Check them out today. Also, Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Get your next firearm at Midland Armory. Of course, Midland, using the Steel Toe promo code, can save you a bunch on your next purchase. Whether it's firearms, shotguns, magazines, lower receivers, rifles, handguns, knives, optics, parts and gear, suppressors. If you have an FFL license, they'll send it right to your door, your next firearm. If you don't, they'll send the guns to an FFL dealer and you can pick it up. But you're going to save a lot. Use the promo code SteelToe and only use our friends at Midland Armory for your firearm needs. You can contact them anytime with any questions you might have. That's Midland Armory. Nebo says, does Midland Armory sell bulletproof diapers? Asking for a friend. That's very kind of you. You can call and ask them, but that's very kind of you to ask. And All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. That's All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you go in the ditch, if you get in an accident, you have any problems here in central Minnesota, nobody better than our old friends at All Care Towing. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Scarface with $5 says, me and my banana just got done trashing the Popeyes. To continue my celebration of Juneteenth, I'm on my way to the movies to ruin the movie theater experience for everyone.
Oh, Jesus. Why you got to be like that, man? What? Is that a joke or a bit? I don't get it. What's he saying?
Well, I tell you what. Thank you anyway, Scarface. You are officially part of the 2.6%. I appreciate it. Charlie says, producer Joe just said you have bitch tits and need a girdle. Come see my bitch tits, motherfucker. And bring your gun. Ooh, your big scary gun that wards off elderly men. Those big threatening elderly men. Stand back, I have a gun. He has a walker, you fucking coward. Come on. Jesus.
Yeah, I love people who treat me like a threat, let alone if I was 60 years older.
Oh,
Jesus.
I guess you could bully cancer nurses. I mean, that's your choice. I mean, look, Joe, I've seen your other I've seen your other opponents, quote unquote. You don't want it with me. It's a little bit different level. I'm not saying I'm huge. I'm just saying I'm a little bigger than a senior citizen and a cancer nurse. I mean, I would work up, maybe beat up a Girl Scout first. Then you can kind of take another step and another step. A little leaguer, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe ones that don't. Pick on someone who doesn't qualify for Medicare, prove you can handle that, and then maybe we can talk. Little Joey.
I'm off limits. All right, so hold on a sec. So are you saying he's telling you have bitch tits? Is he someone who's in better shape than you? Because I love all the people who call you out for your health.
I don't know.
Oh, you're fat or whatever. And it's yeah, you guys really shouldn't be pointing that finger because there's butter on it.
I don't know if you can call him in shape. He's kind of the opposite of a Chad or a Melton, whereas they're morbidly obese. Right. He's ironically cancer skinny, so he technically should be bullying himself, although his career is all the bullying of himself he'll need. So he's on the other end of those guys. He's so scrawny. I get why he needs the gun against a 70-year-old, because the 70-year-old's muscle mass is probably a little more developed than Joe. He's a tiny little fella. He's a tiny little guy. And I think that's where a lot of his attitude comes from. That's probably where the pulling the gun on the senior citizen comes from, because he's a really tiny little guy. He doesn't really. Charlie Kelting says Joe is a male version of Olive Oil. Yeah, he's been evicted from his apartments twice. He's done, what do they call them, GoFundMes or whatever for his rent. I mean, just kind of a weird fucking dude. And he kind of got his hooks in Shuley. And now, Joe's been exposed so badly, and Shuley's kept him on this long, that now he has no choice but to hang on to him, because you've missed the window to
toss him,
quietly dump this dipshit. So that's very fun. Now everybody in the chat is either shitting on Joe or going, I have no idea who the fuck this guy is. Cocktiff says, Joe really fucking hates you, Aaron, even before the first Ray interview. I know. I had Ray on, and then I just got to cock off a little more about how frustrated Joe was about the first Ray interview that he tried to hijack and failed. And then ever since then, we've been kind of kicking the shit out of Joe. Little poor Joey. Little senior.
I'm sure he loves the second Ray DeVito interview that is now up on the YouTube channel. Go check it out, guys.
Go check out our interview with Ray DeVito, which was wonderful, unless you're Joe or Chad Zumock. Then it was probably not wonderful. Although I will give Chad this. He at least enjoys even the negative attention. He enjoys that.
Right.
Lemmy says, Joe the Florida man. Yeah, I mean, that checks out. He got beat up by a 70-year-old man. And so the next time he saw him pulling out of his driveway, he pulled a fucking gun on him like a lunatic. And then he was yelling and shitting on cancer nurses at a cancer treatment facility.
Yeah, there you go. That makes you look like a real winner, buddy.
Yeah, I hate to say he's a stereotype, but he is a stereotype. He's a little tiny wiener guy who he wanted to be born in a bigger body, so he tries to act like it. And then when he gets himself in trouble with his tiny little stickly arms and his little wiry frame, he just overplays his hand and tries to talk tough. He tried to grift into the Tea Party politics thing. You listen to him talk politics and you're like, dude, did you just watch Fox and just repeat what they said? Because this doesn't sound like a guy who knows what the fuck he's talking about. He's kind of, I don't want to use the word pathetic. That's too easy. How about remarkably see-through? How's that? Cocktiff says he sells reverse.
Transparent.
Cocktiff says he sells reverse mortgages in his spare time. Reverse mortgages have more dignity than to work with Joe. You know what? Honestly, didn't plan for that today. Somebody just said that he said that. And I was like, well, if that's all he's got, then I've got bitch tits, quote unquote, I mean, I can unload a lot heavier on him if all he's got is bitch tits. I mean, a guy, I've already embarrassed him face to face once. I got no problem doing it again.
Look, I wouldn't promote Producer Joe if I thought he brought even 1 ounce of disrespect to any YouTube channel.
I can tell you this. If I saw the guy as a potential threat, I certainly wouldn't bring him up on my program. But then again, the guy probably, I don't think he'll pull the gun because I'm, like I said, I'm not of Medicare age. So I think I might be safe. Bobby with $5 says, appreciate the show, getting me through work. Oh, well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Part of the 2.6%, 155 away.
You should make that the new shirt. I'm one of the 2.6%.
I'm one of the 2.6%. The Happy Plague Doctor says, I watched Steel Toe, and all I got was these stupid bitch tits. Oh, you be careful. I might confront you with a gun.
They are contagious.
If you attack me with a paper towel holder.
That's why I'm not allowed to be in studio anymore. Aaron's afraid of catching my bitch tits.
I am. I worry about it. I'll go up a cup size, and that is something I can ill afford at this moment. 155 away from knocking it out today. Also, working on getting to 10K, getting close. Keep subscribing. Keep hitting the thumbs up. Keep hitting the like button. Absolutely. Where are we at likewise? About 200?
191.
Okay, so about 200. Let's go to 300 by the end of the day. We got a couple hours to do that. I think we'll knock it out. There was a man in Central Park this weekend who had 3 unleashed pit bulls in a dog walking area. Right. Your face says it all. 3.
Is that like, what, were you going to have a fight? What?
I always thought that 3 unleashed pit bulls were a sign of the apocalypse. That was like the horsemen and the plagues and all of that. 3 unleashed pit bulls. The last time I saw unleashed pit bulls like that, they were looking for the keymaster and the gatekeeper. And they were trying to usher in the era of Gozar the Gozerian. Well,
I see how you could think that, but these 3 pit bulls were only looking for a preschool.
You're not going to believe this, Johnny.
What?
This guy with the 3 unleashed pit bulls, wouldn't you know, those 3 unleashed pit bulls attacked another dog. I know. It's unfathomable because I've always heard they're wonderful dogs, they're sweet, they're kind, and the only reason they would ever do anything wrong is because they've got really shitty owners. Now, I've seen pit bulls that eat children where the owners said they were our little baby and they show a picture of the dog wearing a dress. And I've seen pit bulls owned.
Never behaved like this before.
Yeah, I've seen pit bulls owned by pieces of shit like this guy who we'll talk about in a second. So I don't know. When you've got pit bulls acting the same way and they've got the same kind of owners, I mean, again, to me, it just seems like there might be something else going on. The monster who fatally stabbed a couple's dog in Central Park pulled a switchblade after his 3 unleashed pit bulls attacked the doomed pup. So not only did this guy's 3 dogs attack another dog, but then the guy who owns the dogs pulled out a switchblade and I guess decided to join in on the attack.
Was he attacking the dog or was he attacking his dogs? Again, if your method of wrangling in your dogs is a switchblade, we might need to talk about your dogs.
Yeah. I think if the only way you can stop your dog from attacking someone is by shanking it repeatedly and it still doesn't work, maybe next time we go golden retriever. We downsize a little bit. The vicious
or
attack.
At least maybe not 3 of them at the same time.
Unleashed. We can scale back a little. There's a lot of room to de-escalate on this one. The vicious attack Saturday night happened as the helpless dog's owners scrambled to separate the animals. The suspect's trio of pooches charged after Eli, a 14-year-old pit bull German shepherd mix. So they had like a potentially scary dog, but there were 3 other potentially scary dogs, and well, the 3-1 ended up getting the best of them.
And the other dog and the first potentially scary dog, also apparently an older dog. Because again, like they said, 13, 14.
Yeah, these are the two dogs. So this couple had the Pit Bull German Shepherd mix and the Chihuahua. By the way, that Chihuahua looks like it's mixed with something. That's a shoulder heavy Chihuahua.
And that is a hilarious collar on the Chihuahua.
That is, yeah. It does.
It's dangerous, everybody.
It does depend. Like when people say breeds don't matter, it's the owners. No, breeds matter for everything. Like that collar goes. That's a threatening collar on the other dog.
Right.
That is a
It's
hilarious
collar on the Chihuahua.
Yes. So
the Chihuahua will lean into it. He'll be like, "Yeah, I'll fuck you up," and you'll hold him up like, "Yeah, you want to try, don't you, little buddy?" That's why Chihuahuas are like cats, where it's like, "I'm dangerous, I'll hurt you." It's like, "Yeah, you're gonna try, you furry little bastard. Go over there and go find mice."
It's always funny when pit bull owners try to defend themselves by going, "Oh, Chihuahuas are more vicious." Like, let me show you my Chihuahua, and you'll play. I was showing my neighbors this, and you kind of tussle his head, and you tease him a little, and he'll play around with your hand, and he'll try to bite it. And I look away from the dog as he's nibbling on my hand, and I go, "Yeah, this is a real vicious dog. He's going to do serious damage." I mean, his saliva would soak through my skin and break the skin that way before the teeth would get through.
My cat's a feral cat rescue, so like he was very aggressive when we had him as a kid and everything. I literally, my brother-in-law had a picture of him holding the cat up in the air. The cat was literally just teeth and claws sunk into his hand. And he's just like, "Hey, look, there's a cat hanging in here from my hand." You can do that with a kitten because, again, it's tiny. It doesn't matter how vicious or angry it is. It's tiny and it doesn't pose a threat.
Yeah, this was, they printed a retraction on the story that they said that dog, they mistakenly called it a Chihuahua. It's a miniature pincher. That makes a lot more sense because that was a little more bulky of a dog than a Chihuahua. Eli and Sadie's owner, Brian Robert, told the Post Sunday that all hell broke loose when he confronted the aggressive dog's owner, whom he's seen before in the neighborhood. Yeah, get the fucking 3 pit bulls on a leash, all right? That's number one. I was trying to correct him and say it's not okay. Your dog just tried to bite my dog, said Brian, who didn't want his full name used out of fear of retribution. Isn't your dog the one who got eaten? Oh, but you know what? Pit bull defenders are psychos.
Oh, and you did call this guy out. Fear of retribution. Maybe he's someone who's like, "Hey, snitches get stitches."
Maybe he's celebrating Juneteenth. Is that what?
I wasn't going to say that.
Well, anybody can celebrate Juneteenth, aren't you?
No, I feel like I'm going to celebrate Juneteenth either later today or tomorrow. I'll get to it, just not right when everyone else
I'm
does.
celebrating Juneteenth. The gas station, the convenience store down the road from me has free energy drinks today. They don't know it, but they do in honor of Juneteenth.
I'm celebrating Juneteenth. I'm going to go walk down the street to get some groceries, but since it's me, I won't be back for several months.
You know what I don't understand about celebrating Juneteenth is that lumber companies are getting involved, but they're doing it by jacking the shit out of the price of plywood.
Oh, why?
I don't understand why anyone would need it, in particular on this day. But
yeah, I mean, take down the cross. We need the wood. Just don't burn it. It's Juneteenth.
It's going to be a great Juneteenth. I've signed up. I said yes to a flash mob earlier today.
Sweet.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Aaron, thank you for not name dropping. We have issues with that convenience store. Oh, well, no problem, annoyed Wawa supervisor. I'm not here to cause anybody any undue harm. I mean, for God's sake, I'm not producer Joe with an elderly person. For goodness sake.
You said cause harm. I mean, he just threatened.
That's true. Bark is worse than his bite. You know, Joe and a Chihuahua have a lot in common.
You know, the police asked that guy after everything happened. They're like, "Do you want to file a restraining order?" Yeah, only against the gun, because that's the part I'm scared of.
Right.
The rest of it's not really a threat.
The actual guy, I've already beaten the shit out of him once before for being a cunt. I can handle that guy.
In fact, I'm looking forward to the rematch. Let's do it in the squared circle and really solve this thing.
The only actual victim that Joe's ever produced is the landlords he didn't pay.
Well, that and any woman he's dated.
I guess that and any show he's produced. Okay, so there are victims. We're finding out a trail of bodies, but it's a little harder to nail down, I suppose. So anyway, back to the dog story. It's just too much fun to make fun of. He's just such a tiny little wiener guy. I was trying to correct him and say it's not okay. Your dog just tried to bite my dog, said Brian, who didn't want his full name used out of fear of retribution. And then he just wanted to be a tough guy, and he started trying to talk to me like he's my dad. I know the guy. I've spoken to him, but his dog's never tried to bite my dog. Imagine that, Johnny. A guy was really cocking off and being a smartass when he had 3 unleashed pit bulls with him.
Yeah, because, you don't feel intimidated by 3 completely unchecked murder machines that already tried to murder one dog.
Right.
So.
That's when the brute, wearing an orange hat, gray shirt, and blue jeans, unleashed his 3 dogs. So wait a minute. He was confronting this asshole about his dogs, and then this dog took the leashes off of the... Oh, what a piece of shit.
Why'd you call him a dog? This dog took the leashes off? What do you tell?
Wait a minute. This story has changed since yesterday. I'm reading from the same link, but I'm reading completely different article because yesterday it was a Chihuahua, not a miniature pinscher. That was the other dog. And in the other story I read, the 3 dogs started attacking the
dog.
pit bull German Shepherd mix, and then the other guy pulled out his knife, and started stabbing. Okay, so they're getting...
Did it say the story was like
they're getting
amended or something?
Yeah, they're getting new information. That's when the brute, wearing an orange hat, gray shirt, and blue jeans, unleashed his 3 dogs, all pit bull mixes, and allegedly stabbed Eli to death. He fled the park with his pets. Eli's owners rushed him to the vet, but he had to be euthanized. The smaller dog wasn't hurt. Yeah, yesterday it said the Chihuahua wasn't hurt. Cops say they're canvassing the area and still investigating the killing. No arrests have been made. So wait.
Great. No arrests.
So now, as of today, the pit bulls aren't even the ones that attacked the dog. This guy just pulled out his...
I think the pit bulls tried to attack the dog. He confronted the guy, and the guy went, "Oh, you love your dog so much. How about I just stab it?"
What a fucking asshole.
That seems like a very thought out, logical, and intelligent response to a request to be a better dog owner.
God damn. Pickwick Pub says Aaron, Shuley, and Bob are now talking trash about you, not just Joe. What the fuck? Fuck Shuley and Bob. You got to remember this, guys. That show needs like the drama. They're trying to recreate what they used to watch Howard do with the Whack Pack. That's why they recycled Jake Hudson, somebody we've already had, and kind of, after he gave our address to Swatters, we said probably enough of this guy. But they need, if they don't have something fresh to do, what are they going to do? Another show about Stuttering John? No, they've got to try and find somebody else. So I'm kind of handing them exactly what they need. Another show that I'm rescuing. Another show that I'm saving just by my existence. How about a fucking bunt cake once in a while? Is that too much to ask? A fucking treat for the work I've been doing, carrying you old ancient motherfuckers on my back. Since I've come on this scene, I've been doing nothing but providing. Thank you, Mr. Imholt. That's all it's going to take. Thank you, Mr. Imholt. It's not my fault you hired a psycho grifter for a producer. Now I'm the asshole for pointing it out. The guy's got...
You want a new producer? I'm available. Yeah.
He doesn't have near as many problems. Again, you guys hired a problem, not me. I'm sorry that instead of taking responsibility for that, you're lashing out. Guys, you're in your 60s. Clock's ticking. Time to move on. Time to figure it out. Salvatore says, funny, Shuley won't return fire on Kevin, but returns fire on you, Aaron. I thought you and Bob were good. I did too. I haven't said a bad thing about Bob since he came around on Chad. And, the only thing I ever said about the Bob thing was that I'm glad he came around. Because he and Shuley tried to make a whole big hullabaloo about
over the Chad stuff.
Me texting Bob about the Chad stuff. And then everything I said in that text ended up fucking happening. And Bob had to cut ties with Chad before that whole thing fell in on him. So I don't know what to tell you.
Turns out the thing I thought you were threatening me with was a warning. Oh, and by the way, totally right.
Yeah.
Son.
I guess I'm guilty of being 100% correct. But it's okay, guys.
You're like a real piece of shit for fucking calling that.
Don't worry about it, guys. Just like everything else you've been doing, you'll see it my way in 3 months. You're just 3 months behind. That's all.
You're behind in the chat.
3 months behind on my takes. Kind of like you're behind on those Pottstown posters. But it's all right. Don't worry about it. I'm sure producer Joe is on it. And if the poster maker doesn't finish it in time, he'll, motivate him. Motivate him. Especially if the poster maker's elderly. Better make sure he doesn't threaten Mike Morris. Fucking speak up, Mike, right now. Say words. Contribute to the show for once. Poor Mike. At any rate, if they're talking shit too, I understand why they're doing it. They need it. I mean, look at how many people I've given a shot in the arm to. I'm a fucking show booster over here. Look at how many
regular fucking Fauci over here.
Oh my God. Look at how many people I've been able to help continue or keep or rebuild their relevancy. It's fine. I understand. Guys, I'm not going to get mad at you boys because I understand the motivation. I get it. I understand. I know why you're doing it, and I'll allow it because I'm a generous giving God. J-Dad says, Shuli is jealous of Aaron's hairline. Why wouldn't you? And my German features. Salvatore M says, I have to break kayfabe about your fan base. We hate Joe, but we also hate Ray DeVito. I have no problem with Ray DeVito. I think Ray's just a guy trying to make it. That's all.
Yeah, I'm no problem with Ray DeVito. I mean, other than the fact that he completely sucks, no problem.
Yeah. I think Ray's trying his best to do a good show. That's it. I don't think he's a bad guy. I really don't. I think he's probably a good dude overall. All right, let's get back into news because there's like 10% of our audience that really gives a shit about the funny thing I just did. But at the same time, we got to give people what they want. And that is Joe Biden clips.
Didn't we already cover Fetterman? So we got 2 tarts today? Okay.
I got 2. Well, and we did that Peter Hotez guy. And we talked about producer Joe. Oh, my God, it's Retard Monday. I didn't even know. I should have made a cake. At any rate, Joe Biden was talking about guns over the weekend. And, I don't know if you've seen, Johnny, but we have a serious problem with all these shootings in this country. And
just every multiple times a day, you have a couple of people pulling handguns and going crazy. It's not good.
All right, I have one more because it was really funny. LOS says producer Joe has a track record of being 3 months behind. Rent, posters, you name it. Anyway, Joe Biden was, speaking of producer Joe, he was talking about guns. And with all this, gun violence issue we have in this country, we need somebody to step up who knows something about firearms, who has the knowledge, the education, and the foresight to solve this problem. Ladies and gentlemen.
Commander-in-Chief.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you President Joe Biden.
Made it harder for people to buy stabilized bracelets. Put a pistol on a brace, it turns into a gun.
Holy shit, a pistol's not a gun? I've been wrong this whole time.
You see, if you put a pistol on a brace, it becomes
a gun.
A gun. I mean, he's not technically wrong. The pistol is a gun to begin with, but if you install the brace, it still is a gun. So, but you know what, Johnny? In 12 seconds, the man can't make 2 fuck-ups.
Right.
So let's play the whole 12-second clip. Let's not be unfair. I might have to refresh because when you jump around on Twitter too much, I might have fucked this up.
No, it says continue watching on Twitter. You're not actually watching it on Twitter. You're watching it on Not the Bee. That's the
There
problem.
we go. We'll do it this way.
You got to do it source.
Buy stabilized bracelets. Put a pistol on a brace, it turns into a gun. Makes it more, you can have a higher caliber weapon, a higher caliber bullet coming out of that gun.
No.
If you put a pistol on a brace, it becomes a gun, and you can fire a higher caliber bullet out of that gun. Now, I don't know what the president thinks pistol braces do.
They dilate the bore of the gun's chambers.
But yes, they apparently change the size of the barrel of the gun and the caliber bullet that it's allowed to shoot. I was not aware of this. Thank God.
Thank God we have him.
Thank God we have people like Joe Biden who can inform us and instruct us and educate us on what needs to be done and what needs to be banned in order to stop these mass shootings. For example, if you get rid of that brace, now a 9mm is just a 9mm. It won't be able to shoot 45s anymore.
This guy came in here with a 50 caliber pistol, and it would have only been a 9mm if it weren't for that damn brace.
Katie Kidney says, my brace must not be working properly then. Cocktiff says, Citizen M thinks this fella is doing a great job. Oh, Citizen M thinks he's just nailing it on guns. He's doing the Lord's work.
You know, this is not, and I'd like to thank Joe Biden. This is not a problem just with gun braces. Now, granted, that is the issue we're talking about right now, but regular braces have the same issue. That's why I can't wear my leg brace. Every time I put on my leg brace, it makes my leg bigger. It just becomes larger.
See, I didn't know that.
Unmanageable.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, oh, wait, my braces have mini guns inside them like Transformers. See, you learn something new every day. Right, you can make fun of Joe Biden all you want. But the fact that the man is educating people and telling them about firearms, things they didn't know, that might change people's opinions on gun control and gun rights. I mean, to know that there's a magical brace you can put on a firearm that just turns it into a higher caliber weapon, it's a lot of people didn't know that.
And we want to shit on him here, but I think it's coming from a place of frustration because we all realize we needed Joe Biden to put us on the path. We weren't smart enough to know this without him.
And now, thank God we have him. And here's what I hope. I just hope it's not too late. That's all. Brielle says, bump stocks turn an AR into a bazooka. You know, I'd never heard that before, and I would have said that that's one of the most retarded things I've ever heard. But now that you've said it, it makes sense. We should keep banning those. T. Jefferson says, I'm fairly out of date with my firearms knowledge. Some big advances must have been made. Well, yeah, I mean, you just heard it. Braces turn a pistol into a gun and make it shoot a higher caliber bullet.
What are you doing with that 10-pound cannon? Well, it was only a rifle, but I put a brace on it, and it got bigger.
Wait a minute. What are you doing with that Predator drone? Well, it was a 22 long rifle until I put a brace on it.
It was a paper airplane until we mounted a brace on it, and the thing fucking took off. Like, literally, just...
What are you doing with that Desert Eagle? Well, it was a rubber band gun, but I got a couple braces from Midland Armory, and wouldn't you know? T. Jefferson.
What's with your huge fucking teeth? Look, they were manageable, but I got fucking braces, and it made my teeth ginormous. Now I look like a donkey.
T. Jefferson says, I'm fairly out of date with my firearms knowledge. Some big advances have been made. Aaron, you just read that one. Balls Deep says, I heard if you add cabbage, it becomes a Sig sauerkraut assault cannon.
Oh.
Doesn't the Shuley Network need some help with viewership? I mean, can't you go...
Why is producer Joe in our chat?
Yes, exactly. That's what he's doing. He's coming into the chat trying to be as funny as possible because he knows that's going to bring down the overall content of the show. Hobo Chili Recipe says, the brace I had on my PAP 92 now shoots 50 caliber depleted uranium rounds. Oh, shit. See?
That's weird.
That's
like an illegal bullet, isn't it? Like depleted uranium rounds, I thought were very much... not a thing that you should use, most particularly because they've been known to sprawl once they, and yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm fucking around.
Nebo says, I put a pistol brace on my pellet gun. It shoots grenades now. Again, these things are things people need to know. God damn, man.
I have arm trouble, so I put a brace on my daughter's game, Hungry Hungry Hippos, and it turned into an elephant and attacked people. It's weird. Just got large.
Pickwick Pub says, Aaron Shuley is giving Joe a show, and they said they want you to be his first guest. Just a heads up. How many of your shows do I need to rescue? How many? You give me a list. Here's what you do. Send me a list in triplicate. Tell me how many of your fucking programs I need to save on that network. Or is it just the entire network that I need to save?
Got an idea, dude.
What's that?
Make your own show now just about saving all these shows. You can call it Podcast Rescue. Just kind of do I'm the John Taffer of broadcasting. Hey guys, maybe not making fun of the 1990s Howard Stern hack for 3 years. Maybe that's not a sustainable business model. Maybe you should try something else. Fuck Aaron, I hate him. He's a piece of shit. See, the resistance is only going to make it worse. But Joe's, wait a minute. Can you really shit on a guy like me? Can you shit on me? Talk about, how fucking terrible I am, how evil, how bad of a guy I am, how smug of a little asshole I am. But then when you want to announce a new show and you go, God, we need to bring big numbers. We need to debut hot and heavy. We need to come out with something big right at the gate. And I'm the first name you pull out of your ass. Do you not see how corny and disingenuous this is? I am getting tired of teaching broadcasting to senior citizens. It's getting troubling. Aaron sucks. Aaron's awful. Shit on me for 5 months.
Aaron's a piece of shit. By the way, we need our network to get a boost. How about Aaron? I mean, I agree with you. It would be a big boost to your network. But I thought I made it clear. Joe's a hack. Joe pulls guns on senior citizens. Joe tries to bully.
Aaron's a piece of shit. Can we book him?
Yeah, Aaron's a piece of shit. I need him. I had Ray on because I wanted to talk to Ray for a long time. And the last time he tried to have an interview, Joe tried to hijack it because he's a very insecure small man. He's a little wiener guy, as April would say. So, no, I'm not. I would go on a show with a guy if I respected him. I don't think I could have less respect for fucking. If I go on a show with producer Joe, I need to lay something bare here. I'm a nobody. Everybody in this podcast space is a nobody. But I am not enough of a nobody to share a fucking screen with producer Joe. I can't be, no offense, I can't be seen with you. And I can be seen with just about anybody.
He won't even come on my show. You think he's going to come on yours? Jesus.
And I like Johnny.
Well, supposedly.
John,
I'm great on the tax form.
Johnny, we are getting more information about these braces. By the way, Stevie J says a laser pointer turns a Nerf gun into an F-35. See, again, I didn't know this. The Optic Nerve says I put a brace on my Toyota. It is now a Panzer III tank. Those are dangerous.
I got to get a brace for my car. I want a tank. Do you know how many times I've been in traffic and I never understood my mom growing up until now, where like now I'm saying the same thing she is. God, if only I had a fucking cannon. Like just... She legit said that too, repeatedly as I grew up. She wanted a cannon to shoot people in traffic, and I never understood it until I started driving.
It would solve the problem.
It would.
LOS says, shouldn't we be sending braces to the Ukraine? You would think. I mean, as amazing as those things seem to be, according to our president.
Well, actually, we didn't send braces. We sent money, and they put braces on the money, and now they've got even more money. It's crazy.
Okay, they're saying in the chat, Johnny, that pod rescue has to become a thing.
Okay, pod rescue should become a thing. I'm totally fine with this.
I mean, people mention my name, and it temporarily rescues their program. So,
and then you can bring on different people as like specialized things. Like April can be eye candy. I can be like, what would you call it? A shame grift, I think. I don't know.
No, EEOC.
Oh, okay.
Equal opportunity employment. We could teach you guys about.
We hire retarded people. Look at this guy.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, so Shuli has agreed to pull back the doors, bust open the books, and make a call for help to pod rescue. First thing I would do is walk into that overplayed fucking old stuttering John show and goes, now shut it down. Can we talk about some things? Be relevant. This show needs a brace, says Magic 8 Ball. I put a brace on my show and it became Opie and Anthony.
Oh, wait. No, I'm thinking you said I put a brace on my show and it became Greg Opie Hughes on Facebook. Never mind. A different way.
Scarfest says they're having a bitch fest on the BS show about the Ray interview. That's wonderful. That interview is doing way more than I thought it would.
You mean for numbers or pissing people off?
Well, both.
Both?
It's doing both. I'm having a hard time containing how pleased with myself that I am. I know I'm hiding it very well. I mean, I'm creating a pilot for a whole new broadcast here out of this one little incident. All right. But again, we have a show to do. They have to agree for Aaron to get 25% of the revenue after the rescue. Look, my time is worth something, for God's sake.
You're good at something, don't do it.
Otherwise, all these guys are going to have shows that they're going to see this big spike and they're going to think that, they're like dumb professional athletes. Oh, this big spike, this is where we're going to be forever. No, because it's going to go down. It's a fad. It's a niche thing, and people are going to get bored of it. You have to keep changing things up and changing topics and things like that. You have to stay daily relevant, not just do the same thing over and over. J-Dead says, I put a brace on Chad Zumock. I still only have an unfunny, crazy waterhead. Well, look, the brace doesn't work for everybody. It is, guys, it's 9/11 on Juneteenth. You know what that means? Everybody who celebrates Juneteenth is arriving for their 9 a.m. appointments. 155 away from this morning's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. If you'd like to come in, chip into the show. What does it make them? Part of the 2.6%?
Yeah, part of the 2%.
Sounds good to me. Subscribe, hit like, all of the stuff that helps move the needle for this program. We do appreciate it. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says that 3 weeks after filming, the network has decided to go back to their original plan. They have since lost all sponsors and Ray DeVito. Oh, man. At any rate, become part of the 2.6%, knock out that 155, and let's call it a victory to start the week. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. It all helps. Oh, I am, every time I hear of like a new financial scam, every time I hear about a new, oh, look at this person who was conned out of $100,000 for this reason or that reason. I'm still yet to find one of these stories where I end it by going, oh man, I feel really bad for this person. They really
did a number on this person. That person really got hoodwinked.
Yeah. It always ends with me going, you fucking deserve it. You really have just earned this. I know I'm supposed to feel bad. I know this is supposed to be a scam that's left you penniless and everything, but what's the phrase from Rounders? It's immoral to let a sucker keep their money.
Yeah.
I think if somebody runs a shitty scam on you and they take all your money, they needed that money more than you did because clearly you don't value it. A recently divorced mother of 3. Ooh, a single mom too. Yeah, they're really starting behind the 8 ball with me.
Just put out a white flag for your bank account going, hey, I don't want this. Come get it.
How's she supposed to afford Dolce & Gabbana now? A recently divorced mom of 3 has revealed how she lost her entire 401k to a scammer she met on Tinder after he convinced her to invest in bogus cryptocurrency schemes. So you had a 401k. It's in stocks. It's in bonds. It's in investments. It's diversified. It's crafted by a professional.
Relatively insured.
But some goofy bastard comes in and tells you that the doggy coin might go back up again and you empty that fucking thing out. How am I supposed to feel bad for you? Rebecca Holloway, 42, was coming out of a messy second marriage when she was swindled out of more than $100,000 by fraudsters posing as a French entrepreneur called Fred. Oh, well, you didn't tell me that you emptied out your life savings and your entire 401k because Fred told you to.
Fred wouldn't steer me wrong, right?
Yeah.
Fred and Wilma have never done anything.
Hi, my name is Bill Weatherly. I am your Edward Jones financial consultant, and we've been taking a look at your 401k, and we're seeing that we're not diversified enough. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into a few more long-term bonds, and we're going to play the long game on the bond market. And we think that should be able to make up for any discrepancy you currently have in your retirement forecast. No, that's okay. I'd like to take out all my money because Fred said the doggy coin's going to do well.
He showed me pictures of him holding fat piles of cash saying, I made all this money. You can too. Ask me how.
Fred showed me a chart and all the lines went up this way. So Fred knows his shit. For example, I believe they had a conversation and it just started out like this.
Well, howdy, Fred.
And that's all it took. Now, she is the Rebecca Holloway gave $100,000 to Fred. She is the third victim to come forward in recent months about a cruel scam known as pig butchering. Okay, wait a minute. They're running a scam on single moms to get their 401ks, and they're calling it pig butchering. Whose side do you want me?
Like them.
Yes, whose side do you want me to be on? Whereby victims are effectively fattened up with a fake romantic relationship before being butchered by fraudulent investment advice. You know, it's like I've always said. You can trick a 40-year-old woman into anything as long as you call them pretty.
Dude, do we need to call this pig butchering? We already had a term for this. It's called catfishing. Catfishing. It's been happening forever, and I've been laughing at the people that it happens to over and over again. Because like, hey, I've been talking to this person online for years, and all they ever do is ask me for more money. I haven't really gotten any of it back, but boo, woe is me. I just realized my life savings is gone.
Raz of Chaz says, that's why Fred hasn't been here in a while, right?
Yeah, he's busy getting more money for you.
Busy.
Oh, shit, that's why Fred was so generous. Are we culpable?
We
didn't know about where it came from.
Are we holding on to pig butchering funds? Oh.
Do we have quote-unquote single mom blood money?
Oh, shit, I don't want single mom blood money. Tech executive Shreya Data. There's no way a fucking tech executive fell for this. And single mom Kate both revealed they lost $450,000 and $80,000 respectively in an eerily similar ruse. In all, the three women have handed over $500,000 to scammers. And you didn't take a meeting? You didn't ask a couple of questions? You didn't meet face to face? You didn't have, piles and piles of documents? Do you know the folder that you leave an investment place with before you even start deciding to put money into the damn thing?
There's at least 3 trees in there.
Officials say the con is exploding across the U.S. Well, yeah, there's no shortage of really stupid fucking single moms in the United States, so it's a fertile breeding ground.
I really am doing the wrong thing with the internet.
Secret Service agents admitting they're seeing a ton of cases. The body is responsible for safeguarding America's financial and payment systems and regularly probes high-value fraud cases. Speaking exclusively to Daily Mail, Holloway said, quote, single women approaching middle age are so vulnerable. Well, yeah, your tits are starting to sag. The body's starting to go to shit. You don't feel pretty anymore. A guy comes by and says, man, have I ever told you look like Cameron Diaz? And they go, would you like my entire 401k on puppy coins? Didn't take very long that time, did it? We have money, but we might not have met the right guy yet. No, I'm telling you now, you've met the right guy. You ran him off. I promise.
I don't think there is a right guy. I feel like this, especially like, hey, my second time divorced, meaning I swung and struck out twice. Even the first time, you didn't find a few things to like kind of have on the checklist of like, will this work or not?
See, and this is another big difference between men and women. Like a guy who's getting older and maybe a little chubby and isn't in his prime anymore, a smoking hot 22-year-old comes up to him and says, oh, you're so good looking, I want to hang out with you. We have the wherewithal to go, fuck you, I don't even know what you're up to, but drop it and go somewhere else. Like, we know our worth.
You say that, but didn't we do a story a couple of weeks ago about a guy who brought a way too hot for his league lady to his apartment? And then it turns out she totally drugged him and stole stuff out of his safe.
But they had to drug him. These
but
women,
my point is,
but these women just had to go, oh, he called me pretty, and they gave him a house.
right. I'm not saying the women aren't easier to get anything out of. I'm just saying in general, men too will be a little distracted by, how shall we say, some sweet TNA and maybe not see the obvious rohypnol in their future.
What I'm saying is if you have to drug a woman to scam her, you're fishing with dynamite. That should be illegal. I'm saying to get at a guy's money, you have to use the drugs. You have to use the dynamite because we're a trickier catch. Holloway, a freelance marketing executive who once worked on Wall Street, was immediately drawn to Fred after receiving consistent and attentive messages, which made him so unlike the men she usually matched. I mean, I hate to say that stereotypes exist for a reason. And I hate to say that I buy into most of them, but there's a fucking reason, okay? The guy just paid attention to her and told her she was pretty. She's 40 with teenage children, and she bit hook, line, and sinker. This didn't even take effort from this guy. Now, he claimed to be a French entrepreneur living in Philadelphia who had studied economics. He also said he had a daughter, something the pair bonded over, as Holloway has 3 teenage children. They matched on Tinder in March this year and quickly... March! Johnny, it's been 2.5 months, and this guy was able to get her entire 401k.
In 2.5 months?
2.5.
How good are his Tinder pics? You gotta be seeing like a 6-packer. There's gotta be a warning sign somewhere. 2.5, and it was like 400,000 in 2.5 months.
I just thought he really liked me, but after I gave him all the money, he stopped talking to me, and I was like, damn it happened again. Now, they matched on Tinder in March this year and quickly moved over to text, where Fred then started discussing his cryptocurrency investments, which immediately piqued Holloway's interest. You didn't see you were being set up on a second win? You didn't see you were being set up on the second win? Either you didn't see it or you're in on it. Either way, you're out. Now, much of what he was saying was accurate. He told her that in the wake of the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, there was a lot of money to be made in alternative platforms. At this time, media outlets were running reports with headlines such as Bitcoin spikes amid Silicon Valley Bank collapse. Intrigued, she thought there was no harm in listening to Fred, and under his instruction, she transferred $1,000 to what she believed was a real cryptocurrency platform.
Let me guess, that 1,000 just blew up.
The platforms he ushered her to were modeled off legitimate sites, but with slightly different URLs. She immediately saw returns on her investment, making $168 on 4 trades. The pig butchering con is long-winded and sees the scammer engage in months-long relationships to build up trust. This kind of reminds me of the Tinder swindler guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Tinder swindler guy, he would find these women so desperate to be in love that he would just throw money and diamonds and private jets at them, and they'd go, oh, well, I'm not going to express any skepticism as to why this guy needs my Amex card. I'm on a private jet. Your vote should count the same as mine. I agree.
You should be allowed to drive.
The lack of fucking skepticism from these broads, whether it's Tinder swindler or this guy, it's astonishing to me. It's remarkable.
And that's another thing too. Like, if someone asks you to join into a thing and you start immediately making some like interesting money off of it, pull that money out and see what happens. Say, hey, I'd like to take my winnings now and retire from the table. Like, no. You can make millions and millions of dollars. Yeah, but I'm happy with the couple hundred I made.
Yeah. See, LOS nails it. He says ex-husband has to be howling over this. Has to be. Oh.
Probably not. Well, actually, shit. How much of that money was his before the divorce? You might be right.
That's a good point.
You fucking got that from me and you why? Why do I have to pay her? She can't fucking manage the money.
My hard-earned money, and it's going to fucking Fred on Tinder. 155 away from knocking it out today, guys. Let's chip away at that. We got 30 minutes Before we rattle the cans, play the music, and see if we can knock out the rest. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Let's go on a rally right now. Everybody chip in a little bit, and let's get that number over 2.6% of people contributing to this fine program. Crooks often allow victims to withdraw money easily from the investment app in the beginning, but once they have invested heavily, they will lose this option. Dude, I really have a lot of respect for these scammers. This is a really confident, long game kind of a play.
Yeah, but you're fighting a look. You have to admit, your audience when you're like, hey, look, this is a long con. This is really dangerous. They could back out at any time. Yes, because this person makes intelligent decisions and spooks easily.
Yeah.
And that's why they're divorced twice.
Sure enough, Holloway was immediately able to retrieve her $168 earnings and transfer them back to her bank account. She then traded a further $6,000 from her savings and saw her money continue to balloon. So these guys are real. Oh my God. They must be great fishermen with this level of patience. In the meantime, her supposed relationship with Fred was blossoming. While he avoided meeting up in person.
Yeah, that's weird.
He would video call her while he was making dinner, though she said he was mostly off camera and struggled to get a proper look at his face. Again, no level of skepticism in these broads. None. Zero. Not an ounce. And they just keep throwing thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars at him. Again, who's the victim here? Who am I supposed to feel bad for?
Ladies, if it's going really well and he is not trying to fuck you, it's not going really well, you're being scammed, all right? If he is not trying to put his dick in you at all, he is after you for something else. Oh, we've been talking for months and he's this amazing person and we video chat. And why haven't you met up for that romantic rendezvous? Oh, well, something always gets in the way. No. Hell or high water can't keep a horny man from putting his penis in you if he wants to, okay? So if he is not doing it, it's because you are not what he's after.
The lack of any kind of skepticism is alarming to me. Like, it's just how you could be so trusting of a guy. I mean, he's given her the Wilson from Home Improvement treatment, just obstructing his face in any way possible. Before long, she had cashed out her entire 401k worth $100,000. After accounting for the government tax she faced during the transaction, she was left with $70,000 to invest again. Alarm bells only rang when she met up with a friend for dinner and she shared the details of her relationship with Fred. So she told the friend, and the friend's really excited for her pal, like, oh, you found someone, that's great. And then as she keeps telling the story, the smile slowly fades. And she starts to go, oh, shit, my friend is retarded.
Come on. You knew your friend was retarded. Nobody has dinner with this lady and thought, yeah, this doesn't add up.
And now I'm the one who's got to tell her. That's the worst part. My friend told me about pig butchering scams, and that's when I realized what had happened. She said, okay, can't slip anything past her eventually. It felt like a movie where suddenly everything around me blurred and became distorted. I didn't even try to withdraw my money. I knew at that point it was gone. On reflection.
Oh, yeah, so don't even try.
Right, yeah, don't even try to go on the app and get your money
Just give up
out.
that you gave them your money. Just give up that it's ever coming back. It's done. We're done.
I'm guessing.
Can't believe they got 100,000 out of this one.
I'm guessing that this woman is one of the 80 million. Gotta be one of the 80 million. Now, on reflection, she had suspected several times something was up with Fred. Yeah, but in her defense, every time she thought something was up with Fred, Fred called her pretty. So, what are you supposed to do?
Well, he wouldn't lie.
At times, it felt like she was speaking to several different people, with his moods changing frequently. She also noticed he didn't appear to have a French accent in videos he sent. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal at all.
Yep, I'm going to keep giving this guy money. I can't see any possibility of this being How did you get $100,000?
I'm physically getting a headache from this woman's stupidity. It's remarkable. He did. Oh, well, sometimes he had a French accent. Sometimes he didn't. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure it was just, as long as you placate this woman's ego, she'll forget any skepticism she has. Like, oh, no, don't worry. It's only because you are so beautiful. My voice changes. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. Do you want my kid's college fund too? Nerd Locations with $4.99 says anonymous. Of course, anonymous. All of our business being done anonymously. Thank you. 150 away from today's goal. You guys have got it. You're in striking distance. Let's finish her off. Hit like, hit subscribe, if you will. Chris says at least Dane Cook's brother was his brother, and Dane never thought his brother would rip him off. Right. Like if your brother says, let me manage your money, it'll save you money. Should you do that? No. But at least
it's someone that someone that did something or is someone that's like, all right, I can get why you might trust this person, even though you shouldn't.
Right. But this guy was just Fred.
Hey, we matched over the fact that we both think, Willy Wonka was an amazing movie.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says this happens all the time. We have older women coming in all the time to buy large amounts of Google Play cards. It's just sad. But annoyed Wawa supervisor, I like that you don't see it as your place to tell them not to. I like that you let them figure it out on their own. I mean, not your pig, not your farm, right? I like that.
Hey, he's just selling Google Play cards. What do you want him to do?
Yeah, that's all he's not doing anything wrong, anything illegal. LOS says, and all of this happened just after she earned the money back that she lost to that Nigerian prince she was dating.
God damn it. It just rains and pours on this lady.
Tell you what, she keeps finding all these well-to-do men on the internet, and then they break her heart and steal her money.
She just has so much love to give. Not so much money anymore, but love.
A lot of
in
love.
Abundance.
And now nobody's interested. Isn't that something? This was something single mom Kate from Vancouver, Washington. Oh, no. Are you ready to dive into one more of these?
Good God.
Can you
started brilliantly. Single mom Kate.
This was something single mom Kate from Vancouver, Washington had observed too. Like Holloway, she believed she had met a French entrepreneur, though he said he lived in Seattle. Happens all the time. He claimed to be called Andy and was working as a wine trader. But also, I understand that these guys have to develop a cover story, but guys, it doesn't have to be this thorough to trick these bitches.
See, I'm not thinking this is thorough. This seems so bullshit. So you met a guy from France and he's a wine aficionado. Does he also really like cheese and cigarettes? Does he talk about baguettes? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, does he sell baguettes on the side as well? Over time, the duo struck up a relationship when he convinced her to invest $80,000. You know, the way relationships often get struck up. Hey, will you give me a fuckload of money? Yeah, I'm yours. That's called a pimp. Sorry, ma'am. Last month, she told Daily Mail, I was the perfect sucker in a way because I knew nothing about cryptocurrencies. No. Whoa. You don't need to know shit about cryptocurrencies to not give a perfect stranger $80,000 of your own hard-earned money.
A person you've never met physically in person. That's one thing I can't do. Whenever anyone asks me for any amount of money, like the one I get a lot, I'm sure you've probably had a few of these, are the Instagram scam ones where they message you and they're like, hey, I'd really like to hang out with you or whatever. And they just need some money for gas. Just send me some money. And I'm like, I'll give you money when we meet in person. I can give you $20 for gas, but you have to come to me to get it. Oh, well, I can't get there without the gas money. Well, then too bad.
Why don't I put some gas in a gas can and bring it to you, and then you can come meet me.
I'll put it in
rest.
your tank.
Yeah.
I'll fill your tank. You have to come here for me to physically fill your tank. I'm not going to do that. It's just like, oh, no. You just have to give me the money. Well, how about I come to you? Well, it'd be better if I just give me the money. And I'm like, duh. This is a scam.
I didn't know anything about cryptocurrencies, so it was perfect. Yeah, I don't know that much about cars too, but I know that I have to test drive it before I buy it.
I didn't know anything about cryptocurrency. It was the perfect scam. It's not at all that I'm a single woman and I'm a mark.
Yeah. Tech executive Shreya Data also believed she was talking to a French wine trader who ended up conning her out of $450,000. See, yeah, it's women like this. They're 37. The looks are starting to go.
Yeah. A French wine trader really, really wants to hang out with you because you're, deep and no, you're just fat. No, I'm sorry.
The lines are forming. They're getting established. I don't think the French wine trader is knocking down the door. Oh, and then here's Kate. There's our girl Kate. See, that millionaire crypto investor was going to take her away, you see.
Yep, she was getting ready for that jet-setting lifestyle. I
mean, who would have thought it would all fall apart? Data, who earns a six-figure salary in a global tech firm, told the Inquirer she had felt as though she had a hole in my soul for not having a man in my life, hence why she was tricked. I was in a
hole in your. I have a hole.
I was in a trance. It's like my psychology was hacked. Sounds really tough. Sounds like it's a really difficult place to get into. It's like Emotep's
It's got to
tomb.
be so hard being a lady where apparently no matter how much common sense and no matter how obvious it all was, you don't have a choice because it's like catnip. They said, I'm pretty. And I was like, nope, can't resist now.
Yeah. Have to give him $100,000. He called me pretty. JJ says, these are the same single women that wish themselves happy Father's Day on social media. Oh, bingo. Absolutely.
Here we go again with that one.
Oh my God, you're a single mom. Every day is your day. We don't get to, you're like trans people. We don't get to stop hearing about you and how wonderful and brave you are. Can we have one? Just give us one. We want one day where you just kind of slink off and go do something else. Ooh, but he's right though. These are the women who would wish themselves a happy Father's Day, talk about how they don't need a man and all this and that. I hate to say they're a stereotype, but they kind of seem to play into a trend. That's all. 150 away from knocking it out today. Let's get there, boys and girls. Let's go on a rally. We got about 20 minutes before we rattle the cans and try to knock out that last 150. Let's start the week on a high note here on Steel Toe. Hit like, hit subscribe. Let's keep her going. Let's get some momentum to start the week. We do appreciate it. It's a holiday, and I saw someone said we were over 500 a little bit ago. That's better than I thought we would do.
And I didn't want to say anything. Numbers have been great all day.
Have they really?
Yeah, we started a little slow. I mean, people showed up a little late. I'm guessing there was too much partying the night before. It's certainly not any sort of indication of the holiday.
You're gonna do
people came in a little late. But we got there.
You had to do a Juneteenth thing.
No, I was just talking about the numbers.
Why would they be late because of Juneteenth? I don't understand.
Well, you see, because there's a typical belief in many communities that don't show. Mic went out for.
It's not allowing you to talk about Juneteenth. See what happens when you go. Repeat after me. You see, the black athlete is superior because back into slave days, they would take the big black and the slave owner would breed him to his big woman. And then they would have a big black kid. And then they got the thigh bone that goes up into the glute. Fucking Jimmy. He just wanted to talk about athletes and genetics and whatnot.
I love how they waited until his third mint julep to ask him that question.
Yeah, right? They waited until Jimmy the Greek got fucking hammered and then go, hey, 60-some-year-old man in the 1980s, hey, guy who was born in the 20s, talk to us about black athletes. I'd love to. You see, the slaves in the... Jordan Miller says, not having to work today, says everything you need to know about the holiday. See, now what? Wait a minute. Hold on. What? I don't even know what he means by that.
Yeah,
I have no idea what he's trying to say.
We have a lot of holidays off.
Right.
Like, I mean, not us. We're always here. But, I mean, like, most people have a lot of holidays off. Federal holidays.
Yeah, sure. 150 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Let's knock that down, guys. Be part of the 2.6% that contributes to this program. do I want to do the Six Flags thing? Maybe I do want to do this story.
Okay.
There was somebody like I like to do these as like human research pieces, stories like this, where somebody is being attacked in public around a crowd of people, and everybody has their phone out or is watching it, and nobody does a fucking thing to stop it. Meanwhile, the good Samaritans, if they chose to be that, would far outnumber the attackers, and they would be able to stop it and, you know, save somebody from a vicious beating. But everyone wants to get it recorded and put on social media, or they want to see what's going to happen, and they want to be, bystanders and spectators in
And
something
be on the news.
Yeah, in something ugly happening rather than actually help a human being. Let's. This is at Six
Thank
Flags.
God.
Yeah.
Thank God, though, we never see the opposite happen where, somebody starts fighting and everyone goes, it's punching time, and starts hitting everybody. You know, it's only people that are like, up, looky, lose, we're going to watch.
The only time people jump in anymore, you're right, is when they decide, you know what, I guess it's a battle royale and nobody told me. Allow me to jump in. And what's funny about that is those fights, happy Juneteenth, by the way, Johnny. Those fights will always start with two guys who have a problem with each other. But then when everybody jumps in, it's like a middle school dance, and they just start pairing off with randos and hitting them.
It's like they've been hiding like a list of, all right, as soon as a fight happens, I'm punching these people in this order. So like the fight breaks out, like, all right, who's on my list? You're on my list, bitch. And then you just go after them. Like, all right, what? Well, we aren't even doing a thing.
It is truly remarkable. Let's check this out at Six Flags.
Teenagers were covering tonight after he says he was attacked at Six Flags over Georgia, the theme park. He was there for a birthday party. Channel 2's Michael Seidens live outside.
What a great camera video.
Investigators are reviewing video now from the Six Flags attack.
Yeah, Justin, some of that video, it came from a smartphone just like this one. Witnesses.
Yep, don't know what those look like.
Yeah, thank you. If you hadn't shown me what a smartphone looks like, I would have went, what's that? He didn't hold up the phone. I don't know what it is.
I love being educated by someone who's not smart enough to not stand facing the sun while recording a video. Like, yeah, all right, so they use a smartphone just like this, and it doesn't have a shutter feature like my eyelids.
Yeah. We could just, man, hey, we could just turn around and do it. No, we'll do it live.
Pulling out their cameras and capturing this entire attack. Now, this afternoon, I sat down for an exclusive interview with that teenage victim, also his mother and his attorney, who says point blank that this entire incident could have been avoided if Six Flags had better security.
Uh-oh, you know what that means? Somebody's getting sued.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't listen to all of that because I was so busy watching his eyes flutter. I'm like, is he going to lift off? I mean, seriously.
He's squinting so hard. You almost want to feel bad for the guy, but like you knew where the sun was when you set this thing up. Go somewhere else.
And I love that you're like, I'm going to just try and fight my body's natural reaction to protect my corneas and risk possible, detriment to my eyes for the sake of doing this news story right now.
So there's a lawyer involved. He's like, this wouldn't happen if Six Flags had better security. And then Six Flags just calls him. He goes, all right, we watched the news. What's your number? Come on, let's have it. What do you mean my number? I'm just concerned that my client could have been deathly injured. And also the fact that everybody's pulling out their phones to film the fucking thing instead of helping the teenager. Look, if it was two dumb drunks at Six Flags and they were fighting each other, don't get involved. If some kid is getting the shit beat out of him, could somebody jump in and help?
By the way, wasn't it like a gang up thing? Like it wasn't a one-on-one. Like this is like a couple of people against one person, if I remember.
Where's that guy with his 3 pit bulls off the leash when you need him?
Oh, no.
That would have stopped the fight because all the people beating this kid up would have just started throwing hundreds on the ground and taking bets on which pit. You know what? I'm kidding. Yeah. Happy Juneteenth. I'm sorry. That's my fault.
How could you say such a thing, man? That is insensitive and insulting. We all know as soon as those pit bulls smelled blood, they'd be uncontrollable. They just start eating everyone.
Yes.
Why they following me? I ain't do nothing wrong. I'm just minding my business.
Oh, could you hold on 1 second, Johnny? Yeah, MGM Grand. Yeah, no, I'll take that. No, I'll take the winnings in large bills. Yeah, Just hundreds on down. Okay. Thank you. Bye. Now I can pay back that second mortgage that I took out to make that bet, and I'll have a nice little side profit.
You know what you could have done? You could have made that money even faster if you talked to my buddy Fred. He's a French wine connoisseur.
You can double that money if you give it to Fred. He'll be able to put it in crypto.
This 14-year-old boy who's asked us not to identify him because his alleged attackers are still on the run says he's still recovering tonight after he survived a vicious assault last weekend at Six Flags Over Georgia. In an exclusive interview, the Gwinnett County teen told me how his mother had just dropped him off for his cousin's birthday.
Come on. Come on.
I love how you classed it up for the interview. You know, you thought, I'm going to talk to the news. I'm going to represent my son, who's afraid to identify himself. By the way, they won't figure out who the son is at all because the mother is very willing to be identified.
Gosh,
you can't trace that shit. I mean, what are you going to do? Find out who she is and then figure out who her kid is? Oh, what a fucking impossible.
Nobody does that nowadays. By the way, I guess we should wish her a happy Father's Day.
Why are you saying that? Clearly, the father is sitting right next to her, dressed up in the blue suit with the bow tie.
Who? Joe Smiley from the Nation of Islam? Yeah, I don't think that's the dad.
I'm trying to remember the comedian's name that I'm thinking of when I saw him. Shit. He did the joke with the lettuce. Waka Flocka.
Oh, Hannibal Buress.
Thank you. God damn it, I hate when I go like that.
A group of strangers began following him, harassing him about his Balenciaga shoes, valued it.
Oh, no. No, you did not get in a fight because you weren't wearing sweet enough kicks. Are you fucking kidding me? That's what it took. All right, that guy's wearing dirty old white shoes. We have to beat his ass.
Johnny, Balenciaga's I believe a luxury brand.
Yeah.
So look.
They look like shit.
I'm just gonna say I think this might be the single mom's doing. She might have gotten the shoes with the purchase of a dress or a handbag. And she might have, my baby's going to wear Balenciaga shoes. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying as a single mom, maybe pay less is the way to go.
Did they try to kick his ass to take his shoes? Because again,
yeah, probably. I'm guessing
shoes.
Balenciaga shoes are not cheap.
But I'm just saying, in general, they look like shit in terms of the shoes in question. If these are the shoes they were after, I wouldn't want to steal those. I wouldn't want to wear them. They look like crap.
Balenciaga white shoes. Oh my fucking God. Johnny, those are $820 shoes.
What the fuck? Even if they were brand new, I wouldn't pay $820 for those things.
Oh,
they look like every generic pair of white sneakers that I've had to wear to keep my leg brace in.
But you'd beat the shit out of a kid to steal them and sell them, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
$1,400.
$1,400.
Do I rep any gang or anything? I was like, no, I don't want to rep no gang. I don't rep no gang. I'm just trying to get to my people for a birthday party.
But
Ray, when somebody asks you, do you want to rep a gang? You say yes.
Continue to follow him. He says he knew he was in serious trouble, so he attempted to defend himself, but he was clearly outnumbered.
Okay, wait a minute. The story's starting to become clear. He sensed that he was in danger, so he attempted to defend himself. That sounds to me like somebody may have thrown the first punch.
Or somebody might have escalated things just a wee bit.
Just a little.
He says as soon as he hit the ground, they began kicking and punching him in the head.
Oh, that tracks.
Until he lost consciousness.
He was at the hospital about 10 hours. They had to do CAT scans on his head.
It's a lot of psychological damage to my client because this entire...
You know how I called him somebody from the Nation of Islam? I fucking nailed it. Oh my God, am I good?
Attack was recorded.
Nobody profiles quite like the kid.
Uploaded to Instagram.
The teen's attorney says he's now preparing to take legal
action. You have to admit, I'm a
Six
scary judge in town.
I believe that there's several surveillance videos that caught this entire incident on camera. Also, was most importantly is what it didn't catch. It didn't catch security intervening at all.
All right, so I want to be clear. I called corporate office. It's in Illinois. I called Six Flags. They told me that they couldn't address issues here in Georgia. They actually referred me back to the office here in Georgia, but they told me the only way to get a hold of a spokesperson was through an email. I've been emailing them since this morning, but so far, no response.
Wow, I can't believe it.
Weird.
You don't say.
It's almost like they don't want to deal with this at all.
Yes, it's almost like this.
Hey, we run a water park and roller coaster theme park thing. We really don't want to deal with fighting over sneakers.
Yeah.
Just in general.
It's almost like this is a giant fucking shit show that's going to result in court time, and we don't want to talk about it. Guys, we are 4 minutes away from rattling the cans, playing the music, and seeing if we can knock it out today. 150 away. We started at 200, so a pretty easy one today. Hold on a minute. We've got Anonymous with $80 and Andrew with 260. Thank you very much. So that's going to knock 80 off of there. 70 away from today's goal. Well, all of a sudden, it's looking pretty easy. Thank you, boys and girls. Let's take it the rest of the way from Anonymous and take that 70 and make it 0. 4 minutes until we rattle the cans and play the music. Only $70 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, the whole deal. You know, I'm not saying it's the kid's fault for wearing $1,400 or $1,200 shoes or whatever. Do a theme
It'd be the
park.
same. I view it as the same as wearing like a fucking super expensive, shiny, flashy Rolex. You're looking for attention with those.
Right, and you could attract the wrong kind of attention.
Yeah. I mean, why can't, like, if I'm going to a Six Flags and I'm going to somebody's birthday party, I'm not wearing my $1,400 shoes. No, I'm wearing my $20 shoes. They can get puked on. They can I could lose them on the flume. Don't give a fuck. All right. $20 shoes.
And for this Muhammad guy, their lawyer, for a religion that doesn't think too highly of Jews, I mean,
what are you getting at?
I'm just pointing out that,
cultural appropriation.
Appropriation. But happy, also for that story, happy Juneteenth, everybody.
I swear you do this deliberately. It was just like, you know what?
That's not fair. That's not fair. I do stories like this every day. I'm very consistent with my celebration of Juneteenth. Thank you very much. Laura Pickle says he didn't pay for them. Oh, okay. Hobo Chili Recipe says the Honorable Elijah Firestein. Hobo Chili also says French Aaron with the grift. Roots Calhoun, when eating escargot, Aaron recommends barefoot Cabernet. Yes. SC Motorsports, do you think that lawyer calls it Juneteenth? Nobody would know. Nobody would even notice it.
I don't think he would do that, because then that would be saying that they have some sort of control over the African American people, and that's not something we say.
It's just clearly not true, right? It's just
I mean, just more importantly, on pain of billions of dollars being taken from you for having that opinion, I feel like I wouldn't wager it.
It all comes down to keeping me and my family safe. That's all. We got a couple of stories coming up for overtime today. We've got Chad. Oh, so here's what I have for Chad catch-up. I've got Chad leaving his bike at a Walmart because he was too drunk to drive it home. I've got Chad sending me an email because he wants me to rejoin his Patreon. I have another Chad clip for you, and I have Chad's old Aldi commercial sketch, which somebody informed me was in existence. And all of that is going to be available during overtime, as well as another nightmare story for Pennsylvania's I-95. So as if the collapse wasn't bad enough, now they had another problem with that highway.
It is raining shit on I-95.
Deadfool with 1999 says, I'm about to celebrate Juneteenth, heading to KFC for lunch. Well, any self-respecting Juneteenth celebrator would go to Popeyes. We all know that. But hey, you celebrate your own way.
I got an amazing breakfast sandwich.
$55 away from today's goal. Guys, let's knock it out. I'm going to fire up the music. Let's hit this 55 in record time. I think we can do it. Here we go. There's my whistle. Let me blow the whistle. Let me play the music. Let's have a little fun and keep Steel Toe fully supported by knocking out that last 55. Ready? And here we go. 55 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. All of it counts. Disgruntled Coles manager says, can you possibly give me Chad's email address? We had a billing issue, and I'm having a hard time reaching him about it.
He owes us for a Ninja Blender.
Sorry, I can't get you the information you need. I wish we could. All right, $55 away from knocking it out today. Let's see if we can do it. 30 minutes of overtime is on the line. We're either done in 4 or we're done in 34. MSO already saying no goal. We're not going to hit the 55 according to MSO. Uh-oh. That's not good. Joe the Toe says, Chad is sitting on a fat banana and watching you live, Aaron. Oh, I hope it's nice and deep in that rectum, because the more you use it, the more played out it gets, and you got to get more penetration to achieve pleasure. And as obese as he is, that prostate is probably tucked up pretty safe. So if he wants to, get there, it's going to take a pretty big banana. A plantain, perhaps. All right, boys and girls, let's get into it. Let's rally up and knock out this $55. What do you think? Who's going to start us off? 55 away for Juneteenth. Dead Fool with another $19.99. Thank you very much. $40 away from today's goal. So you're getting the 30, but we got to knock out the rest. David Skywalker says, respectfully requesting permission to troll in a comedic fashion that doesn't attack family members with amnesty from being blocked. Nobody has amnesty from being blocked. If you annoy the shit out of the show or you're being a cunt, we'll probably cut you loose. But that's okay. How about just be a big fan of the show? It's probably easier. Cub Foods Diversity Hire says, hi, I'm new here. Welcome. I was referred here by Hobo Chili. Chad is celebrating Juneteenth at the local sauna. Of course. David Skywalker, you love our show already. Why not just be what you are and, be true to yourself? It's be open, be out of the closet. $40 away from today's goal. Let's knock that out and call it a victory to start the week. 40 away and, about 2 minutes left? I believe 2 minutes out from running out of time. Aaron's Leukemia Angel says, hi, I'm also new here. Well, as long as you new people hit subscribe, we're good. David Skywalker says, I want you to be better. Well, there's the conundrum. I can't be better until you're a fan. It's your motivation. It's your adulation that makes me better. All right, guys, $40 away from today's goal. Let's do it. Super Chats, memberships, PayPal, Streamlabs. It's all there in the chat. Let's knock it out. LOS says, in honor of Juneteenth, I shan't be tipping you today. Balls Deep gifting a membership to Brandon Locke. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. 40 away. Delco Lou says, my 2.6er donation is in Venmo. Sorry, it's not a lot today. I'll see it when it pops up. They're always a little late. $5 coming in from Delco Lou. Thank you, buddy. 35 away from knocking it out today. And about 1 minute left in the music. 35 away. Super Chats, memberships, PayPal, Streamlabs. Let's do it and hit the last 35. Let's see. We've got Anonymous Prime with $30 over on PayPal. That's going to leave us $5 short. There you go. I think we're going to knock out that last 5. You know what? I'm calling it. Kill the music. Kill the music. I think the last 5 is coming in. Thank you guys very, very much. Thermodyne Diesel with 20. That's going to put us 10 over for tonight. So tonight's evening show goal is already being knocked out. And again, thank you very much for that. All right. See, I can't read this name. Certain people lower property value, says happy Juneteenth. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, in this show's honor, all pepperoni rolls are $2.60 today. See? In honor of the 2.6% of people that listen to this show that contribute to it. Thank you. That's very sweet. And thank
Go to
you.
your local Wawa and say the supervisor said it was okay.
Say that their annoyed supervisor said it was all right for them to have a pepperoni roll for $2.60. You'll be okay. All right. I have, let me open these up real quick, and then we'll get into some really primo Chad stuff today. Let me just make sure I'm all organized, and then we'll start firing it all up.
Makes me feel. Oh, you muted me.
Nope, you're good now.
Oh, I love catching up on Chad because, I deal with a lot of shit in my condition. So it's really nice to see somebody else go, hey, I feel better about life. This is manageable. I've got this. I mean,
Right.
It sucks and it's slow going, but could be worse.
I think I think you look at a guy like Chad and you can take it one of two ways. Either this guy's an asshole, this guy's terrible, I hate this guy. Or you could look at him and go, he does kind of give people hope in a weird way.
Yeah. He reminds you that the bottom hasn't fallen out yet.
Right.
Because if it had, you'd be there. You're not there yet.
He is it could be a lot worse. David Skywalker says, Aaron, congrats on hitting the goal. Johnny, congrats on staying alive.
Yeah, that is what I have like little tiny little cupcakes that I just still here. It says on each one, I pull them out of the freezer, I defrost it. It's like a little morning celebration.
See, David Skywalker, is that so hard to be a fan of the show and also bust a little balls? It's wonderful. Deadfool says, Chad's a cautionary tale. I don't know. A cautionary tale implies that person could have taken a different route. I feel like Chad Zumock, much like Thanos, is inevitable. I think he was preordained. I think his life was born on the tracks and it never derailed. It's heading to where it was always supposed to head. So, couple of pieces of news. I don't have this clip on me. I wish I did. Somebody said they were going to send it to me. They did, and the link didn't work. So okay. I'm guessing that this got taken down. But
right.
Chad apparently was too drunk to bicycle home, and he had to leave his bike somewhere. Somebody, I won't say who, they gave me all this information. I don't want to give up my source. I'm a journalist after all. They said that he left it at a Walmart because he was too drunk to ride his bike home. Now, look, there's nothing wrong with getting too drunk to be able to ride a bicycle. But if you have a day where you're planning to get too drunk to ride a bicycle, maybe that's the day we shouldn't choose a bicycle as our primary mode of transportation.
Or maybe just on that day, kind of schedule it really light on the to-do list. Don't have to go anywhere, especially one that would require a bicycle. I feel like a bicycle implies a somewhat lengthy trip, and you, again, just might want to, aside from health reasons that we could bring up to easily discuss why you don't want to hinder that journey at all,
right,
any more than it might be. Just, again, if you're that intoxicated, maybe don't go anywhere.
Right. Stay home. Drink alone. People, there's nobody out there that's going to want to hang out with you anyway in the shape you're in. So
he thinks the Walmart greeter is his friend. I just realized shit. Chad, I got to tell you, I worked at Walmart. They make us do that.
Yeah.
They make us be nice to everybody, no matter who. I had to shake people's hands that I didn't want to shake because I thought they were dirty. And then I shook their hands and I was proven right. And I still had to shake their hands and say hi. Okay, Chad, we don't like you.
Chad thinks it's a sign of respect when the Walmart employees and shoppers at his local Walmart take their wallets out of their back pocket and slip it into their front pocket when they see him. He thinks that's just a respect thing, like game recognized game. No, they're just protecting the credit cards. That's all.
Huh. You know who I am around here. I hate to say this, but I'm famous.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Johnny, you can look at Chad and just be thankful for your motor functions. Speaking of motor functions, come by for great gas and 89-cent coffee. He always has a way of explaining things that go right back to Wawa. I appreciate it.
This is a man who knows his job. It's beautiful.
Wayne Chambers says Johnny shook hands with dirty people and now he has MS.
I think that's how that goes. I think impoverished people who frequent Walmart gave me multiple sclerosis. That's what it is.
Andrew McGee tweeted this at the Gatlinburg on Twitter. This was Chad Zumock disinviting everyone to his wedding. Now, Johnny, Chad does not have a girlfriend, nor I believe has he had one for any length of time. He's also got a new hat. I don't know what the new hat is supposed to represent, but it's being added to his gay podcasting hat collection.
Mud Shark was ready for war. So what is discount Indiana Jones ready for?
Yeah, I don't know what this motif is supposed to be, but
please tell me you'll stare into the ark when they open it.
He looked in the mirror and he accidentally smashed the Mud Shark helmet into pieces, angry at what he saw, in a drunken stupor, until he realized, oh shit, that's me. I've been avoiding. He's going to end up like the Tooth Fairy in Red Dragon, where he's just going to break all the mirrors because he's not digging what he's seeing. So he's talking about Chrissy Mayer's wedding. Now, Chrissy and Frank got married over the weekend. It looked like it was a great time. It looked like a lot of fun, as weddings can often be. So much fun that Gino Bisconti got so shit-faced that he couldn't do his show the next day. Tisk, tisk, Gene. Now, Chad was very upset. And again, imagine taking this podcasting shit so seriously that you see somebody you don't like is getting married and you're going to hate their wedding. You're going to expend your energy hating the fact that they had a wedding. This is just how Chad is. When people say, oh, he took a wrong turn, this is just who he was destined to be. So he doesn't like Chrissy, doesn't like Frank. I mean, this is something that even some, what do you call them? Crazy ex-boyfriends don't do. There's crazy ex-boyfriends out there that don't obsess over the wedding.
Yeah, my sister that I don't get along with was disinvited to the wedding, and I'll just skip the whole story for that. But I thought that was, and she kind of did a hate thing, like texting everybody when we were at the wedding, insulting me, my brother, all of our life choices, our wives, all that stuff.
Sure.
And I kind of thought that was disgusting and pathetic and something I would never want to be a person who does. But at least in that regard, she was my sister. Like, there was a relation there. Like, to be that level of upset about people who ultimately, like, no offense, Chad, I don't think Chrissy Mayer really thinks about you at all.
No.
I know. That'd be like me being upset. Chrissy Mayer doesn't know who I am. Why the fuck would she?
And I can guarantee you, a guy like Chad thinks that, like, Chrissy and people at Chrissy's wedding talked about him. I bet
I'm sure Gino was so shit-faced, be like, and now let's talk about Chad, that horrible lover.
Yeah, I don't think anybody spoke about Chad Zumock. I don't think his name was mentioned at all during that wedding, but Chad's definitely the guy who's like, they're probably talking shit about me at the wedding. It's like, none of us, I can speak for myself, none of us think about you once these are off. You're literally just fodder for this. You are just a cog in the microphone machine. That's it. You're like any other story we do, really. John Fetterman, Joe Biden, the scammer story, the Six Flags story. You're just another topic to be bandied about that I see humor potential in.
I thought you were going to say another T word. You're just another that...
Well, here we go. Chad was so mad about Chrissy's wedding that he decided, like a 14-year-old girl, to plan his dream wedding. And,
oh God!
You know, while some of the girls, while some of the girls plan their invite list to their wedding, a gal like Chad has his disinvite list to his wedding. Here we go.
Has he been talking to my sister? This is her exact fucking playbook.
Now, like, I want you
did he tweet it or text it to everybody? Like, and just so you know, you're all not invited to my wedding when I meet someone. And at least in her defense, she did meet someone and get married, but she also invited me to the wedding, which I did not attend.
I want you to tell me why I was sad after I heard this clip. Here's Chad. Here's our gal planning her beautiful day where he gets to be the beautiful bride and telling who's not going to be invited to his dream day.
If I have a wedding, I'm going to tell you one thing. Nobody from this world's coming. Nobody.
That's smart. You shouldn't.
Kevin Brennan.
Oh,
Kumia, Patrick. Levy, Carl from Rochester, none of you are coming up. I don't want any of you at my fucking wedding. Don't even come close to it.
Johnny, do you know why I'm sad after hearing that?
Because Chad actually believes there's a possibility he might get married.
I wasn't put on the disinvite list. I want to not go to Chad's wedding.
Oh, so now you have to go?
I want
That's
to be.
what it is. That's how he's punishing you. Now you have to go, Aaron.
No.
You are VIP'd. He's paying for your tickets. In fact, the
Doesn't
whole
have any
reason
money.
he's marrying this person is not because they need a green card, but because he did this whole thing so that way you have to go. You're going to be the best man at his wedding because no one understands Chad like you. No one knows. No one's seen inside the Chad. You are, in a way, the surrogate dad of Chad.
Wait a minute. No. It's more nefarious than that. He wants to marry me. He wants me to be the groom.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
That's why he went so hard in the paint on April. He's like, if I can scare her off,
right,
I can be the man, literally behind the man, asking him to back
Wait
up.
a minute. In my opinion, allegedly, speculatively, my opinion, I think Chad's trying to fuck and husband me. I think he's trying to lock me down. It all makes sense now. You're right. He tried to run April off. He would email her at all hours of the night telling her what a piece of shit she was, what a bad person she was. He was trying to get rid of her, and then all that yelling at me and screaming at me and losing his mind at me, that was grade school flirting.
Mm-hmm.
He was trying to fuck me.
Pulling your pigtails, baby.
He was trying to fuck me and make me his husband. That's why I'm not on the disinvite list. Also, I want to point out, I think when word of this gets to Bob and Kevin and Carl and Kumia and all of them, I don't think they're necessarily going to be upset.
Oh, I think Anthony's going to cry about it.
He's going to be really upset he didn't get on the list to be invited.
He's going to console himself going, I knew he was a lover and I won't be there anyway.
Oh, man, I have to tell you.
Mud shark.
I didn't know that I was being groomed by the mud shark.
And the fact that you're finally realizing it now, because as someone who likes to look at you as your therapist, I can't give you these revelations. You have to come to them naturally. But this is a little celebratory. Cheers. Thank God you finally realized. The dude wants to be the man behind the man. Literally.
Oh, man. Yeah, Carlos Cameo says, it's a Pride Month miracle. I will be joshing says, congratulations, Aaron. I didn't say yes. I'm being shanghaied into service as Chad's husband at his wedding. I don't want it. I don't want to be gay with Chad. You know what?
Look at it this way, though. He's already setting himself up as the bride, so guess who gets to wear the figurative pants in the relationship?
God damn it. I don't care if I wear the pants if they're... And he's going to have to move in here because his place isn't even his place. We could never buy a new house with his name on it. His credit's got to be in the 300s with all of the issues he's had. Fuck.
But he is gonna rear those children like nobody's business.
He can stay the fuck
He already
away.
understands how to provide for them, provided all their needs are anything that comes out of a Ninja blender or anything that comes out of a bottle that you got from a store.
Son of a bitch. Well, that would explain the emails that I got this weekend, Johnny. Because I got emails from one Chad Zumock.
He wants you back.
In fact, I got 3 emails. I got one at 2:30 on June 17th. That would be Saturday. I got another one at 2:30 on Saturday, June 17th. And then I got another one on Saturday at 2:30 on June 17th. And then I got a 4th email at 2:31. Would you like me to read the emails that I got from Chad Zumock?
Yes, I would. Because I have, as I keep pointing out, a small, very unnoticed show. So if I lose a person, I actually notice, especially with some of the people who are no longer watching the show, were some of the more financially supportive ones. I definitely notice. And I understand the need to be like, hey, did I do something to drive you away? Because I'm trying to grow the show and I'm lazy, so I got to do everything I can. But I fight that urge every time. So I want to know what happens for someone who just went, nah, fuck it. I am going to be the needy girlfriend. Like, why have you responded? How about $3? Can you spare $3? I got a Patreon. Like, how does that go?
First,
is it the way I'm picturing it?
First, disgruntled Kohl's manager says, Aaron, if you need help setting up that registry, we can assist here. No, I'm not marrying Chad Zumock. I know he's trying to groom me into his husband. I'm saying no.
We should get Kohl's manager and Wawa. If we can get you guys working together, I'd love to see Wawa help out maybe with like the catering end of it.
This isn't happening.
What are you thinking? Are you thinking steak, seafood, a little surf and turf, or you want to go low class like burgers and hot dogs? Like, we can do anything.
I don't want to. I'm happily married.
My brother did like a party sub and like cheap, like potato and pasta salad from Sam's Club. So like, I mean, we can even do that if you want.
Laughing Lion says, just call Chad pretty and deplete his funds. I don't want to do any of this. I don't want to do any relationship type thing. Chad's the one who didn't disinvite me to the wedding, and it only means that he wants to marry me. And I'm not interested. I don't know how many times. Drunk on Cringe, don't you dare cut this up and make it look like I want to either. Joe the Toe says, Chad has baby making hips, Aaron. I don't want to reproduce with a gal like Chad. It's not my thing. All right. The email.
He's the mud shark. So does that mean he wants you to make a...
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. See, we thought it was a race. We thought the mud shark thing was a race thing. Turns out it was a butthole pleasures deal.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
He wants you to breed him.
Well, I got a message from the one and only Chad Zumock. Let me put it up on the screen here so you know what I mean, that it is actually what I say it is. Chad Zumock sent you a message. Now, I at one point was subscribed to Chad Zumock's Patreon when we were grabbing clips for the show. But like 6 months ago or so, I decided to tap out because people just send me the clips anyway. So why pay for them? Why help Chad? Why not just take the thing for free, play it, and make fun of it? Well, Chad, I guess, decided to reach out not to only all the Patreon members he currently has, but to everyone who's ever been a Patreon member, and sent what I can only describe as the most depressing fucking message I've ever seen. And he must have sent it 4 times to everybody on this list, because I got 4 of these emails back to back to back to back. Chad Zumock sent you a message. I'm reaching out to everyone currently on Patreon member and was a former Patreon member. Firstly, thank you for your continued support if you're still a member. Also, thank you to past members as well. See, he's trying to grease me up for the wedding. He's thanking me now. He's not even shitting on me.
He's trying to get that dowry together. He understands if he's going to bring you across, he's going to need at least a couple cows, maybe some goats. And right now he's just trying to get the money together for a house cat. But if he knows anything about you, wrong call.
As Andy Dufresne once said, I suppose it wouldn't help to let him know I'm not a homosexual.
Well, I believe with these gentlemen, neither are they.
Neither are they. You have to be human first, and he doesn't qualify. So thank you to past members as well. Hopefully you'll reconsider signing up again with my following update. I really am not leaning towards it, Chad, the way you're hitting on me and coming on to me. I don't appreciate it. It's a hard sell. It was a rough month with the YouTube channel getting struck and being out of commission for 2.5 weeks. I am now back, focused, and pumping out tons of content with more to come. You're not really pumping out lots of content when literally your whole show is watching Kevin Brennan do a show.
I mean, if you consider jerking yourself off, pumping out content, he's been at that for a while.
Yeah, pumping out content doesn't mean jacking off into a quilt, asshole.
Yeah, it's a sleeping bag. That's how men do it.
That's how men do. I also went ahead and restructured some rewards in the tiers. Ooh. So go check that out if you want to see the updates. Well, look, I wasn't going to give Chad $30 a month, but if there's a t-shirt in it for me, how can a guy say no? If you are in the $30 tier or higher, please contact me for a Zumock Mania shirt. Now, I think it was Carl or Cardiff who pointed this out. It wouldn't be Zumock Mania. It would be Zumockamania.
Mm-hmm.
Because Hulk Hogan was not Hulkmania. It was Hulkamania.
Hulkamania.
You got to be Zumockamania, you fucking illiterate dingleberry. Oh, and you also get Z-Man stickers. Well, somebody's ripping off Steel Toe. Just send me a DM with your size and where I'm mailing it. I will cover the postage on my end. What a fucking guy. Huh?
Yeah. Just on the nose. You know what? Don't worry about it.
Guys, the 52 cents is on the house. I have a new show in the works, so more content is coming. Ooh, a new Chad Zumock show. How did this not result in a new swell of Patreon members? Yours truly, Orenthal James Simpson, a.k.a. the artist formerly known as Chad Zumock. Get it? He made himself O.J. Simpson. He's O.J. now.
I hate to say that, like, he got through that whole letter, and I was like, oh, it's only kind of cringy. And then the dismount was like a triple down on cringe.
You see, he's O.J.
Oh, you see, it's the juice, baby.
Could you, I never thought I'd say this, but could you go back to calling yourself a white girl who only takes black dick to spite her father? That was a much better nickname.
I would love it if OJ actually gets a hold. The fuck you doing? You know I've killed people over less.
It's fucking OJ sends him a cease and desist or else. Rincewind.
And then at the bottom of it, take a stab at it, motherfucker. I dare.
Rincewind with $10 says he's going to win you over by staring in your eyes and quietly answering "as you wish" every time you yell at him. Oh, my dick moved. Hulk Hogan says Zumockamania. Lawsuit incoming, brother. Hulkster, get him. Get him, Hulkster.
Actually, real talk, maybe that is why he thought. Maybe he thinks he is so big and this stuff is blowing up so much that if he cut too close to the line, he'd suffer another copyright infringement thing. And he learned from his battle with Kevin, like, I don't want to take on people in terms of, like, stealing their content, especially if there's someone who will come after me. And I'm sure he's not a... I'm sure he'd be willing to fight the Hulkster.
Well, look, just don't call him Chad Zumock, all right? I need you to respect his identity. He's not Chad Zumock anymore. He's Orenthal James Simpson. See, he's OJ.
I mean, if he went with Homer J. Simpson, I'd be like, yeah.
More believable.
That tracks. I mean, except for the part that at least that guy's married, you know? I mean, say what you will about Homer J. Simpson, but hey, the guy's he's at least got a nice family. You know, he did well for himself.
LOS with 199 says difference is OJ kills. Hulk Hogan says I took down Bubba. I can handle the Z-Man, brother. Attaboy, Hulkster. Although
took down Bubba and his wife.
Yeah, Chad. Really did. Chad at this point though might be even fatter than Andre the Giant was at WrestleMania 3. So I don't even know if Hulkster could pick him up for the body slam. But
No offense to the Hulkster, but I think and this is what people don't give the man enough respect for. The repeated spinal damage from his leg drop move. He jumped on him with his leg. Okay. The dude sacrificed his spine in a way that's only akin to people who've served in the military and carried consistently 40 to 60 pounds on their back for like a year or two. Like, that's it. All right.
Well, we have one more Chad thing I want to do before we're done today. We got about 5 or 6 minutes left. Thank you guys for all the support. Hit the like button, hit subscribe. Close to 10K. Hit subscribe. We do appreciate it. Keep us climbing towards that number. Thank you. In all honesty, thank you so much for your help. We are closing in on that 10K, and that's all I want. All I want for Juneteenth is 10K. So let's watch an old.
It'll happen, just not quite when you expected.
Let's watch.
All
right, Johnny. Let's watch a 7-year-old Chad Zumock bit. We're running out of time here, and maybe we'll discover in this bit that Chad used to be a funny guy, but all the drinking and eating and stealing has wrecked him, and that maybe if he can drop those bad habits, he can be funny again. This is called Rejected Aldi Grocery Store Commercial. Now, as a guy who emceed, I started about 10, 12 years ago emceeing at Benton Station. There was one hacky joke that the features would always ask me about. Do you guys have an Aldi here? Everybody had 2 or 3 minutes on Aldi. It was the hackiest. It would be the carts with the coins. It would be the checkout people are also the stock people. It would always be the same fucking joke every time. And every time a feature came up to me and said, do you guys have Aldi here? It took me everything I had not to roll my eyes and go, no, it burned down. But Chad took it a step further and made a 2-minute, 20-second rejected Aldi commercial. Now, I don't know if this was back when he was on radio or if it was after, Well, let's see. Look, I'm willing to give this a fair shake. Maybe it's good. Would you like to watch?
Yes.
Here we go. Good start. 5 seconds of black screen.
Hi, I'm Chad Zumock with Aldi Grocery Store. Founded in 1946, Aldi is the nation's leading low-price grocer with nearly 1,300 stores in 32 states. We strive to provide cheap shit for all you broke-ass motherfuckers out there. Most grocery stores provide shopping bags and shopping carts. At Aldi, fuck you. We charge a quarter every time you get a shopping cart. Because, hey, how else are we going to keep the lights on in this place giving you shit this cheap?
You do know that when you, I don't mean to fact check his jokes, but when you put the cart back, you get the quarter. Like you don't,
Quarter back.
It doesn't cost you a quarter to get the carts. It's just,
It's called incentive to be a responsible person. Because spoiler alert, Chad, lazy fucks like you will walk out to the middle of the fucking the middle of the parking lot and just leave the cart there and go, fuck it, it's not my job. And then they get beat up, they get replaced. But if they give you a treat, and not even a big treat, if they give you a little shiny treat, a little, I think I have one right here, actually. Yep, I do. They give you a little shiny quarter.
Show off.
And you will drop everything and go, I better put that back because that quarter is what separates me and a bottle of tequila.
Now, Chad, sometimes, I'm not talking about anyone in particular. Sometimes a chubby, obese, fat man will walk that cart to the back of the parking lot where his car is, put his groceries away, and then just leave the cart there. Like a really obese, fat guy who has no respect or dignity might just leave it there. The quarter helps you bring it back. Okay, so the first joke didn't land. Let's check out the next one. He's got another minute and a half.
Get it? He can't operate the coin machine.
Yeah. The beautiful thing about shopping at Aldi is you don't know if the stuff's open or not. It's like a scavenger hunt here. We strive in generic brands such as Fit and Active S'mores, because if you're looking to stay in shape, what's better than a s'more? Most grocery stores.
Okay, that's 2 or 3 jokes now that have not landed. Where's the fucking punchline? There's a setup and there's a punchline. You're just saying words. Stop just saying words and make up a funny joke. Have a homeless bum come through and I don't know. There's nothing funny about Aldi. It's a cheap fucking grocery store. That's it. All of you feature hacks 7 to 10 years ago had a fucking Aldi bit. Bad news. They all sucked balls.
And none of you bothered to realize it's not even an American company. It's like a German company.
Yep.
And yeah. So, they have like 30 stores in here. Yeah, they got stores all over the fucking planet. So who gives a shit?
You know how I said that we would see if Chad was once funny and it was the drinking and the eating and the anger that destroyed him? I've got good news for Chad's anger, drinking, and eating. It's not your fault.
Stores have sections. We don't waste our time. We just put it anywhere. For example, what other grocery store can you get wasp and hornet spray, ranch dressing, and flour in one aisle?
Because we saw that for the first 3.
Yesterday's milk, today's cottage cheese. This bread expired a week ago, but don't worry. All fixed. Who knew we had a...
I don't think it was the drunk driving that made the radio station fire him. I think that was just, they were like, look, if you were funny, we would have kept you on. This was just kind of the out we needed to do what we wanted to do anyway.
Look, you were very much not worth the expense before, and you definitely aren't now.
And there's a pride in this that is unnecessary and actually making me upset that he believes in himself so much in this bit. At least I will say this, Chad now is better than Chad then. Because Chad now knows it's over, he's a failure, it's done, and he's leaning the fuck in, and he's just a piece of garbage. This Chad had hope, and no reason to. This Chad was an infant child. The one now is a broken sociopath, and at least that one jives on the outside with who he is on the inside. 1 minute.
Produce section, even better. Aldi's never discriminates. Even black people can shop here.
Get it? Because black people...
Because they have ribs and watermelon. Because no other grocery store on the planet carries ribs and watermelon.
But black people and watermelon, Johnny, it's a really unique black joke.
Oh God, I hate the Deadpool shirt. Who is this? I'm worried.
I don't give a fuck. At Aldi, smoking, human trafficking, shoplifting, anything goes if you're in our rewards program. More than 90% of all our products are Aldi exclusive brands, and by Aldi exclusive brands, meaning we don't know what the fuck it is or where the fuck it came from, but it's cheap. Out of our 1,300 stores, we set a safety record last year with only 13 child abductions. Where are you at, Trader Joe's?
Oh my God, it's my worst nightmare come true. They're multiplying. Ah!
He's going to be the best man at the wedding.
Oh my God, wait a minute. Look at it. Chad then, Chad now. This video was predicting Chad's future. Look, a little more color in the face, a wry smile across his lips. This one, hair a little more disheveled, paler face, squinting, scrounging, looking
He looks fatter
angry,
somehow.
Looks fatter, a nipple right there. This was a before and after shot. Before steel toe, after steel toe.
Oh, by the way, the reason they're off brands at Aldi is because Aldi doesn't do GMO stuff. Again, so spoiler, it's probably the same shit you get in like most of your name brands, but because it has certain rules about dyes and other things, it has to be a slightly different brand because Cinnamon Toast Crunch isn't going to put their name on that.
Johnny, quit fact checking his jokes. They're unfunny enough as it is. You don't need to pile on. This is abuse.
Grocery stores have rules like no shirt, no shoes, no service. Not at Aldi. In fact, whip that dick out and let those titties fly. Soap pads.
It's just so
bulbs.
unoriginal and
we
so
have these
thoughtless.
too. Aldi grocery stores. You don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck.
It's so lazy.
Yeah. It'd be funny if the whip those dick and titties out thing was in reference to a story. Maybe it is. And that's the only way that's acceptable. Other than that, you're just making a claim about a business. That whole thing was bad. That whole thing was bad.
It's kind of like a really shitty tee shot. It just started left and stayed left. It was dog shit and it stayed dog shit the entire way. Kyle says paying someone to record this is the saddest part. I'm going to need 24 hours to review this to figure out truly what the saddest part is. I don't have that offhand yet. Well, there you go, guys. We are all caught up on Chad Zumock until he has one last meltdown. And no, I am rejecting his wedding proposal for the record. Johnny,
I'm saving the date just because you never know.
Yeah. Johnny, thank you very much. Johnny's show is going to be on at 2 p.m. today. Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble.
And Rumble.
Be sure, mods, if you could put the link in the chat, that would be great. Subscribe and follow Johnny. Watch him at 2 o'clock today, Central Time. We appreciate it. Johnny, bring fire again tomorrow, buddy, and we'll have another great day of the Steel Toe Morning Show. Everybody hit subscribe. Everybody hit like. It is your patriotic duty to do so. Johnny, thanks again.
You're very welcome.
I'm gonna go pee. I'll talk to you.